Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody?
People probably wouldn't be happy with the conversation we were just having.
Happy Tuesday to all of you. Okay, we're looking up at the TV screen right there.
Yeah.
WWE last night at Madison Square Garden. A bunch of the New York Giants were in the front row, including Cam Scatabo, who's on injured reserve right now.
Oh, yeah, I see him. But he didn't mix it up at all, right?
He did. Watch this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, watch this.
He's staring down that long-haired guy.
J.P. McDonough a big shove in the middle of the chest. Now, he didn't.
That's all he did.
He didn't hop the barricade or anything like that. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out whether I love or hate Cam Scatabo.
Yeah, you've gone back and forth on him this year.
There's sometimes where I feel like some of his blue collar everyman image and everything. I worry that it's a little contrived. Like he loves the spotlight a little too much.
Yeah,
you know.
I think probably there was some degree of maybe you felt he got anointed a little too soon this year.
Yeah.
I mean, people were still like, "Oh my God, Cam Scatabo this, Cam Scatabo that." He didn't even make it to week 7 or whatever. He got hurt.
Yeah. Try not to have your legs snapped in half for a full season.
Yeah, it's not necessarily his fault. You're right, but yeah.
But we were discussing before. I was making an impassioned case for why Josh Allen doesn't get enough credit for basically. And this is only because I have a lot of Buffalo Bills relatives.
Yeah,
dirty vermin.
Going to see them this week, right?
And yeah, they'll be at the game. Yeah. They'll be heckling us during the pregame.
Oh, good. I can't wait.
Well, my nephew is a Texans fan. Has been since the 3 years old.
Is this the nephew?
He had diabetes.
I'm going to get to meet him?
Yeah, he ended up in the hospital the day DeAndre Hopkins was traded.
Oh, I guess
when he discovered that he had diabetes, he went into a diabetic coma.
Yeah. Oh, good. I can't wait to meet him.
If he makes it.
If he makes it. Well, it's been 5 years.
No, he manages his diabetes incredibly well.
That's awesome.
I'm really I'll tell him all the time, I know you've got the threat of imminent death and everything, but you don't have any. He takes care of his diet from the time he was 16 years old.
Man.
Really, really.
I'm jealous. Josh Allen.
Okay, so Josh Allen. So Bills fans are frustrated with Josh Allen, and he's just not. So he's not making the right reads, not doing this, not doing that. Every time I watch the Bills, I'm looking at he's had his offensive coordinators have been Ken Dorsey, Brian Daboll. Now Joe Brady, who tries to just replicate the LSU experience everywhere he goes and doesn't really run an NFL offense. And it's a whole lot of Josh Allen just doing things on his own.
Yeah.
And that's the danger in facing the Bills, is that you don't know which version of the Bills offense you're going to get. But at any given time, Josh Allen might go off for 3 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns in the same game. Only him and Otto Graham have done that.
I know. I saw that yesterday. Him and Otto Graham. When you're doing something only Otto Graham has done, you're making history, man. Do you feel good about this? I mean, it's Tuesday, so normally it'd be like, well, it's a little early. Let's, keep looking at that Titans game. No, the game is in 48 hours.
This is a normal Friday.
Yeah, this is right. This is basically
how we talk about it in the building over there.
Yeah,
it's a normal Friday schedule.
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever.
The way the game played out last year with Josh Allen, because it's largely the same cast for him.
Yeah.
It's largely the same cast for the Texans. If anything, I would hope the environment is going to be even more raucous than last year because it's a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
People have all day to get sauced up. It's theoretically, you can be in the... What?
I mean, people, yeah. I mean, they'll be drinking at work, but yeah.
Maybe. Well, some people take the afternoon off,
sure.
As opposed to getting there at 8 in the morning.
Listen, back when this was a country, people would go out and have 5 martinis at lunch and then take care of business in the afternoon.
Okay. My question is, does the way last year's game played out factor at all into how you feel about this year's
I think
game?
it very much does. In the Texans' defense, if Jalen Pitre is on the field, is even better than they were last year. And that pass rush at home, given the way Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter have played the last couple of weeks, it's not going to look the biggest difference on the Bills side is that they have Khalil Shakir this year, whereas they had 0 viable wide receivers.
Oh, he didn't play last year. That's right.
Yeah, he was. So Josh Allen came in and didn't really have any viable wide receivers. This year, it's like Keon Coleman will show up every now and then, but you can't rely on him.
He's going to show up in the Pettycast today. I'll tell you that.
Good.
9 o'clock for the Pettycast.
So Khalil Shakir is really the one guy that can do some damage, and then the running game. The Bills can run the ball really effectively, but Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, just sometimes feels like I don't feel like running the ball today.
Yeah,
it's like he wants to be the Chiefs or something. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs will curiously just even when they can't run the ball, keep putting it into zone coverage and not completing the football.
I hope he tries to run the ball against this defense with James Cook. I hope Joe Brady tries to run the ball.
The biggest fear, honestly, is for me is in the fourth quarter, as we've seen with the Texans defense at times, including last week. Just look, Josh Allen is a much better runner than Cam is.
Yes.
So
or Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Or Bo Nix, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
They've let some guys leak out at the end of games for sure. You mentioned Jalen Pitre. We should mention C.J. Stroud as well. I think that's the big question everybody has about this game. Will C.J. Stroud play in this game? Here's DeMeco Ryans with updates on Stroud, Pitre, and kicker Kymie Fairbairn.
Yeah, with the short week, just the update as of right now, C.J. and Jalen are still in the concussion protocol. I think it's looking good for to have Kymie back this week, so we'll see how that goes. And with CJ and Jalen, we'll kind of, again, we got to see how the week goes. When they're in their concussion protocol, there are steps they have to pass to be available. So we'll see how it goes for them this week.
Okay, that was DeMeco volunteering that information at the beginning of the press conference. So the next follow-up was, hey, what more can you tell us about C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, look, we're hopeful for C.J. to get back healthy. That's the first thing, the most important thing. And for me and my spot, I just have to deal with it based on when they pass the steps they need to pass. And if they are available, then being able to see them on the field, see them get reps, and see how that goes. But as of right now, it's kind of nothing, that I can do, from my seat. Here, I'm
very likely CJ comes back for multiple reasons, but just by way of the way the concussion protocol works, the fifth stage is there's an independent advisor that has to, clear these guys for anything. So it's not a DeMeco decision or a CJ decision or anything like that. I think there's a lot of people out there that think that a guy can just fake his way through it or something.
We had a caller to the postgame show say the McNairs were going to decide.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. No. The league,
Callahan with their neurology degree.
And holla.
The league very much has tried to take it out of the football people's hands and put it into the medical staff, including independent medical advisors.
Yep.
And there's been a lot of hiccups with the concussion protocol through the years, and they steadily improve it, and it's gotten pretty good. But one of the things is you got to return to a full contact practice or a simulated full contact practice, which is relevant this week because these are short walkthroughs or jog-throughs, basically. So Jalen Pitre just being out there and limited yesterday, that's where they can start to observe him after he's doing football activity. Maybe they simulated some contact and he has to do his baseline testing again, and they observe him for symptoms and everything. There's a chance he plays. With CJ, today would be the first day that he would, if he participated in practice, that they would then have to watch and monitor for symptoms and everything. And Davis needs those reps right now. So CJ's not going to get any of the reps running the scheme. They're going to have Davis run the reps with the offense, and I don't think it doesn't make sense, even if all of a sudden you felt 100% confident that CJ is 100%, he's sharp enough. And so I would agree with what Clint was saying earlier this week.
In the post-game show,
that, look, Davis has been doing a fine enough job, and CJ, with quarterbacks especially, it's no matter how much they do to test them, because they have to go through cardio type stuff while they're doing mental exercises and everything. They make it specific to quarterbacks for them to return, but it's still not the same as going through 3 hours of a football game in terms of your mental sharpness, and not to mention the risk of injury again, or risk of concussion again. I'd be really surprised if he plays on Thursday.
Yeah, and just to reiterate what Seth said, the key distinction here, Jalen Pitre practiced yesterday. Mm-hmm. He was limited And sometimes in these short weeks, they give a label of, if it were a normal week, this is what we think he would be. If we were having a real practice today, Pitre limited, Stroud DNP. That's the big distinction. Houston Stressens put up a poll yesterday that I thought was interesting, and I know you like guessing at these things. If you could only have one player available versus the Bills, who would it be?
Ooh.
Said, feel free to share your reasoning. I'm not going to go through all the replies. I'm curious what your reasoning would be if you were voting in this, but I know you like to guess what the people are saying. He also says, Garrett does, the steward of Houston Stressens, don't take this as slander. Interesting question to me and valid arguments for both sides. But the two choices are C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre. If you could choose to have one back this on a Thursday against the Bills, who would it be?
That's a tricky one.
What do you think the people said?
I'm thinking about, would most people think, would they factor in, okay, CJ's concussion and that he'd be coming back, possibly it might feel a little uncomfortable
a little
coming
hazy
back this early or whatever. So for this, in general, I would say CJ Stroud any day of the week. If this team's going to go anywhere, it needs to be with a continued improvement of the offense with CJ Stroud at the helm.
Yeah.
But for this specific situation, personally, I would go with Jalen Pitre. I'd like CJ to sit out this game.
Yep.
I think the people said 55% Jalen Pitre.
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that makes
73.3%.
I can't argue with the masses there. Yeah.
In a normal week, if you just took out all the take away all the window dressing, just look at the core of the question. Who would you rather have, your starting quarterback or your starting whatever Pitre is?
If there were no concussion element to it, if you said, who would you rather have, Davis Mills or Jalen Pitre? The answer is going to be Davis Mills.
Right.
Davis Mills or Will Anderson. Answer is going to be Davis Mills instead of Graham Mertz. If that were the starting, obviously the starting quarterback is more important than any other position on the field. I'm concerned about the concussion.
Well, I'm concerned. I'll tell you what. When I looked at a couple things, when I watched Shedeur Sanders play, I'm going to tie Shedeur Sanders into the Texans
see those
here.
4 completions?
They were
wants to focus on the negative.
They were good. You're right. The 12 incompletions. I'm ignoring those. No, but I'm not picking on Shedeur. I'm talking about who's a rookie backup who's largely ignored at practice, other than practice squad stuff. Plus, there was a post by Luke McCown, not Josh McCown, Luke McCown yesterday on Twitter that was really interesting to me, that laid out just how little activity backup quarterbacks get in terms of first-team reps. This isn't even a hot take argument. Davis Mills is more valuable to the Texans in this game, assuming he plays, in this game on Thursday against the Bills than C.J. Stroud is in a normal week-to-week game for the Texans, because the drop-off from Stroud to Mills is, I'm not going to say it's negligible. It's a drop-off. CJ's a potentially elite quarterback. Davis Mills is a high-level backup. The drop-off from Mills to Mertz kills your season. Your season doesn't get killed if C.J. Stroud gets knocked out of a game and Davis Mills comes in.
Right.
Something happens to Davis Mills in this game on Thursday night, unless Graham Mertz is some sort of savant that gets in there and starts dealing, and maybe there's an ambush factor.
Yeah.
That's the scariest thing to me is it's not when CJ's in here, we're one hit away from Davis Mills. I'm okay with that. That's football.
Mm-hmm.
We're one hit away from Graham Mertz. It's not Case Keenum anymore.
Yeah.
Their emergency quarterback used to be a guy that won a bunch of football games.
Yeah, and who also, by the way, somebody was quoted. I think Bill Lazor was quoted in a story.
There's a big Keenum story in The Athletic last week.
About Case Keenum being one of the big reasons that CJ was Rookie of the Year was Case Keenum's influence in the room.
I believe
Made
it.
me kind of miss Case Keenum as he's now working with Caleb Williams.
Yeah, good team.
Yeah. So as far as I was going somewhere, but I forgot.
That's okay. No, I was just making the point about that's one of the things that makes me nervous about this game, because Buffalo can get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
They've got Joey Bosa, they've got Greg Rousseau. They can get after the quarterback.
And the pass protection wasn't as much of an issue as the run blocking last week for the offensive line. I think the offensive line has improved in some regards. It's just not exactly where you need it to be right now. The ability to run versus the Bills run defense is atrocious. It's the exception when they don't allow at least 100 yards rushing. The last 4 weeks have been particularly bad. They've been pushing 200 pretty regularly, rushing yards allowed.
Yeah, they let this Sean Tucker guy go for a buck on Sunday and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah. Sean Tucker, the third-string running back.
Right.
It sounds like I thought he was like a political commentator or something. It sounds like a combination of Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity.
Some Irish kid from Lynn, Massachusetts.
They brought him right off the bus, he did. The ability of the Texans to run the ball is going to be big in this game, and really I think it honestly comes down to, can the pass rush do what they did last year and turn Josh Allen into the worst version of himself. And I think it's been that kind of a year for Josh Allen and for that Bills offense. They haven't been consistent. They're one of the many teams that is one of the league leaders in scoring, and yet their own fan base is miserable about the offense.
Yep.
It's a nice problem to have.
Yep.
I'd rather be top 5 in scoring and miserable about the offense than bottom half in scoring and miserable about the offense.
Where are the Texans this year on the old scoring
charts? They've steadily
charts?
pulled themselves back up towards that middle third.
Yeah, because I was putting my preview together for this game for the Houston Press, and I'm like, I don't know how to feel. I think they're 19th in sacks given up this year, which is way better than last year, but still not great. There's a part of me that hates myself every time I get excited about seeing the Texans be 22nd in something offensively.
As of right now, Sean, we might have to get the victory song going.
Oh, yeah?
Wait. Oh, no, we don't. We don't.
Cool in the gang?
No. Houston is 21st in points per game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would if you had told me, if you had given me that as the Vegas number, I would have said that they're worse than that. But they are.
No, they'd kind of crept back up after the Ravens game. Like that obviously helped
36
out a whole
against
lot.
the Jags.
Yeah, and the Jags too. So in the offense gets that. They factor in the defensive scoring with the offense.
Right.
But,
Right.
Yeah, the offensive line, I would say, over the course of the last 5 weeks has been playing about like a mediocre offensive line. You're right about average.
Yeah.
I said at the beginning of the season,
That's what we requested.
If they can get average play out of the offensive line, and then if the skill position players really pick up the slack for that, then you can actually do some things as long as the defense is awesome. And the defense is awesome.
You and I, at the beginning of the year, we got handed a lamp and we rubbed it. Yeah. And a genie came out, and the genie said, I will give you one wish for the Texans. And we said, we want them to be average on the offensive line. We really didn't cash in on that wish really well. Like, we probably should have wished for an elite offensive line, but we wished for an average offensive line. The same way, I wish for an average woman, a woman who can just cook me a nice dinner.
Good, sturdy woman.
Someone who I can bring out in public, and even nobody's going to be gawking at her, wishing she was theirs.
Yeah.
Give me that average offensive line.
Yeah.
Give me Jake Andrews.
That's your
Jared Patterson.
You write it in the vows.
Yeah.
Like you're just you're the plain Jane I always dreamed of having.
Everything I wished for. Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's what we wanted. That's what you and I wished for, Seth.
If I were a Puritan, my parents would have found you acceptable.
Yes.
Right now, in terms of sack rate, percentage of sacks allowed, Houston's 17th.
17th?
Right there.
Middle of the pack?
Right there, the median
Not
there.
getting too far ahead, not falling too far behind.
Yeah. It's getting pretty good.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got a busy morning, especially the first couple hours. We got Ross Tucker going to join us right on the dime at 7 o'clock. And we've got Nick Caserio, Texans GM, going to join us at 7:30 on the show. We will still do a Pettycast. We're going to do it at 9 o'clock today. So your regular Tuesday favorites will be here, just shuffled around a little bit. So Ross Tucker 7, Nick Caserio 7:30. Up next, let's keep it moving here with the Texans. The home stretch is here. Let's take a look here. What do the Texans have going for them with their schedule down the stretch? What are the negatives they've got going down the stretch as well? We'll do that coming up next.
I'll tell you what, if you don't want that hypothetical version of Sean.
It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, it is a men's tea clinic morning here on Payne and Pendergast here on November 18th, Tuesday. Quick text message. Sean and his wife quietly eating dinner. Sean's wife. So, I'm average, huh?
Yeah.
LOL. I wasn't talking about Amy. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah. Amy's
person.
a damn smoke show, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
She's not the hypothetical plain Jane that you were discussing.
No, it was
Sean wants all the headaches that come with being married to a pretty woman.
Yes, give them all to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to be happy for the rest of your life. Don't get married to Sean's wife. That's what Amy says.
That's right. So, and also a quick shout out to listener Ray. Who,
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, acknowledge. Thank you. I was sitting at Avalon Diner yesterday. Table next to me. I get a tap on the shoulder. He said, "Hey, I don't want to bother you. My name's Ray.
Yeah.
I'm listening to your show right now." And he showed me his phone. He's listening to Payne and Pendergast.
And you were like, that first part you said, you failed already.
No, he was cool.
I'm bothered, Ray.
He was super cool, and he bought me breakfast.
He did?
Yeah. Yeah, that was nice of him.
You're going to have to claim that on your taxes.
It was really nice of him. No, not until I get $500 worth of breakfast bought for me. Those
is that
are
what
the
it is?
rules.
You're allowed to accept up to $500?
I think it's $500. Like, I don't ever get a 1099 for anything I do that's like under $1,000.
Good news, Ray. You can pick up the tab a few more times.
20 more times I see you there, Ray. Yeah. So
did he tell you which segment he was listening to?
He didn't. No, he didn't. But he did say, I don't really like sports talk. Oh. But I love me multiple times about our show.
Really?
And I said, you know what, Ray? More people need to be like you and thank me and Seth.
Yeah.
For our show.
For allowing you to. He probably
listen to our
He probably listens every now and then. He started off listening every now and then because like, I got to know what people are talking about. I don't like sports talk all that much. And then he got hooked.
He got hooked.
That's how we get you.
By men.
Just a taste.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Okay, so the Texans, here's DeMeco Ryans. This is funny yesterday. DeMeco Ryans, do you look at I think it was Sarge that asked it because Dusty Baker used to say he looked at the standings every day.
Sarge said, yeah, Dusty used to say he looked at the standings every day. How about you?
How about you, DeMeco?
Just find a way to win. Those standings really doesn't matter, right now at this point. Like, what matters is however the standings look, I know what improves the standings is winning. So my focus is on doing everything I can possibly do to help our team be in position to win this game this week, and the standings and all those things, they will take care of themselves.
That is the exact right tack to take if you're the head coach of the football team.
Well, and that's my preferred tactic for any head football coach, especially midway through the season.
Yeah.
We're past midway. But this year especially, I mean, it is anybody's guess what the hell's going to happen here. The Ravens look like they might be one of the best teams in the league again. They're 5-5. The Chiefs don't really look like one of the best teams in the league. They're 5-5.
They get the benefit of the doubt, though, from everybody.
The Texans, of the teams that are on the bubble right now, the Texans are would be the eighth quote-unquote seed.
Yeah.
Then the Chiefs are 9th, and the Ravens are 10th. All three of those teams are 5-5. The Chiefs, breakers already to the Bills. They lost to the Broncos.
They lost to the Jaguars.
And the Jaguars,
yeah. So the Texans, and I think that's the gist of what I wanted to convey in this segment here. The standings, we got 7 games left, and there's a bunch of teams within a couple of games of each other, including the Texans right now. The positive about where the Texans are right now, Seth, is that they're in a really good spot tiebreaker-wise. They're going to need to keep winning to stay in this thing, so they're inherently going to be winning some games here that continue to help them with tiebreakers, starting with the game 2 days from now against the Buffalo Bills. They're 3-1 in the division. They're 4-2 in the conference. They've got a head-to-head win over Baltimore, which is what's keeping them ahead of Baltimore also in the standings right now. So they're in really good shape from a tiebreaker standpoint. I think the other things they have going for them is that Indy game in Week 18 is kind of a wild card right now. The Colts could be resting guys if they keep winning. We're starting to approach a time of year where the math on winning the division is running out on the Texans here, especially if they lose to Indianapolis next week in Week 13.
Mm-hmm.
There may be a point here where we're just hoping that the Colts rip ass over everybody that they play in the AFC and help the Texans get a wild card spot.
The biggest thing, this 3-game gauntlet here, as opposed to last year when the 3-game gauntlet that the Texans had looked every bit as difficult as you expected it to be going through the whole season, because the Steelers were one of the exceptions. When they had to face the Steelers, the Ravens, and the Chiefs all in a 3-week period to the Dolphins. Yeah.
That was in 11 days.
Those two teams were the big ones that obviously the Texans just didn't pass the test.
The Chiefs and the Ravens. Yep.
We've been looking at this Bills-Colts-Chiefs stretch for a long time now. The Bills, despite all of their inconsistencies on offense and their incredibly bad run defense, they're still one of the best teams in the league. And Josh Allen on any given night can really, really hurt you.
They're favored by 5.5 points, the Bills, in this game.
The Colts and the Chiefs are the ones that, man, there's not a chance in hell I'm ever going to act like there's reason you should take the Chiefs any more lightly, or than
especially on Sunday Night Football.
No, in Kansas City.
In Kansas City. In December.
The Colts are interesting because Daniel Jones has started to look a little bit more like the Daniel Jones we've come to know and chuckle at.
Yes.
Through the years. But like if you win this game versus the Bills, you've got right now the athletic probability calculator.
Yep.
23% chance to make the playoffs right now. If you beat the Bills, 35% chance.
Okay.
If you beat the Colts, it goes up to 56%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the next 2 weeks, you can get on the right side of the coin flip to get into the playoffs. You can get
into okay, we're not really climbing uphill. Now, all of this will change if any of these other teams lose down the stretch, obviously. But the way it looks right now, that's the...
If they're 7-6, if they take 2 out of these next 3, this 3-game stretch you're talking about here, home Bills this Thursday, at the Chiefs Sunday Night Football, Week 14, if they're 7-6 after that stretch, I feel really good about their chances of getting into the postseason because the next 2 games after that are the trash Cardinals, who look like they've quit, the trash Raiders, who looked like garbage last night, and now you're talking about being 9-6 after those 2 games. You split the Chargers at the Chargers. The Chargers right now, of all the teams that are in that cluster of teams, that's the one. When I say the cluster of teams, I'm talking about the wild card teams. The division leaders are who they are right now. Some of them may fall back to the Pac-2. But just right now, snapshot of teams, seeds 5 through 10, the Chargers have the makings of a fall apart down the stretch team because A, they're the Chargers, and B, they've got people like me and Ben blocking for Justin Herbert right now.
Yeah, Austin Deculus.
Sorry, Ben.
Austin Deculus, former Houston Texan, wasn't doing a great job, so they traded for Trevor Penning, who's been awful in New Orleans.
That's Ben.
And now he's even worse.
Yeah, I'm Deculus.
Remember Trevor Penning, the guy that was, he got drafted in the first round because of a good combine and because he would beat people up after the play was over.
Yeah.
And idiots at the Senior Bowl thought that he was actually doing well. Every defensive lineman I talked to that watched Trevor Penning was like, this guy sucks. Why are people so excited about him? But meanwhile, you had all these wannabe tough guy offensive line coaches. Like, look at him. He's driving that safety all the way off the side. Well, look at that. Oh, look at that. That 225-pound outside linebacker. After the guy sacked the quarterback, Trevor.
You only got to trick a couple of them in drafting you.
I cannot wait until the Texans see Trevor Penning in that
Week 17,
game.
Man.
Will Anderson already made him look like a fool here at Energy Stadium a couple of years ago. Yeah, Trevor Penning had a really rough go of it.
He did.
And everybody that asks why I am so why I've got such an axe to grind against Trevor Penning, he also loved to do interviews where he would talk about how much he loved being able to legally inflict violence on people.
My favorite movie is Saw.
Saw, yeah. Stuff that should have gotten put in a watch list.
Hey,
people are drafting him in the first round over Saw.
Right.
Like, could you give me a Braveheart or something? Do you want something? You like serial killers?
Right.
What a weirdo.
Let me ask you this real quick as we look at the Texans' schedule or standings, good and bad. Does this concern you? The Jags are 6-4. 4 of the games they have remaining are at Arizona, at Tennessee, home for the Jets, home for Tennessee. Those are 4 of their remaining games. They would have to lose to one of those teams in order to not win 10 games on the season.
Yeah.
Does that concern you at all?
It concerns me given that you're talking about the Jaguars, right?
Jaguars,
yeah. That Trevor Lawrence looked pretty damn good last week.
For 150 yards.
I know, but it was that's true. Okay, so we got short fields.
Yeah.
He got
I mean, he didn't screw it up.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm a victim of watching the highlights and the score. Okay.
Got to look at that box score every now and again.
Yeah.
Yep. Does that concern you that the Jags have such an easy schedule the rest of the way?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I'm less concerned about it if the Texans next 3 weeks. It feels like the first half of the season plus last week's game was kind of an extremely excruciating preseason.
Yes.
I'm hoping to look at it that way. And they decided to rest CJ for the last 3 games of the preseason.
Okay. That's it.
You know, these modern football teams.
And now here we go. Yeah.
Nobody plays in the preseason anymore, so CJ sits out the final 3 games of the preseason, including this one, which is really the first game of the regular season.
Yeah.
But that's how modern and advanced we are.
That's right. We're going to get it going in week 2.
I got to keep reminding myself that, man, all right, you've gone 2-0 with your backup quarterback.
Yeah.
If you go 3-0 with your backup quarterback and that final victory is versus the Bills, that's a damn good showing.
That's house money, man. Yeah, that is no doubt. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines are up next, but first let's get you guys on to Prize Picks. And if you are
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, here are your headlines for today, thanks to the Men's Tea Clinic. Let's start with the Houston Texans. Here was DeMeco Ryans with updates on the injured Houston Texans.
Yeah, with the short week, just the update as of right now. CJ and Jalen are still in the concussion protocol. I think it's looking good to have Kaimi back this week, so we'll see how that goes. And with CJ and Jalen, we'll we got to see how the week goes. When they're in their concussion protocol, there are steps they have to pass to be available. So we'll see how it goes for them this week.
Okay, we should point out Pitre, ultimately when an injury report came out yesterday, Seth, Jalen Pitre was listed as limited, which means if it were normal practice, this is a short week, so they're just doing walkthroughs. If it were a normal practice, he would have practiced on a limited basis. CJ was listed as did not participate.
Right.
So the possession arrow is pointed heavily against CJ Stroud.
Yeah, and especially in a short week like this where you've only got so many reps. Even the reps that they would have had wouldn't be full speed and everything. And not to mention, this is the second time going through the concussion protocol, and you don't want to mess it. There's enough haziness around exactly what the best way is to treat recurring concussions that caution by far is the best approach. And you don't want to get into one of these scenarios like Tua Tagovailoa a few years ago, where he ended up being in the concussion protocol for 6 weeks or so.
Long time,
after he was probably mishandled originally in the first part of it.
Sounds like CJ has been back in the building and back in the locker room, that's a step too, being back in the building. So it does seem to be moving in the right direction, just a little slowly. So Davis Mills, it would appear, is going to get the start on Thursday.
Is there any part of you that worries about Jalen Pitre just because of his style of play?
Yeah.
And I don't want to throw him back out there?
100%. I mean, he is a use the head kind of guy. Not in a vicious, illegal way. He's swarmy as they get.
Maybe a guardian cap type of guy.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Are there any violent players like Jalen Pitre who also wear a guardian cap?
It's a good question.
Can think of? Texters will tell us.
Texters?
Yeah.
Gemini, I'm sure, would screw that question up royally if you decided to do that. If you wanted to go that route.
I've thought about that. I think if I were playing today, I would go with the guardian cap.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying, I don't care if you think it looks stupid or anything. It's like for me, and it's 100% just about okay. If it increases my chances of not missing a football game, then I'm going to go with it.
And no disrespect, you weren't playing a position where people were like, "Oh, look at the drip on that defensive tackle."
People weren't going to be like, "Oh, Seth really lost his sex appeal."
Yeah.
Boy.
No,
he's not going to be in the top 5 sexiest NFL.
Utilitarian position. You're just trying to get from point A to point B.
I was always that way. I had the Curtis Martin approach. Curtis Martin saying running backs wear as few pads as they do these days, whereas one of the most durable guys ever, Curtis Martin, looked like a medieval knight.
Yes.
He had a full suit of armor on. So I had big dorky thigh pads and dorky knee pads and everything. Yeah.
Who cares? More of you to love.
That's right.
Yeah. Monday Night Football last night, the Dallas Cowboys whooped the Las Vegas Raiders in Vegas. Vegas is a bad team. Cowboys are an interesting team because they're back to 4-5-1 now on the season, and they do show up on certain teams' schedules down the stretch as a we don't know what to make of this team. But last night they beat the Raiders 33-16. Jamar Chase suspended for 1 game for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Have you had a chance to watch the loogie, the great loogie from Jamar Chase?
I had a flashback to just probably the last 3 or 4 fights I was ever in my life. I was always the de-escalator. If you were watching one of those social media videos, it's the guy that doesn't want to fight, and then all of a sudden ends the fight.
Yeah. That was you?
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah. I never wanted. I'm a.
You're
peaceful,
a lover, not a fighter. Yeah.
I didn't want to fight anybody. I also didn't want to get arrested. But the last one I ever got in was just that scenario. I was trying to de-escalate a situation, and the guy spit on me. And it's amazing how quick you flip your switch once somebody spits on you.
I'm assuming it was out in public, not in a game, right?
No. Yeah, in a game. Yeah.
We would have known if it was
game fights don't count.
Yeah.
A real life fight.
Real life fight. What did you think?
Some stupid little frat kid who thought we were outside of his fraternity, and he thought that he was gonna. He thought. I found out quickly that all his fraternity brothers actually liked me more than
hated him and liked you.
Yeah, they were like, "Yep, This is him. This is that dude.
Boy, that's got to be a horrifying
biggest
feeling.
mistake we ever made.
That's got to be a terrible feeling if you're him. Like, wow, none of these guys are coming to my defense, and that guy's 300 pounds.
He got into it with one of my friends, and we were like walking away from this party. He's like, "Why don't you just come back to the house and we'll talk and we'll fight there?"
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? No, like, you're the dumbest person who's about to get his ass whipped ever.
Did you think it was a suspendable loogie from what you saw with Jamar Chase?
Yeah.
It was pretty big.
In real life, that's considered assault, right? If you spit on somebody or actual battery.
Text in.
Lawyers,
Yeah.
text in.
Text in.
You can mark it as a billable hour.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Charge it to your next client.
Charge it to $7.90. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's keep it moving here. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 7 o'clock. Hey, real quick, a couple other news items. Jose Altuve, apparently he was playing through a foot towards the end of the year, Seth, and he had a procedure done recently to have some fluid removed from between his fourth and fifth toes. If you're eating your breakfast right now, that's about as nasty a description of a surgery as you get.
Think of what that would be as they put a syringe in there between his toes and yeah.
And why couldn't you do that? Like, was it drastic enough you couldn't do that during the regular season, I guess?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Football players have fluids drained all the time, don't
they?
Yeah. That's why you're a football player.
I still drain fluids, usually about once a day. As soon
as I
that's
said
good
it.
to know. I think the problem is that it's something. This is the age where you're always playing through
36.
something. Yeah.
God, that went by fast, man.
I know.
Tuve's officially old. Ole Miss is giving Lane Kiffin a deadline of the Egg Bowl to tell them if they're still in a relationship.
Really?
The Egg Bowl, I believe, is Thanksgiving or the day after. I know we have
been
Ole Miss
any angry statements like the University of Texas gave. Where like, no, he's here. He's staying here, and you guys are dumb if you think he's leaving.
It's been reported Kiffin's family, not Kiffin, his family, they were flown to Gainesville on Sunday and to Baton Rouge on Monday. So there's already scoping out going on.
So his family is doing the interview.
Yeah, his family. Well, they're doing probably driving around with realtors and things like that. Or whatever.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So
he's got until the Egg Bowl?
Until the Egg Bowl.
Before the Egg Bowl or after the Egg Bowl?
It just says the deadline is the Egg Bowl to figure it. Probably before, because then we're going to be like, well, we need an Ole Miss guy coaching Ole Miss. Man.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans Ticket Tuesday, so be listening in the 7 o'clock hour. We're giving away front row seats to the game on Thursday night against the Buffalo Bills. All right, Ross Tucker joining us here at the top of the hour, and Nick Caserio is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. So we got a nice busy show here going on, a very, very busy 7 o'clock hour. So stay tuned. Ross Tucker is coming up next. But first, let's get you Cougs. Let's get you Cougs.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, here on Sports Radio 610. And let's head right out to the hotline. Joins us every Tuesday at this time. He is our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Little Brad Paisley for you there this week, Ross.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
I like the variety. Brad Paisley. I'd love to know how much Brad got to say that.
He's the one that does all the commercials also with Peyton Manning, I think, in the Nationwide family there. So he gets that rub from Peyton Manning.
That's right.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
Yep. So let's get right to it, Ross. What are your thoughts on Davis Mills saving the Texans season these last 2 weeks?
It's really something else, isn't it? I mean, that fourth quarter, certainly against the Jaguars, was epic and very much needed. And I would say especially impressive when you consider how the Jaguars just absolutely beat down the Chargers on Sunday. I couldn't believe that. I mean, that was stunning to me. So that makes what Davis Mills did the week before even more impressive. And obviously it wasn't great on Sunday in Nashville, but you know what? He made the clutch throws that he needed to make, the one on the sideline, the Collins. I mean, he made the plays he needed to make for them to win, to stay afloat. Now, I mean, if he can get it done Thursday night against Josh Allen, really, I'm not expecting that, but that would really be something.
I'll tell you, Ross, it's interesting when you watch the way the offensive line has progressed throughout this season. I would say over the last 5 weeks or so, they've played like a mediocre offensive line, which is a huge improvement in a lot of regards. I went back. I was going back to find highlights from the previous Texans game and that Jeffrey Simmons sack in which he was unblocked. You had a just brilliant commentary mid-play on that when you were just taken aback and you just said, "Oh my goodness," because it was shockingly bad how bad the offensive line and some of the things on offense were. I do feel like they've steadied the ship, but it's still not something that you feel awesome about. And really, the biggest variable that remains on is usually, okay, if the defensive linemen on the other side of this offensive line are big, tough, physical, scary dudes, the offensive line can't get a whole lot done in the run game. But they are, like, they've sewn up a lot of the really glaring issues in pass protection. If they are, let's say they're a mediocre offensive line, but the skill position players play really well around them, just how far can an offense like that go?
Honestly, like that, if you have really good skill, it's good enough. If they're just not a liability, you know, if they're not the reason why you're losing games, if they don't allow the rest of the offense to operate, I think in general in life, we need to get more excited about average. Things I see out there that are very, like, did you see the Raiders last night? I mean, there's a lot of things that are very below average. If you have average, especially with the Texans defense, average on offense is going to allow you guys to win some games, especially average offensive line, because I do think they have some weapons to be able to take advantage of that. So I don't know that you know, I don't know they're going to the Super Bowl with that, but if those guys can continue to progress and be an average offensive line, I think the Texans would take that given where they started. I mean, bottom five, if they're in the middle of the pack, that's a huge improvement. That's really hard to do, actually. I don't think people realize to go from being a bottom five unit to, let's say, the 17th best unit, that's a big difference.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider joining us. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
So, Ross, this AFC playoff race is really interesting, given the fact that the Texans, Chiefs, and Ravens, all favored to win their division before the year, are all outside of the playoff hunt right now. outside looking in, and all at 5-5. Of those three teams, which one is most likely to make the postseason? And of the teams above the line, and I apologize, I don't know if you have the standings committed to memory or in front of you right now, but who are the teams that are in the AFC right now that you feel are most vulnerable?
Well, I would be shocked if the Kansas City Chiefs didn't make the league. Shocked. I think they'll start to go on a run here, although they don't have an easy game this week. This week they have to play the Indianapolis Colts. So I think they'll win that game, but you never know. So I would suspect that the most likely 5-5 team to get in would be the Chiefs. Well, let me take that back. I think the Ravens will win the division.
Yeah.
So I think the Ravens win the division. I think the Chiefs find a way to get a wild card. I think the Texans are in a bad spot, would be my guess. Because, whether it's the Bills, the Chargers, it feels to me like Bills, Chargers, Chiefs have a great chance to make the playoffs as the wild cards right now.
Yeah.
Assuming, the Bills don't catch the Patriots and win the division. But I do think the Chiefs get it. I think the Ravens end up winning the AFC North. So then that last wild card spot is going to be wild. You're going to be talking about Steelers, Chargers, Jaguars, Texans, Chiefs. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yep.
As for most vulnerable, you're talking about of the teams with only 2 losses?
I'm talking about the teams 1 through 7 there right now. That and I know the Steelers are minus the Steelers, who, especially if Aaron Rodgers is going to miss some time. I'm with you. The Ravens are going to catch them. I'm thinking of teams like the Jags and
the 1 through 7 right now is Broncos, Patriots, Colts, Steelers, Bills, Chargers, Jaguars.
There you go. So those teams other than the Steelers.
Can you guys do something for me before I forget? You really need to take a snapshot of the Texans being ranked higher than the Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
No,
the Davis Mills led Texans are ahead of the Patrick Mahomes led Chiefs and Lamar Jackson led Ravens in the standings.
There's a pregame ceremony on Thursday night, Ross. We're going to hang a banner for it.
So Week 11 championship. Week 11 bubble team championship.
Yeah, next to J.J. Watt in the Ring of Honor. That's where we're hanging it.
That is really something.
Yeah.
Well, to just look at that. I don't know why the Texans have the tiebreaker over the Chiefs and the Ravens right now.
Better conference record, and they beat the Ravens in Week 5. Ross, remember
punk-ass
that?
bitches.
They beat them like a drum.
Oh yeah, in Baltimore. Lamar Jackson.
I didn't hear what you just said. I didn't hear what you just said right there. 44-10 is the final score.
No Lamar Jackson, and they were missing 13 starters on defense. Yeah. Ross, look, I know that if you were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and if this was a thing in the NFL, you would choose the Bills as one of your former teams to go in. So I feel like you have a good pulse, a feel for the pulse of the Bills and their fans. Tell me why the Bills, and I understand, I get it, but like, how are the Bills yet people have serious reservations about the play of the quarterback and the offensive coordinator?
Well, because a lot of those points were earlier in the year, the first month or so against bad teams. And then they just scored a ton of points against the Bucs on Sunday. And people are definitely feeling better about them after they just put 42 on Tampa. But it was like the month in between there where they were not playing very well. They were getting shut out by the Miami Dolphins until the fourth quarter the week before. Shut out by the Dolphins until the fourth quarter. So, for whatever reason, the passing game has not been good, not firing on all cylinders. The first month when they were moving the ball and scoring, they were really like a running team. Josh Allen would still make his plays and score touchdowns or whatever in the red zone, whether he was running or throwing it. But they weren't really putting up big numbers in the passing game. It was mainly James Cook. And then Then they had a lull where they really couldn't do either, run or pass. And then they had this huge breakout game against the Bucs. Not exactly ideal timing for them playing the Texans on Thursday night, although the Texans defense is just so legit and clearly a lot better than the Bucs defense right now, which makes it really fun, which makes it really intriguing.
Thursday night crowd should be hot, so that'll be good. Ross, where are you this weekend?
Well, I have a very interesting game. I am in Las Vegas for the Browns at the Raiders for CBS. Neither team is very good, but it appears, I guess I would say likely at this point, that it'll be the starting debut of one Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So that being the case, I would imagine that there will be a lot of people watching that game, and I'm sure a lot of people rationally responding to any comment I make, no matter what, regarding Shedeur Sanders.
The Shedeur people are going to be coming after Ross.
He has yet to throw an incompletion that's his fault.
4 of 16.
I will say this. I don't think I've experienced anything else like this in broadcasting, because I did the Colorado State game last year.
Oh, that was a good game.
When he was in college. And I don't know if they're actual people or if they're bots, but if you say anything remotely positive about Shedeur Sanders, there's like an army of people that will immediately hit you up on every social platform that's ever existed to say, why are you all over this guy? Stop blazing him. He stinks, blah, blah, blah. And then if you say, like, if he threw a pass 10 feet over a guy's head, and you're like, yeah, a little bit high on that one, there's an army or something that will be like, that pass was perfect. That guy needs to grow. Why is that guy not 11 feet tall? Like, I've never experienced, I think, I can't remember if I did Tebow games or not, and if I did, it was just radio. Yeah. But, like, rational thought has totally gone out the window on both sides when it comes to Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, I can't wait to watch. We get to watch football on Sunday because the Texans play Thursday. I might have to watch that one.
Look at your mentions on social media.
Me too. Yeah. That's our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Ross will tell Nick Caserio you said hello.
Sounds great. Thank you, guys. Great to talk with you.
You too. We'll talk to you next week. Good stuff, Ross. We appreciate you. That's the great Ross Tucker right there. Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money Podcast, and, of course, you can catch him all the time on TV as well. All right, up next, we got Nick Caserio, bottom of the hour. We're going to be giving away Texans tickets at some point here in the 7 o'clock hour, so you will want to be listening. But when we come back, we'll hear from DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans starts to look ahead. What are the challenges of this Bills team, offense and defense, from the Texans head coach's perspective? That's next.
Hey, what are the challenges of having a
flag. It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, Payne and Pendergast here. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. Nick Caserio joins us in about 10 or 12 minutes here for his periodic visit with us. Joins us about once a month, so we'll get up to speed on everything for the Texans headed down the stretch, these last couple of games with Davis Mills, all that stuff with the Texans Executive Vice President and GM at the bottom of the hour. Here's Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans on the Buffalo Bills offense.
Bills are a really, really good team. Coach McDermott has done a great job. Since he's been there, they're always a contender. Play great defense. Of course, they have a great quarterback, and Josh Allen, who can make any type of play you need him to make. So it's a challenging opponent coming up this Thursday for us. We're up for the challenge, as always, as every opponent. So we're looking forward to it. They've done a really good job. They go for running the football, and Josh can move around and make those plays. You have to cover him twice for sure, with his scramble ability, and also he's done a good job of mixing up some QB run game as well. He does a good job of that, escaping the pocket, making plays, and we have to do a much better job defensively of controlling that because we've let a few plays get out on us. It will be a really big challenge for us defensively.
They've let lesser quarterbacks than Josh Allen sneak out and get big yards with their legs.
Lesser athletes and lesser runners,
yes.
And they've done it multiple times, going back to Baker Mayfield.
In bad spots.
Yeah, in bad spots in the fourth quarter. This is where people get really upset with me whenever I say, hey, the Texans defense is really, really awesome. They've had some curious letdowns late in games, and immediately people get pissed and jump to the defense's defense. Look, okay, fine. DeMeco's saying the same things. There have been moments in the fourth quarter and on third downs where there's a curious breakdown. The scrambling quarterback is less curious just because it's always a threat, no matter who you are as a defense. I think there are times where in those third and long situations, sometimes if the Texans are playing man defense, especially if the pass rush doesn't get there with a lot of discipline and get the quarterback on the ground, there's going to be room to run.
Yeah.
And it almost becomes a double-edged sword that you got the offense into third and long, because it does create situations where as long as they can pass protect, all your coverage is downfield and there's room for a guy like Baker Mayfield or Bo Nix or whomever else to run.
I think the absence of Dalton Kincaid in this game is even bigger than the absence of Khalil Shakur in last year's game. Because you got the ammo on the outside to deal with whatever wide receiver threats the other team has.
Yeah.
Tight ends have been an issue for this team.
Stingley and Lassiter can come down inside and cover Khalil Shakir. And the guys on the outside, Keon Coleman and Joshua Palmer, those guys, they're not nearly as big a threat as Khalil Shakir is.
Nope.
So this week, the Texans' banged up secondary, including if Jalen Pitre's not out there, isn't nearly as much as a concern as it will be versus the Colts and Chiefs. But it's still, we saw it last week. Look, the Tennessee Titans are not a good offense, but just having to rejigger things in the secondary made them feel a little bit less locked down than they typically are.
And Cam Ward missed some throws.
He did, yeah.
If he hits either of those throws to Kinsey, that number 12, we're talking about a completely different football game.
Yeah.
So there's that. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Bills' defense.
The offensive side for us, they're fast defense. They run, they hit, they play fast, they play physical, they're sound in their assignments. They're going to be where they're supposed to be. Not a ton of bust on their tape. They play together, they play fast. So, we have to do a good job of trying to sustain drives as best we can. Winning on third down will be key for us. We didn't do a great job on third down this past week, so that'll be key. Third down, and then we have to finish drives. In the red zone hasn't been great for us on both sides, so we got to do a great job of finishing drives defensively and offensively in the red zone.
Yeah, this is a team that is one of the worst run defenses in the league, and I would agree with DeMeco there. It doesn't look like they have a whole lot of busted plays. What they do have is just guys getting shoved around. Ed Oliver's out, and the Texans should be able to run the ball. That's where we're in this tricky dynamic now with the Texans, where I feel like they've made some bona fide improvements in how well they play fundamentally, and when they go up or a bad run defense, they can take advantage of it. It's when they run into physical matchups that they can't handle that they have a hard time. Like last week versus the Titans, that interior offensive, it was kind of funny to watch, knowing that the Texans won the game, but going back and watching them trying to move T'Vondre Sweat, and it looks like It looks like a toddler trying to push their uncle at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And like you can't move your uncle.
No, he's got uncle strength.
Yeah.
T'Vondre Sweat.
T'Vondre Sweat might as well been doing the Buck and Bronco or the Tickle Monster. It's Thanksgiving dinner. You're going to take your L's.
Indian burns on. He was Indian burning Jake Andrews' arm. Yeah.
But that was one of the big things that helped at the end of the game when T'Vondre Sweat wasn't on the field. All of a sudden, lo and behold, the Texans could run the ball.
3 big runs.
They just so this is that kind of a matchup. I think the Texans are going to be able to run the ball really effectively because they don't have the same physical mismatches on the line.
They miss Ed Oliver. There's no doubt about that. The Bills do. All right, let's give away some Texans tickets. The Texans are playing in prime time again on Thursday, and we want you to be there, sitting in the front row for the battle with the Bills. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is going to win a pair of seats in the bullpen. Right down there in the front row, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5, and you're on your way to the game on Thursday. Make sure you're listening to In the Loop in the noon hour, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour. Those are your 2 final shots to win tickets to Thursday's game. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Up next, we'll talk to Texans Executive Vice President on the season thus far, what's ahead for the Texans. We will take a look ahead at this Bills game, too, with him. A whole lot to get to with Texans GM Nick Caserio. That's next. But first, a little Caserio. If you're sitting at home right now, you're like, I'm going to kick my feet up.
holidays.
Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know what that means. Week 12 of the NFL season. It's 7:30-ish on a Tuesday. And good to get a chance to catch up with our friend, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, joining us on the show. Nick, we appreciate you making time on a short week. How you feeling? How you doing?
Morning, fellas. Good to be here. Thanks for having us. Yeah. I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations on your smack-off performance. So well done, my friend.
Fourth place. So you're okay? Fourth place is okay? I'm an old guy now, Nick.
You see where the standards are.
Yeah. Well, Nick, here's how I look at it.
Top five. I mean, the competition has increased since you won your first one back in the day.
It has, and so has the medium, Nick. And real quick, we're going to indulge basically me and Nick for a couple of minutes here. So, as you know, they can also do the calls. The participants in the Jim Rome Smack-Off can also do their calls on Zoom now.
Correct.
And I didn't do it on Zoom. I was just an old school pick up the phone guy. The three people that finished ahead of me all went on Zoom. They all took shots at me too, but they all went on Zoom. I look at it as I'm like the best of the phone. I'm like the Intercontinental Champion, Nick. I'm like the best of the phone callers, right?
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, the production effect probably carried a little bit more weight for the judges. So, but in the end, Jim makes all the decisions, so he can do what he wants.
Frankly, look, you're either a champion or a loser in my book. And I made Sean had to sleep on the trampoline out in the backyard for 3 nights. Disgraced our family.
We'll include you, Seth, in the next call. Maybe that'll get him over the edge.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Next week we're on Zoom. Or next year we're on Zoom.
I just had flashbacks to all my old wrestling friends in high school. Like actual wrestling.
Yeah.
Psychotic wrestling dads are the scariest dads.
Oh, on the power ranking of dads?
Yeah. Like literally, like one guy made his son sleep outside in winter because he lost a tournament.
Jeez. Yeah. Number 2, smack-off dads. Behind the
He's doing great these days.
I'm sure. Hey, Nick, always good to talk to you. So here we are. We're 5-5 heading into this Bills game. And I'm curious, last year you guys get off to a 6-2 start. This year a slower start, but it's been obviously much better of building between last year going through the first 8 to 10 games and this year going through the first 8 to 10 games.
It's interesting that you ask that. I would say the overall mentality, mindset, the energy, the philosophy, it's really consistent week to week, regardless of what goes on in the previous game. I think that's a credit to DeMeco and the environment that, he's created, we've created here in the program that we're hoping to continue to build. The players have had a good attitude, understanding that regardless of the outcome in the game, we have to come in a following day and just figure out what are some of the things that we did well, what are some of the areas that we can improve. And you can't really, fix what happened. Nobody can change the outcome. So what can we do moving forward? And I'd say overall, we've played pretty good football here the last couple months. Say early part of the year, big part of what happened, probably a little bit more self-inflicted more than anything else. But in the end, you either make the plays or you don't make the plays. And I'd say for the most part here, the last few months, we've played better football. And the results of, we've still had some opportunities as well to capitalize, and we couldn't quite finish or close it out. So the reality is it's a week-to-week league, and can you do enough in that particular game to put yourself in a position to win? And regardless of what happens, you got to come in the next day. But the players have had a really good approach all year. The attitude has been really good. It's very workmanlike, understanding that we have to go out there, and our execution is the most important thing. So if we can keep the focus there, focus on the things that we can control, and then go out there and execute what our job is to do on a week-to-week basis.
What took so long for Jarrett Patterson to get a crack at it? Like the whole dynamic at left guard and just the kind of feels like American Idol at left guard over the last first half of the season.
Yeah, I would say, look, the reality is we've had some moving parts there on the offensive line. I think we always felt like we had the answers here internally. Nothing's really linear. Sometimes things take a little bit longer to get to an end point. And I mean, sometimes when you're actually forced into a situation where you got to make some adjustments or whether there's injuries or whatever else. But the reality is every player that's in the building just has to prepare. And when you get an opportunity to take, when you're put in a position, just try to take advantage of your opportunity. I think Patterson has done that I think Miles Bryant is another example of a player who's been kind of forced into action, has really helped us here over the last few weeks. So we always felt good about the people that were in the building. We've talked about this numerous times on this show, that whoever is in the building, whether you're on a roster, on a practice squad, at some point you're going to get your opportunity. Whatever the rhyme or reason is, nobody can really control that or have a say in that. So, if they, in Jarrett's situation, he's had a good approach, he's had a good attitude. He's played a little bit more center than guard, but he's had some experience playing guard as well. At least I'm talking about like for us and our situation. You can go back to last year. I think we put him in there against Indianapolis at left guard, and unfortunately he got hurt. So, we'll see how it goes here. We've pretty much had to play everybody on the offensive line. Some positions are a little bit more, I would say, when he's been healthy, has been a starter at right guard. Jake Andrews has been a starter at center. We've kind of had a couple different players that have played over there at right tackle. So, we'll just kind of take it 1 week at a time where we are now. But, Patterson's gone in there and done a good job. He's a smart, instinctive player. And I'd be lying if I didn't say we put him in there because he went to Notre Dame. So,
yes.
That's probably has a feather in his cap as well.
Yeah, no, so he picks up on
There is
the
a little
books,
bit of a fancy lad vibe about those guys.
Hey, no, the book stuff is what he picks up on the intellectual part really, really quickly.
You know what? My old saying, Sean, book smart equals football stupid.
That is true. You have that saying. That's true. That is a saying he has.
Some of the dumbest SOBs out there. Yeah. Like, oh, look at his Wonderlick. Yeah. Doing a whole lot of good with his ankle bent backwards.
Hey, Nick, though, along those lines, and I know some of it a couple weeks ago, Titus gets concussed, and then it, creates some degree of, maybe not chaos, but churn, certainly along the offensive line. We're not privy to see the where the work gets done, that decisions get made as to who gets elevated, who starts, things like, we can see in game when it happens. But is it as simple as this guy was just having, the 30 reps he had were just really, really good this week, or what else goes into that?
You go through practice, you kind of look at everything, you go back and maybe take a look at some of the things that happened during the course of the game. But, the coaching staff, each week they get together, DeMeco gets together with the coordinators, and they go through it. How do we want to approach a game? Does anybody have any thoughts? And it's a very, I would say, organic discussion. It's free-flowing, it's fluid. And at different points, and sometimes you can't be afraid to just maybe try something different. It doesn't necessarily mean that the result is going to be different, but maybe there's an impetus for change, and if you feel that that's the best thing to do that particular week, then you go ahead and do it. I'd say, I'm probably biased, but I would argue DeMeco's probably done as good of a job this year in all 3 years in terms of handling the team, coaching the team, understanding that we didn't get off to a great start. It just speaks to, I'd say how fortunate we are to have him as our head coach and leader of this organization.
Oh, you know what, Nick? Since we're on that whole part of it with DeMeco, and DeMeco said in the press conference the other day, obviously that, if you could do it over again, you wouldn't have challenged that Christian Kirk touchdown. Could you explain? Because I think a lot of people are confused about just the technological part of how you decide whether to challenge a play or not. Like, what's the process that from what do the guys in the booth actually see, and when do they have to make a decision?
Yeah, there's multiple versions of a play, and then the replay, and then there's what do they show in the stadium, what do they show on TV, then there's a kind of a New York sort of feed or monitor of what they're looking for. And there's a timing element. Sometimes it happens quickly, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Sometimes you're subject to when they actually show the replay. So some happen in real time, some take a little bit longer. So I would say the more pronounced games, more national games, Thursday night, there's more cameras and technology than you can shake a stick at. So you have every conceivable angle. When you get to the 1 o'clock slot, maybe you don't have as many shots, and this goes back to the discussion we've had at spring meetings, is how to equip the stadiums. Should we have cameras on every goal line? Like, where do you put them? There's a cost associated with it. So it's kind of case by case, but overall big picture, there is a feed that goes into the box and someone's looking at it, and depending on how long it takes and if the line of scrimmage, what's going on with the play clock. So sometimes there's a lot of dynamics and factors that are involved that you're just trying to do things in as timely a fashion as possible.
But it's more advanced than it used to be, though, right? Where it used to be that you weren't allowed to have a DVR or anything other than the TV copy.
Very much so, Seth. Yes, very much so. It definitely has changed and evolved through the years. I mean, there was times when you didn't really get a replay, and then you'd be subject to what goes up on the big screen, and then you're looking at it, and then should we throw it? And then it just creates a little bit unnecessary chaos.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, we're obviously going to talk about Davis Mills here at some point, but I'm curious, when CJ went down in that game against Denver, it really felt like he was starting to get to another level within this offense here. How did you feel CJ was coming along in the offense when he went down in that game?
Yeah, I would say, emblematic kind of our team. The more we've played and the further that we got into the improvement, on an individual level, on a team-wide level, and I'd say CJ was certainly in that category. I mean, he played probably two of his cleaner games. When you go back and look at the Baltimore game and then the San Francisco game, like he played really good football, really clean football, really efficient football, made good decisions. The ball was out on time. Look, we didn't play our best against Seattle, but we still had an opportunity in the game. But there were moments in that game where we were doing things that were similar to what you saw in some of these other games. So, it's unfortunate that situation happened. But, I mean, he's a good player. I mean, he's been a good player for us. Certainly, again, sort of emblematic of our team. Like I said a little bit earlier, we were, moving forward and, let's say, headed in a positive direction. So whenever he does get back, whatever the timeline is on that. So, I mean, it's going to go back to work and practice and timing and execution. You get better at football by playing football. So the more you can play and the more time you have on task, the better it is for everybody involved.
When you were doing whatever you guys do up in New England, you were stuck up in New England before you got here. Ryan Mallett
Super Bowls.
Ryan Mallett replaced Ryan Fitzpatrick one year. What was it, 2014?
Here?
Yeah,
2014.
14, yeah. And look, like Ryan Fitzpatrick obviously was a better quarterback than Ryan Mallett, but Ryan Fitzpatrick in the couple of games that he spent on the sideline said, okay, watching Ryan Mallett and offense, Fitzpatrick learned some things, even though he was a veteran, but because Mallett had been in the system before, similar system before, he kind of operated a little bit differently. Is there anything that Davis Mills has been doing in the last couple of weeks that's maybe different or just is guided by more experience that CJ could learn from?
It goes both ways. Sometimes when you see somebody do something or you're watching a game through a different lens, you might be able to pick something up. I mean, I can't speak from a player's perspective, but I mean, part of our job is when you're watching, you're observing, and it's just like a player, whether it's a off-season habit or training or program or something that they're doing on the field. You might see something and maybe it resonates and maybe you're able to incorporate it into some of the things that you're doing. And sometimes things illuminate a little bit more than they would otherwise. So, again, every situation is going to be a little bit different. I think we're all trying to learn from one another on a day-to-day basis. That's why it's important when you're in a meeting to have open discourse, open dialogue, have constant communication back and forth. What are some of the things that you like? What did you see there? And I think that's kind of when you're, from the starting quarterback perspective, the value of the backup quarterback. He kind of has a different purview and a different lens, and he might be able to disseminate and articulate information to the quarterback. Again, player to player sometimes is better than player to coach, depending on the situation. Doesn't mean that the coach doesn't have importance, but it just means that the player might be able to offer a different lens. So to your point, like the whole Mallett Fitzpatrick dynamic, both sides of it, they probably learned from one another, and then when you see somebody do it, then you might be able to go back and say, okay, maybe I have a better understanding of that, or oh, that makes a little bit more sense now. So yeah, I mean, in the end, we're all trying to learn from one another, and that's a benefit of, having good teammates and just trying to help one another, because in the end, we're all trying to accomplish the same thing, whatever it looks like.
Davis's career arc is interesting, Nick. I was thinking about this morning because he was the most of the time starter back in 2021. In 2022, he was the name starter going into the season. And then he's still in the building when you guys draft CJ, so he's the backup to a rookie. And then I think it's really interesting that Davis choosing to stay. He signed not one but 2 extensions now to stay here as the backup to CJ. That feels very unique to me. It feels like a lot of guys would want to go try, at least go be a backup, if not a starter somewhere else. What does it say about Davis? What does it say about the program that you guys have?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it says, some decent things about what we're trying to do. And then I would say in Davis's experience, he had to deal with a certain level of volatility over the course of his career early on. But by the same token, I think over the last, since DeMeco's been hired, you've seen a little bit more, hopefully, stability within the program with what we're doing on the field, what we're doing away from the field. And every player has to make the decision that they feel is in their best interest, like what relative to what your options may or may not be. Sometimes there's some players. I mean, Seth can probably speak to this. I mean, maybe they covered maybe a little bit more certainty and understanding. And if you believe in the people and believe in the system and believe in the program, then you want to try to stay involved as much as possible, as long as you do your part. But I think from the time that Davis walked into the building, which again, not a lot of people were here for that, but I was. But I mean, we had to deal with a number of things. It's no mystery. But I'd say Davis has always handled himself very professionally. He's a smart kid. He works very hard. He's improved. He has a vast amount of experience sort of across systems. It's interesting. I happened to be watching the Philadelphia game the other night, and they put on the screen the number of different offensive coordinators that Jalen Hurts has had going back to Alabama and Oklahoma to where he is now. And essentially it was a different person every year. I mean, that's a lot for any player to handle. So if you have a situation that you feel comfortable, that you like the direction of the program, that you believe in the leadership and you believe in the coaching and you believe what you're doing, and then in the end, you really never know when the opportunity is going to come, but your job is to prepare and put yourself in a position to take advantage of those opportunities, which I would say Davis has done from the time he was here to where he is now. It's different, but I would say when you look at, and I happened to be talking to Stidham before the game when we played Denver, but he was kind of in a similar situation, drafted my one program. Now he left, but then Denver, even though Bo was there, and I'd say Jared, feels comfortable with what they're doing in Denver, Coach Payton and their system, and Jared's played a lot of good football in the preseason. And if something happened to Bo, Denver probably feels comfortable with Jared having to go in there and play, which is similar to kind of how we feel about Davis. So the quarterback position, as we all know, it can be very fleeting, and I think we feel pretty fortunate that our quarterback room is as good as any in the league, including, I know Mertz hasn't played and he's a little bit more of a developmental prospect and probably nobody wants to see him play. But, I mean, Graham's done a really good job and he's prepared. And right now he's the backup, if Davis is a starter without CJ. So going back to the original question as it pertains to Davis, so, it says a lot about him and who he is. And, hopefully it reflects that we're doing, some pretty good things with the program.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio.
Sorry, Sean, I had something to say and it completely blanked.
Yeah.
That's what happens about 17 times the
Seth
show.
looked like he was ready to say something into the mic and then randomly points at me.
No, and it is when you had mentioned, just about everything you were talking about being comfortable in a system and everything. It is. I think sometimes people underestimate that. Hometown discounts and free agency are overblown a lot. But when it comes to guys that never get to free agency, there is an element when you're a player that, if you like where you are, you don't want to move. For one, moving in general is a pain in the butt.
Sucks.
But then about the nightmare that it can be elsewhere. And you probably see this a lot more than even us as players would see it because you're having these conversations. There are a lot of guys that really don't want to mess with a long, drawn-out negotiation necessarily because they just like where they are.
For sure. And I think sometimes it's important. Agents definitely play a role, and there's a lot of good agents in our business. But ultimately, the player, they have to do what they feel is in their best interest, and that's part of their responsibility to articulate that to their representatives. And in the end, it's about the player, and it's about doing what they feel is best for their individual situation. And some of these players, they have families, they have children, and maybe, again, every situation is going to be different. I can't speak from a player perspective because I've never been in that situation. But if you're somewhere, you like being there, and you're doing your part, and there's, reciprocal relationship between the team wants you there, and the player wants to be there, then let's try to figure it out. If it doesn't work out, then you might be forced to make a decision or go somewhere else. And then there's also the situations where sometimes a change of scenery is better for everybody involved. So what we have to do is just evaluate the situations, take the player, try to figure out what do we think makes the most sense. I think if you look at our track record history since we've been here, we try to, as best we can, get ahead of it. And sometimes it works out the way that you hope. Sometimes it maybe doesn't go the way you want to go. But I would say whether it's Davis Mills, whether it's Togiai, whether it's what we did with Hansen, if both parties feel good about where they are, let's try to figure it out. And if it works itself out, great. If not, we got to go to free agency. Just because you go to free agency doesn't mean you can't still retain the services of the player. You just might have to get into the open market and negotiation that's involved. So that's why we try to be as flexible and adaptable with how we approach the team building element. And our goal is to try to keep the right people and the best people around here for as long as possible.
I'm glad you brought up Togiai because I was watching him do some good things the other day, and I was thinking, man, that is a classic case of I know you guys in the way you operate between your coaching and your personnel people, it feels like you're much more like your personnel guys have an appreciation for the coaching side of things. There's some situations where it's almost like separation of church and state. Like the personnel people are the personnel people and the coaching people are the coaching people. Togiai seems like the classic case where a lot of teams might have looked at him and the personnel guys would hate him, but the coaches would absolutely love him because they're like, you see him on film and he's making plays, but on the personnel side, you're looking at like, okay, this guy doesn't move the same way these other guys do.
No, and that's where, this is, I'd say, the beauty of our program. DeMeco and I talk literally about everything, and as it pertains to a player, like his thoughts are as important as anybody. So if we're aligned on that and we have a discussion, hey, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Hey, what if we try to do this? Yeah, okay, yeah, let's see, if it can work itself out. So you have to keep that dialogue and the communication constant. To your point, Seth, you can't it doesn't work. There is no separation of church and state. The good organization, and there's constant dialogue and communication. When you look across sport, those there's a reason why some of the better teams maintain a certain level, hopefully, of performance over the course of a period of time. We're not perfect. Like, we have certainly plenty of things that we can improve, but we feel strongly about the relationship that DeMeco and I have, and we're always trying to do what we feel is in the best interest of the organization. And it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks outside of the building or how another team or individual will view a player or perceive a player. We need to do what we feel is best. And again, we're going to make mistakes. Like every decision, I'm not going to sit here and come on the radio and say every decision we make is perfect and works out the way that we hope. It doesn't go that way. But hopefully we can make more good ones than bad ones, and try to take advantage of our opportunities. And I would say in Tommy's situation, there was a player, he's literally on the street, we put him on a practice squad. And again, ultimately, it's about the player and their performance. So the player and the coaches are the one that deserve most of the credit. And then it's all about the work that you put into putting yourself in a position where the organization feels a certain way about you, and then you can reward them accordingly.
Hey, Ben, be sure you save Nick saying there is no separation of church and state. We'll just isolate that.
Yeah, some controversy there. Yeah. Nick Caserio joining us. All right, Nick, I don't even know if this is a question. I just want to kind of go into fan mode with you here. We know that you guys all sit in that booth down at the other end of the press box from where we are. Third, put us in your shoes, man. That throw to Nico, that might have been the throw of the year from Davis Mills right there. What was the vibe in the booth? What were you thinking when that ball's getting snapped? Because I'm telling you, we were thinking like, okay, Titans have all three of their timeouts left. This thing's going to get punted. The way that game was going was so low scoring. Put us in your shoes on that play because that was amazing.
Yeah, 3rd and 16. Good throw, good catch. All right, looks like he's in. All right, it's 1st and 10. All right, let's get the next play call in. And, I mean, again, you try not to get caught up in the emotion of the game. I mean, you kind of have to – I mean, I'm not trying to be callous here, but you got to take a pragmatic approach and just from a team standpoint. So it's like, all right, what's the next thing? Like, okay, it's a catch. We're out of bounds. All right, the play clock has started. All right. Like, we got to get moving. So then it's about what do we do on 1st down? And then, we had a number of positive plays after that. I think we hit Schultz there or whatever it was. And then we had the 3 runs to Woody, put ourselves in a position where we could go finish the game there. And, we're on the other end of kind of what's called the Denver game, the Tampa Bay game, where essentially we lost, 2 walk-offs. So now we're in a position where if we execute and do what we're supposed to do, then, we're going to come out with a victory. And, we're fortunate that that's what happened there on Sunday. So, I mean, a credit to the players, credit to the coaches. 2 good players making a really good play in a critical situation.
No high fives, no hugs, no nothing, just on to the next play.
No, none of that. No, you're not going to get that from me.
No, sorry, I know. I'd be a terrible coach and GM.
You know what, Nick?
I'd be hugging everybody.
It's funny because on the same day is a really great comeback of their own. And my favorite part of the game was at the very end of the game, Şengün ties the game at the buzzer at the end of regulation. And they go to the players' faces. Şengün, no emotion whatsoever.
He's Caserio.
Amin Thompson, no emotion whatsoever. They're just like, they're on to overtime. It was really cool.
I would also be a terrible basketball player.
Yeah.
Look, I think that's Ime. I mean, KD. I mean, that's their mindset. It's like, all right, like we're in overtime. Let's go out there and try to win it. And, I mean, they're doing a great job. I mean, it's a great organization. You can see the growth and development overall team. It's impressive to watch and see. And, look, we've talked, I'm a fan of sport. I mean, I enjoy, watching other teams, other programs, what are some of the things that they're doing. But, there's a couple, example there. Şengün's a player who's really grown and developed and honestly become one of the better players in the league. And he's a very unique player and creates obviously a lot of matchup issues for the opposition. So, but no, those guys are doing a great job. And I was reading about that. I think KD hit a 3 with whatever it was to tie it. And then they went to overtime and won it. So, credit to those guys. They're doing a great job.
I feel like Ime and DeMeco, aside from their names kind of sounding similar, I feel like those are the 2 coaches in recent Houston memory where I feel like if you swapped those 2 in terms of their personality and everything, I think the teams would still look the same. Yeah. I think if DeMeco were a basketball coach, they would be ridiculously good at rebounding. And I feel like if they would be very, what's the best euphemism I can use for it? Yes, physical. Yeah. Physical
Both
on defense.
Teams look like they're tough as hell. That's what it looks like they're, and that starts at the top with the leadership, and Ime and DeMeco have that in spades, no question about it.
No question. Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us. So, Nick, where are we with Joe Mixon from a standpoint of, are we just basically kind of just leaving the door ajar all season for the possibility here, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's kind of how we've approached it. Look, I know we've been asked about this multiple times, and it's not I'm trying to be, evasive. It's just a very, gray situation. And, Joe's worked at it, and there are times when he's made progress and other times when the progress is kind of stalled there a little bit. So, I mean, players in his status of situation are on the reserve list until they're not. Joe's doing everything he can. Obviously, we're getting pretty late in the game here. I don't want to, establish any sort of expectations or, I know a month ago or whatever it was, I mentioned we probably have a better idea here, in the next 3 to 4 weeks or whatever it was. I don't think we have any more clarity at this point. So I think at this point, he's out until he's not. And again, it's just a very, I would say, gray. There's kind of a lot of ambiguity, not a lot of clarity. It's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the situation. So I'd say that's kind of where we are.
You're listening to KLT, AM KLT, FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station.
And I guess if we're talking about medical ambiguity, and I spend a lot of time talking that situation before where I think people and fans and radio hosts and everything, you want to believe that, okay, yep, they know exactly what's going on and they're holding from us. The reality is a lot of times when you're going through a medical situation, you just don't have a clue why it's taking as long as it is or what have you. I feel like the concussion protocol is a little bit like that in that the league tries to remove the coaches from the decision-making as much as possible. And that are you guys in these concussion protocol situations, are you kind of just putting in an observer role where you just wait to see what happens because obviously you don't have much input into it?
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the things that the league has implemented that's really to the benefit of the players. And then they have to go through multiple stages, and they just want to make sure that they're actually physically cleared to be able to do their job, because you don't really want to put the player at risk unnecessarily. To your point, Seth, we stay out of it. I mean, we let in that situation as well, is let the medical process kind of take care of itself. They keep us informed about the player, and he clears this step, and then if he gets to the next step, and then a lot of this is all symptom related anyway. So whatever a player is feeling or whatever he's going through, that's essentially out of our hands. DeMeco's talked about this. I've talked about this. I mean, the health and well-being of our players is the most important thing. I would say from our perspective, just the way we operate, we're never going to force a player to do something not fair to the player. It's not the right thing to do by the player. And however long it takes, and then we'll adjust accordingly. So I would say that's how we've handled it. That's how we'll continue to handle it. And I would say specific to the concussion protocol, once they clear whatever stages and steps that they go through, and then once they tell us he's been cleared, he's completed the protocol, then he's available, then you make the decision that is in the best interest of everybody involved.
The one part of the protocol that's interesting for quarterbacks, to me at least, is that fifth stage where you have to go through, by the rule, full contact practice.
Right.
And then not have symptoms afterwards. But with quarterbacks, obviously, they never have any kind of contact in practice. So I know it's up to the independent neurological consultant to figure out what he wants to see from him. But what do they do with quarterbacks to kind of simulate contact in that last stage?
Yeah, no, that's it right there. You just, as best you can, try to simulate. Okay, when you're moving, you're going to have to do some things from the pocket. I mean, obviously, you're not going to put the quarterback back there like a crash test dummy and let the defensive end get a running start and then hit him and go, hey, how do you feel?
You get a twofer with Jalen Pitre. Just have Jalen Pitre, Oklahoma drill with Jalen Pitre and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that'd be the responsible thing to do, yeah.
So there's some things that you can do. There's some drills. I mean, you guys watch us, do drills. So when the quarterbacks are doing drills, you can have a coach with a bag and kind of hit them because you have to deal with some contact. So there's different ways. Sometimes you got to be creative, but you just want to make sure that, again, he's physically ready to endure, and how does he respond accordingly? So every position, probably a little bit different.
Do you knock him down like onto a mat or anything like that?
There's things that you can do. It's like when you practice the punt block drill, or when receivers are simulating falling, going out of bounds. So you're not going to have them go to the ground because they could potentially hurt themselves. So can you use a device or a mat or something to simulate that activity to the best of your ability?
You should tell them you're going to do a trust fall and then just, do the
old, and
then back away.
We'll put him in a ladder match and, WWE
yes.
and then
put him on a table.
He handles that.
But it's with quarterbacks, though, I mean, it's not like there's a boatload of data out there to know exactly just how a quarterback is going to come back from it. Is there still a little bit of a hesitation that even if a guy clears protocol, man, that's a position where the mental functioning needs to be so quick and so fast that you just want to be double sure about it?
No, that's a huge part of it. I mean, that position probably more than you rely on your mind and your ability to process information. So if anything that can kind of cloud that, like you just want to make sure that you have as much clarity as possible so that when you're in the game, and the other thing too, when a coach is calling a play, going into your helmet, depending on if you're playing on the road and you got a voice screaming in your head, I mean, does that give you a headache? Does it not? So there's some things that are specific to the quarterback position that are a little bit different, maybe some others.
Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. Hey, Nick, I think this is the first time that we've talked since the trade deadline with you, and I know you it looked most of the action around the league was at positions that I would say you guys don't necessarily have a real acute need at. It was largely defensive. What can you share with us about what maybe happened on the offensive side of the ball in the trade deadline? Was the market was it a little too high? Was it just not real active? How did that go?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think you summarized it very well, Sean. So we made some calls. We probably had communication with just about every team throughout the course of the league, who's potentially available, who's not, what's the cost associated with that player if you are going to move a player. So we had a few lines in the water, nothing really that kind of came to fruition. Some of it is kind of exploratory. Like, again, it always goes back to when you do a trade, it takes two parties, and if you might have a position or a player that are interested in, but if that player's not available, then like you can't like just create it out of thin air and osmosis. So to your point, I'd say a lot of the trades that took place, like we weren't really involved in a lot of those players. So there were some other players in some positions where we made some calls on. Nothing really manifest itself. So, I mean, we were in a position where if it worked out, great. If it didn't, then we felt comfortable with the players that were here. And then we were prepared and planned to adjust accordingly, regardless of the result and outcome.
Is there a balancing act, Nick, that goes on? Because, you know, this trade deadline's happening in like week 9. You guys are 3-5 at the time. Is there a balancing act with like, okay, here's what our record, here's what the chances are of us making the playoffs? And would you like to see the trade deadline push back maybe a little bit?
Yeah, it's a good question. That's really never entered the team. Take the record out of it. Look at the team. What are your options? Is there an area that you're trying to supplement in some capacity? And if we have the opportunity to do it, does it make sense? And then what's the compensation that's involved? So it's short-term versus long-term. So we look at everything. I would say whenever the trade deadline is, like, we'll be prepared. But the record really has no bearing on what we're doing. It's really more specific to the team, the player. What are we doing? Do we actually have a need because we've had multiple injuries or whatever the case may be? So I think there was a couple of proposals when we've talked about this at the spring meetings. They moved it to whatever week it is now. There's been discussions about doing it later. Nobody really wants it earlier. So whatever the league decides on that, like, we'll be prepared to handle it accordingly.
What I'm going to forward you the Athletics playoff calculator odds.
I missed that one. I haven't seen that one.
I spend about 45 minutes a day on it, and I'm sure that's where DeMeco needs to carve out 45 minutes a day, because I know he doesn't pay attention
the
to
big
it
hypothetical guy.
That will carve into my 45 minutes of reading that I can do on a day-to-day basis. So I'd rather do that than worry about some simulator that doesn't matter.
It is obviously the only game that matters is the next game, and the next game is the Bills. Obviously, this is a very important game for a lot of reasons, but Josh Allen, we were talking about Josh Allen a little bit earlier, and I think the most amazing thing to me for him is that there's so many other young quarterbacks where you guys 4 different offensive coordinators, and how can you ever develop as a quarterback? I mean, Josh Allen just keeps going through coordinator after coordinator after coordinator, and he keeps producing. And I know it's been very up and down this year, but what about the offense that you see in the Bills this year is maybe an explanation for why it's been inconsistent? And then obviously, like, why do you still very much have to worry about the team that put up however many points against the Bucs?
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about the Bills and Josh Allen because Josh is a great player and they have a great team and they have a great program. So I think more than any year that I can remember, the notion of week to week in this league is really, I mean, manifests itself seemingly on a regular basis. And whoever you're playing, like, if that other team makes more plays than you do, or maybe they do some things. And I'd say the other factor that always comes into play are turnovers. So turnovers can impact the game significantly on a week-to-week basis. So I would say specific to the Bills, I mean, this is a very formidable team. Like, there's a reason they played in I don't know how many AFC championships, and Josh was the MVP of the league last year. I mean, he's a great player. He's very unique. There's not many players like him in the league. There haven't been a lot of players like him through the years. Got a really good quarterback, a really good running back. I mean, they got a good defense. I mean, this is a good team, and they're 7-3, and very easily could, have a better record, but they are where they are, and we understand the challenge that's in front of us here. We're expecting their best, and when you watch the Tampa Bay game, I think they made a number of explosive plays which end up tilting that game in their favor.
Should be really good, man. Should be a fun Thursday night against the Buffalo Bills. Nick, before we get you out of here, I know that you saw last night, at least the highlights. I know you may not have been watching it live, but the New York Giants had like 4 or 5 football players on the front row at the barricade right there on Monday Night Raw, and they got into what I'm sure was a very organic scuffle with some of the talent with WWE. I'm sure it wasn't planned at all.
I'm sure our friend didn't have that written in the script.
No. It looked to be it actually did look to be somewhat physical. If I was a Giants executive, I'd be like, hey, guys, ixnay on
Let's
the
tone
ushing
it down
peg.
a little bit.
Yeah. But if you had to pick, 3 or 4 Texans to send to Monday Night Raw to represent the Texans appropriately, who would it be?
Yeah, let's go with the dynamic duo of Hunter and Anderson, that law firm. I would put Kamari Lassiter in that group. Since Titus, is such a big wrestling fan, we probably need to send him. And I would probably send J-Pat as well to get some, more offensive line reinforcements.
There you go.
That could be a pretty good group to go up against whatever group you want to throw.
Any of them, the Judgment Day, whoever they throw it. We had Kamari on the postgame show a couple of games ago. Man, he is one serious dude.
He's like that all the time.
Yeah.
Like all the time. Great kid. Serious as hell. And the way he plays, the way he practices, his mentality, his mindset. So however he was with you, he's the same in the building. I was busting his chops the other night because before our team meeting, he was watching a Georgia game on his phone. I said, look, don't get distracted now. Let's keep the focus on Tennessee. And he actually gave me a little smile, and I got a little laugh out of him. So that was probably more than anybody's gotten out of him in a while.
That was big, getting a laugh out of him. Hey, I said before we get you out of here, as long as we're going to college football, one more before we get you out of here, because I was thinking about this, because the transfer portal is bananas right now. From an evaluation standpoint, what's the biggest effect the transfer portal has had on your ability to do your job?
Well, you just got to keep track of the players, where they are, and then just understand the reason and the rationale that they ended up switching schools or going somewhere else. So you don't want to penalize a player just because he's leaving. So just make sure we understand the big picture. And I think the benefit in some situations is that they have an opportunity to play more football. So when you're looking at guys that the game started as 40, 41, 42, 45, 40, 50 games, they have a lot of experience, so they might be a little bit more prepared for what they're going to endure when they get drafted by whatever team they go to. So, but I think it's just going back to understanding as an example, when you look at Indiana, so there's a number of players that were with Coach Cignetti at James Madison that they transferred to Indiana. So there's obviously a reason that they not follow the staff, but they follow the staff or the staff wanted them there. So, okay, that's one situation. And then conversely, if there is better off going somewhere else because I think I'm going to have a better opportunity. Now, if a player's going somewhere else because, okay, I want to be paid the most money, we need to know that as well. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. It just means that their motives may be a little bit different than, some other folks. I think Kirby said something about this either after the game or recently that, it's not about the check for them. If you want to check, go somewhere else because their program is built on toughness, physicality. Do they pay the players? Sure, they pay the players. That's a part of it. So our job is to understand the dynamics involved in an individual player situation.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm thinking. Has it just created a lot more questions for you guys to ask?
Yes and no. It depends, because if the kid, his makeup is, wherever he was the previous school is, 6s and 7s or whatever, it's really good. All right, well, it's just, all right, look, what happened? Why'd he leave? Okay, got it. And then you move on to the next thing. Now, if you do a little bit deeper dive, that's part of our job and responsibility to do that, just so we understand the profile of the player that we're getting when they walk in the building.
Who's the player in your time in the NFL that was the best pleasant surprise compared to maybe his character grade beforehand? Maybe you heard bad things from coaches about him or something, but then he ended up just being an awesome guy for you.
No, it's actually a great question. I'll give you, he's in the Hall of Fame or going to the Hall of Fame, but maybe it's not a good example. But I would say when we traded for Moss, the perception of Randy Moss was whatever it was. I would say, you heard a lot of, negative, his attitude or whatever else and some of his shenanigans. But I would say when he got in the building, And I was fortunate. I mean, again, I was coaching him, but like I wasn't really coaching Randy Moss. But he was one of the best teammates and players and smartest football minds that I've been around. So you talk about like perception versus reality. I mean, it couldn't have been any different. Again, regardless of what happened wherever else Randy was, but I would say I had nothing but respect and appreciation for when Randy, was in our building and then working with him on a day-to-day basis. I mean, he would see some things, and we'd be going through the film, and he would see some things, and we'd go through it and it'd be like, you know what? Wow, that's, very like astute and aware perception that he has. So, again, that's not, maybe it doesn't answer your question, Seth, but like I would say just on a larger scale, I'd say that's an example like that I went through on an individual basis where, I mean, couldn't have been more like, again, whatever happened. But, I mean, he was just a pleasure to be around and a pleasure to coach, and his teammates loved him.
Yeah. No, I think,
that's a good one.
The setting and, like, the environment you're in, sometimes it's just a mismatch. Wade Phillips told me that once about just how he learned, a long time ago that when the previous coach will, try to do right and give you a scouting report on everything. And, like, he said that there were just so many times where the guys that those coaches said were a bum ended up being great guys for them, and vice versa. Yeah. That it was a better fit that you just don't know until, like as you always say, get a guy in the building and just see how the fit is.
You can't prejudge. You can get the information and then at least have a baseline. And then once the player walks into your building, then what do we observe on a day-to-day basis? And then we can make our own interpretation about what we think we have in the player. That's if you're disciplined and try to keep the focus there, let the players be who they're going to be, and our job is to kind of guide them, direct them, and help them as best we can.
That's what it was. About the first 5 years I was working with Sean before I had to realize.
Right.
You know what? I don't think he's the bastard that everybody says he is.
No, I was Antonio Brown for the first 5 years. Yeah.
No, you weren't. I was with Antonio Brown.
I know. I was going to say, now do Antonio Brown, Nick. All right, Nick Caserio, Texans. We'll get you out on that note. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Hey, Nick, really appreciate the time, especially on a short week like this. We always enjoy the conversation.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thanks, you too. That's Nick Caserio joining us here. Yeah, as soon as he got done with Moss, I'm like, now do Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Well, one game in New England.
Shoot, I should have asked him about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I probably wouldn't have given us a but I should have asked it.
Yeah.
Idiot.
We had him on. We've had him on twice since he got cut. So it's So, all right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was Texans GM Nick Caserio. I'm sure you'll be hearing some of that throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, let's start digging in a little bit more on what the Texans have on their plate. Who are the pretenders? Who are the contenders right now? Why this might look actually. The Texans' path might look a little more fortuitous than we thought it was. We'll talk about that coming up next.
It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We just finished up with Texans GM Nick Caserio. If you want to listen to it, the rewind feature is available to you on the Odyssey app, the free Odyssey app. You can also listen to the podcast. Subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast, and it'll drop right into your the inbox of whatever mechanism you use to listen to your podcasts. Contenders and pretenders in the AFC. They had this article. This is actually Mike Jones had this article. Who? Mike Jones had this article last week in The Athletic. And we since had a weekend of games in the NFL, but I think it still applies.
Yeah. I think most of these teams, other than the Jaguars, probably would be in the same. He might put them in the same category.
Yeah. So here's where we're going through this, because the Texans play a lot of these teams down the stretch. They've got 7 games left, and 5 of them are against teams that are in the playoffs right now, or the Kansas City Chiefs, who I think are viewed as a playoff team. Mm-hmm. The other 2 games are against the Raiders and the Cardinals at home. If they don't win both of those games, then none of this other stuff matters. But what I liked about this article, and I'm just going to rapid fire these, Seth. Indianapolis Colts, pretender, according to Mike Jones.
Frauds.
Denver Broncos, and they actually haven't played a game since he did that because they were on a bye last week. Denver Broncos.
I think he might, given his logic and rationale, he might say the same thing after they beat the Chiefs. It's all these one-score games, et cetera. But that defense is so good. Yep. And Bo Nix, I can't figure it out myself. I can't explain it or anything. But for the team he's on right now, his ability to have these huge fourth quarters, I think that is real. And it's hard for me to see them making a run, 3 or 4 straight games in the playoffs, trying to rely on the magical fourth quarters of Bo Nix. But I would still put them in the contender.
You would? Okay, so you'd flip on this. You'd say Denver Broncos contender,
These
not
are
pretender.
contenders for actual champions,
yes.
being actual champions. Yeah.
New England Patriots. He says contender for the Patriots. Even with the weakness of their schedule, they've not played a very good schedule this year.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that it hasn't been a good schedule, but Drake May has been so good that that part of it feels real.
Yeah.
And, but like, that's right. I would probably put a lot more people as contenders than Mike Jones would here, but because it's that kind of year in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like even the guys that the teams that on paper look like, if you look at their record, well, surely the Eagles are just destroying everybody. Like, no. Everybody's really uncomfortable about the Eagles.
Okay, the next two, because the Texans play both of these teams. The one thing about us saying the Broncos and Patriots are contenders, they've either played them already or they're not playing them.
Yeah.
But the Colts, pretender. The Chargers, I agree, pretender.
Oh, yeah.
Their offensive line is a sieve. If you're the Texan fan and they're right now on the outside looking into the playoff hunt, and you're looking at the teams that are in the playoff hunt that are above, 7 or above in the AFC, to me, it's the Chargers, maybe even more than the Jaguars right now. The Jaguars have way too many easy games the rest of the way to feel like you've got a better chance of catching them than the Chargers, who you still get to play, get the head-to-head over. And their offensive line their weakness right now plays directly into the Texans' strengths.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to beat them, and I think they're going to get beat a few more times.
The Chargers are really they've got serious issues on the offensive line.
Yep.
They're as bad as you feel about the Texans' offensive line at any given time. Every single one of their guys as a starter is just a non-factor.
Yep.
And you can only do so much with that. With Daniel Jones, the last 3 games, I mean, he's thrown 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's coughed the ball up a couple times as well in that time. I think I'm not going to say he's come back down to earth or anything, but it's a classic. All right, we got a half season's worth of film on him. That's a team that really needs Jonathan Taylor to be 100% healthy the entire duration for them to be a force. Jonathan Taylor is rarely healthy for an entire season. So there's still, and their defense might not actually be all that good.
Yep.
Their defense is kind of like those old Colts defenses that could feast on playing with a lead and all of that.
Even if you want to label them a contender, I think they're less of a contender than the Broncos and the Patriots right now.
Yeah.
I believe that. The Broncos, and I think Vrabel's a really good coach. So I think Chargers pretender, and then they've got Steelers pretender. Totally agree with that, especially with Rodgers out. Buffalo Bills, they had as pretender, but that was 48 hours after the loss to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Does the win over the Bucs change the calculus, or is this just who the Bills are, where you just don't know what you're getting week to week?
I don't think you know what you're getting from week to week.
Because remember, early in the season, they had 4 wins, and their wins were over teams with a combined 3-21 record at that time.
Right, and then they went through a 4-game stretch where they just looked miserable. I mean, they got destroyed by the Dolphins just a couple weeks ago.
Correct.
And their defense is awful, just atrocious versus the run. Yeah. To the tune of allowing around 200 yards rushing with regularity. It's been really, really bad, and I don't know exactly what they're going to do to fix that.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to making a playoff run, you can only rely on the heroics of Josh Allen so many times in a playoff run when you're facing good team after good team after good team.
At least by Mike Jones of the Athletics evaluation, the Texans' remaining schedule has Bills, pretender, Colts, pretender. Chiefs are not in here in this article. Colts, pretender again, and Chargers, pretender.
I think the Chiefs are in there.
Are they in there? Did I not page down far enough?
They're a contender.
They're a contender? Okay, I didn't page. Oh, that's right. I didn't page down after the Steelers.
Remain one of the most well-rounded, battle-tested squads with all their goals still within reach.
Chiefs contender, Jags pretender, Ravens contender, and they don't even mention the Texans.
So the Chiefs, this is a big thing with the Chiefs. They've got, this was written last week. They lost the road game to Denver.
Yep.
They've got Dallas, Tennessee, and Las Vegas on the road, and then at home versus the Colts, the Texans, the Chargers, and the Broncos. Mike Jones says that's a favorable schedule. That sounds like a lot of really hard wins right there. Other than, like Las Vegas and Tennessee, obviously. I feel like Dallas
depends on how you feel about the Cowboys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, knowing if Dak Prescott goes off or what have you.
Like he did last night.
But the Colts, the Texans, the Chargers, and the Broncos at home. Those are not gimmies, obviously.
What's your little toy that you're playing with over there?
Oh, okay. So I tried to figure out the most realistic path to the Texans having a really good shot at making the playoffs.
Okay. Well, what do we consider a really good shot? Like what
80% or better.
Okay, that's the threshold that we're trying to get
If
over.
they win out, they've got a greater than 99% chance.
See, that's my favorite.
That didn't
scenario.
feel realistic. Even if they were the best team
true.
that ever was, it's not so easy to win 9 games.
That's a hard schedule
because they would have won the 2 in a row, and then that's tough. So if they beat the Bills, and then if they beat the Colts but lose to the Chiefs,
okay.
Then if they beat the Cardinals, the Raiders, and the Chargers, and then lose to the Colts,
okay,
they've got an 80% chance of making the playoffs.
So split with the Colts. So you got them winning at Indy and then losing at home at the end of the year.
Let me do it the opposite. If they lose, I just didn't want to see them lose 2 in a row. Well, that's the problem. Is okay if they lose to the Colts on the road, but then beat them. Everything else being the same, then they've got an 80% chance of making it. The part that I didn't like of that is I'm just looking at it, is that they'd have to win 4 in a row to close out the season.
They would be 6-7 at one point here.
Yeah.
If they beat the Bills, they're 6-5. But then you had them in that scenario losing the 2 road games right after that. They'd be 6-7. You'd have to run the table at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Which is doable. But hard to do.
Psychologically, I'd prefer that they just steal one of these ones. It has to be the Colts, not the Chiefs.
I don't want to drift back below 500 again. I want to stay at or above 500.
Actually, if you lose to the Colts,
yeah.
Oh wow, beating the Chiefs makes a big difference.
It makes a big difference.
If you beat the Bills and then lose to the Colts, but then beat the Chiefs, and then lose the Colts again at the end of the season, you've got an 87% chance.
So if you get swept by the Colts, but you win all the other games, 87%.
You're not going to win the division, obviously, but yeah.
I think that 87% instead of the 80 probably comes from having the head-to-head over the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You'd have a tiebreaker there. The bottom line is what it appears, Seth, and you're the expert with this athletic toy that you play with 45 minutes a day, is that if they're 10-7, if they're by however the calculus works out, if they're 10-7, they're going to have somewhere like an 80% or better chance of getting to the postseason.
I'll tell you this, for those of you who just fear regret or don't want to see a playoff blowout or something, if this scenario happened, if the Texans beat the Bills at home, if they lost to the Colts and the Chiefs on the road, won the next 3 games, and then lost to the Colts again, luckily they would only have an 18% chance of making the playoffs because nobody wants to see if that's the Texans win one of those 3 games on the road or the final game at home, you don't want to see them in the playoffs anyway. But if you just win one of those, 80% chance.
That's a very Lopez way to look at it. Remember when Lopez didn't want the Astros to get into the postseason back earlier this fall?
Yeah.
I don't even want to see him in the postseason. Like, how do you not want to see your team? Do you not want to see the Texans in the postseason?
I know how people are. I was talking about how people would feel.
Yeah.
No. I just like extra football no matter what. It's a cold and lonely place once your team's not playing anymore.
It will be weird because I think I haven't looked at the percentage chance of them winning the division.
Yeah.
You'd obviously have to sweep the Colts.
I'm not
to do
even
that.
looking at that part.
Yeah,
of
I'm not.
It. There's so
not,
much out of your control.
I'm not either, and so that's why it's the much greater chance is that if they make the playoffs, which unto itself is not a great chance right now, but if they do, it'll likely be as a wild card team. That'll be very strange to see the Texans going on the road in the postseason for the first game.
Mm-hmm.
All 8 times they've made the playoffs, it's been as AFC South champs. And my next question would be, do the Texans going on the road in the wild card still get the 3:30 Saturday slot? Or is, if they play like a marquee team.
It depends on who they're playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they still get that 3:30 Saturday slot against the marquee team. They're like, the Texans are dragging us into this 3:30 Saturday thing?
Yeah.
What the hell, man?
No, I think, if it was the Chiefs, they'd be
prime time. They'd be prime time. Yeah, Chiefs. I think they'd be prime time either, regardless of who they played. If they're a wild card team,
the 3:30. If you play up north at 3:30, that ends up feeling like a prime by the half at that time of year. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. If you missed it, we talked to Texans GM Nick Caserio a little bit earlier. We talked to him through the 8 o'clock, the top of the hour there. So we're going to do the Pettycast at 9 o'clock today. If you're a Pettycast enthusiast, we pushed it back to 9 o'clock today. You asked Nick about this, the replay process. DeMeco Ryans was asked about it yesterday. This was a much clearer answer about replay review for the Texans than I thought we would get from DeMeco Ryans in light of the horrible challenge that they had on Sunday on the Christian Kirk non-touchdown catch. We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is where you want to.
It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Men's Health Awareness Month. That's why we're bumping in with the Men's Tea Clinic all day today. Yeah. Are you aware of your health?
I am.
You are very aware of your health.
I try to be. Well, sometimes you're aware of your health for bad reasons. It's like, ow. That like I'm aware of the fact that I'm in pain,
but you stay informed on your health, I guess is what I'm saying.
I suppose so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be doing a better job.
Do you?
My no refined sugar pledge just took a hit.
Oh, and we got a press box night on Thursday.
Aaron Kapner let me. We've got our potluck dinner this afternoon, and Aaron Kapner said, "You can start eating now, Seth." So I started I started with dessert like we did.
Far be it from you to forego that invitation.
Yeah.
That's funny. That is funny.
So it's Men's Health Awareness Month.
Right. So as you and I are scarfing down brownies and turkey and stuffing, I want to make you well aware that this is Men's Health Awareness Month.
Good.
All right.
Where we're aware of the fact that Men's Health is still a magazine that you can get the paper version
Subscribe to, for sure. Quick text. If the Texans sweep the Colts, they can very well win the division because they only need to pick up one game after that, and the Colts have no easy wins. Here's the issue with that compared to previous years is that the Texans are not second in the division, right? They're party in this party, and it is the Jacksonville Jaguars who, coming off of the comeback loss or the comeback win by the Texans over the Jags, they could have not put up a bigger performance. I don't think you can overstate how big that performance was that they had against the Chargers team, A, that they are also chasing in the wild card standings, but B, I think, if I'm not mistaken, might have been favored going into that game. I think a lot of people thought that Texans win over the Jags was going to send them into a tailspin. It did the exact opposite.
That's the whole thing. Like, yes, they could still win the division, but even if the Texans sweep the Colts, but lose two of the games, let's say they lose to the Bills and the Chiefs. So if they go 6-2 or 5-2, they still only have a 23% chance of hosting a wild card game. So winning the division is a little bit. It's far enough out of your control right now that I'm focused on the wild card.
It's wasted energy right now.
You could play really, really, really well through the rest of the season, and some of it's just out of your hands.
How concerned are you about DeMeco Ryans managing games this year?
It's been, it's 6 challenges lost in a row.
Yeah.
That's a concern.
2-7 over his last 9.
We've had some questionable clock management scenarios. Some of it's inflicted just by the offensive operation when they burn these timeouts to keep from getting a delay of game. 2 weeks ago, it was
happened twice.
Yeah, it happened twice,
and an actual delay of game happened. So really, 3 times.
Yeah.
1, they got a penalty. 2, they took timeouts.
It's been annoying because in the first year, when you've got a young rookie defensive-minded head coach, they had glaring, surprisingly few game management
at his first year,
and it feels like it hasn't been the same the last couple of years.
No, and maybe some of that's a function of who's helping him upstairs, at least when it comes to the replay stuff, right? They had, I think it might have been the worst challenge that I've seen a Texans coach have, maybe ever, on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans when early in the game on the first drive, Christian Kirk got, Davis Mills threw a ball to Christian Kirk in the end zone, right along the sideline, just inside the pylon, where if Kirk held on to it, it's a touchdown. He did get both feet down, but even just watching the TV copy, you didn't need a replay. If you watch just the play live, you saw the ball go rolling away when Christian Kirk hit the ground.
It's funny because I think, because I didn't see the ball rolling away, and so to me, it looked like a good challenge. Then the first replay, you see it, and immediately, okay, well, that's obviously not a catch.
I couldn't believe he was challenging.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch in real time again because you saw the ball immediately, in real time.
I did.
You saw it go away, I missed it completely.
I saw the ball roll away, and I'm like,
yeah.
So when they're showing the replay, I'm like, well, none of this matters.
Yeah.
He didn't possess the ball to the ground.
Yeah. So immediately you're wondering, like, well, why the hell are the Texans challenging this?
Yeah. And so DeMeco admitted after the game it was a bad challenge. Obviously, they lost. But on Monday, he was asked, what's the process for all this?
It's been good. The one that we challenged there, of course, the guy didn't, looking back at it, we didn't complete the catch through, we didn't survive the ground. So looking back at it, probably shouldn't have thrown him, but I feel like the guy Up there. That's why, in the first half there, it's not like we're losing a timeout. It's not as big of a deal as it would be, say, in the second half when the timeouts are very critical.
He trusted his guys.
He
Big
did.
mistake.
He did.
Stop trusting your guys.
Stop trusting people. Yeah. I thought, what was interesting that I didn't realize, and maybe you did, you asked Nick Caserio a little bit earlier when we had him on about that replay process.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that there are certain games where it's more conducive to being able to challenge because you just have way more technology and cameras in the building.
Yeah, it just makes, and that's why, and it extends all the way to the actual decision making. Those primetime games have so many angles that you can get a better view of it. And with the noon game in the AFC South, not as many cameras out there.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. It's the NFL. They have billions of dollars. It's the networks. They have billions of dollars. And I figured, I didn't realize there were poverty games.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the past with some of the reviews where, especially if it's the ones whether the ball is trapped or not, and especially if it's in the end zone where there's a dark paint in the end zone.
Yeah.
It's just going into a black hole, and there's not with the two angles that CBS or Fox has on it.
Yeah.
For that noon game, you're just not going to see it.
Yeah. Are you watching the play right now?
I'm watching the play to see what I missed because I'm like everybody else. I know the rule by now that you got to survive contact.
Yeah,
with
just
the
tell
ground.
me if I'm crazy. You see the
ball pop right out.
Ball rolls right away right there.
Yep, it's very clear.
Yep. So I was surprised though, DeMeco. DeMeco explicitly kind of. He didn't just go very vague with just we have a process, and it just obviously it didn't work out.
And then later on, when Jaden Higgins caught that ball, that was at the very least a really bad spot down at the goal line.
Oh yeah. Set up the touchdown.
I think Vandermeer on the broadcast apparently explained it as well. The Texans were probably going to take a timeout there anyway, so they figured, okay, we'll challenge it.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. We're thinking of the Christian Kirk one. Never mind. The Jaden Higgins one, they did end up scoring anyway, but I didn't think it was just a bad spot. I thought there was a good chance that was actually a touchdown.
That would have been a way better challenge than the one they actually challenged.
That would have been 100% a better challenge.
Yeah, no question.
That looked, I watched it a few times, and it looked like the ball was over the plane before any part of his body was out of bounds.
Yeah.
And at the very least, now, we know it's the Texans, and we actually get nervous the closer they get to the goal line. And maybe they were thinking that a little bit, too. Like, we get down to the 6-inch line, and we're going to try to run up against Devondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons.
It's the one team that wants the ball spotted at the 2 when it could have been spotted at the 6-inch line.
Yeah, give us a little extra room to work with
here. Houston Texans, yeah. So my concern level over game management with DeMeco is higher now than it was at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
There've been a lot of little things in terms of challenges, and I think, and I don't know if I feel like I'm on an island with this one because I feel like I'm more angry about it than most people are. Every time I bring it up, people are like, yeah, what you're saying makes sense. I'm like, no, you should be angry about the fact that they took the ball to start the game when they won the coin toss.
Yeah.
Football, they have the worst offense, the Titans, and you're not putting your defense on the field to start the game and deferring to the second half where you might steal an extra possession.
I think Caserio, I wasn't able to hear the full part of his answer, but he talked a little bit about the wind conditions and everything in the stadium that day.
Okay. In his pregame interview with John?
Yeah. No. In his the coach's show, the GM show.
Yeah.
So regardless of that, the other thing too though is that the whole the philosophy about how you should handle field position now with the new kickoff rules, where it's so very likely that a team's going to start on the 35 or so, that it kind of changes the dynamics of whether you should receive, how early, all that stuff.
Two things that surprised me about game management from the other side in that game on Sunday from McCoy. One, his use of timeouts, as I mentioned. Three things, I guess. One, he didn't go for 2 when they scored.
Yeah.
I would go for 2 if I was 1-8 on the season, try to win the game. 2, they just blasted the ball out the back of the end zone, gave the Texans the ball at the 35. They didn't try. Now, I don't know how good their coverage teams are.
Yeah.
But, if all you need is a game-winning field goal and the Texans had started to figure some things out in the second half, I would have tried to have pinned them down there, around the 20 instead of the 35-yard line. And then McCoy at the end of the game where he has all 3 timeouts while the Texans have the ball, and he decides to start using them with under 30 seconds left, where getting the ball back at that point means almost nothing.
Where they had the chance to go for 2 if they wanted to be aggressive in the fourth quarter there and just try to win it. They had that moment already.
Yeah. So I don't No, I'm out. I felt it benefited
It was helping
the
Texans more than him.
They got to run more plays and move the ball closer.
He's an interim coach.
And he's an interim, and he will be a former interim coach.
He had a nice spot in his press conference. Somebody asked him, like, so why was there so much emphasis on Cam Ward getting rid of the ball quickly? And he basically said, did you see Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter?
That was a good answer by him.
Yeah.
That was a good answer.
What are you guys, stupid?
I saw that.
He wasn't saying it in that way. I would have excused him if he did say, like, what are you guys, stupid?
Yep.
Did you see those guys?
Totally excused. All right, you ready to get petty? An hour later than normal?
Yeah, because I have had very little sleep, so I'm going to be extra petty.
Excellent. Yeah, go eat a couple more brownies during the break.
I tried Spirit Airlines, Frontier Airlines yesterday.
Yeah.
As we had discussed with our listeners.
Do you have some petty stuff to share about Frontier?
No, it was actually a pretty good experience, actually. I was actually it felt a little bit like AirTran back in the day where you don't have to pay much to get some extra perks.
Yeah, you told me it was like $2.99 for like $2.99.
Don't give it away. I don't want people to know exactly.
I'm texting you back. I'm like, who would not
But
pay?
I did. I ended up I sat by myself. The entire row of the exit row was empty except for me. And it was not that much to buy the emergency exit row
Am I
seat.
being a snob by saying who would not pay the dollar amount you told me to get the perk that you told me about?
I think there might be a lot more people on Frontier that aren't like seasoned travelers, maybe.
Okay.
So they don't realize how awesome it is to have an emergency exit row.
Let's leave it at that. I don't want to blow any of your secrets here.
Yeah.
I want you to keep getting comfortable seating on you. Pettycast is coming up next, but first, let's get you. I tell you, people, I'm not.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content and play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Normally on Tuesdays, we do the Pettycast at 8 o'clock. We do the power ranking of the power rankings at 9. I think I may push that to tomorrow. Because the Pettycast feels like a Tuesday staple. A lot of audio from over the weekend. People being petty, us being petty. Yeah. We would love for you to send in your petties to 713-572-4610. Let's start with a petty that's tied directly to the Texans' win over the Tennessee Titans. This is Jeffrey Simmons. I'd be petty too if I was an All-Pro on a 1-9 team. Jeffrey Simmons went on a rant about how his own team needs to start handling business better. But somewhere in there, he took kind of a shot at the Texans right here.
I'll tell you, I'm tired of coming in the locker room losing. When you know that team not better than us, I don't care what people say. They got some good players. But we should have won that game. We got to stop beating ourselves. And I'm sure y'all tired of hearing me saying it, tired of everybody else saying it. We need to stop beating ourselves.
Take it up with your coach.
Let me tell you something.
Chose not to go for 2 at the end of the game.
Let me tell you something, Jeffrey Simmons. Yeah, you guys have a better defensive line than the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah.
You do not have a better team.
Oh, my God.
I quote Bill O'Brien. E, capital A, capital M.
Capital M.
Everybody thought I was going to know how to do it. Yep,
you
I
did
it. I knew how to spell it.
We might hear that one later this week on Friday. That might be a Take-A-Mania take by Jeffrey Simmons right there.
I know, okay. He's, I understand what he's saying, man. I've been on bad teams before. Now, this is the difference, though. I've been on bad teams where you lose a bunch of close games, and it sucks because you do feel like, what the hell, man? Like, we're this close. The Titans, this was one of the few close games they've lost this year. I think it's only the second game that they've lost by 7 points or less.
Yeah.
So
they've gotten blown out a lot.
Yeah, they're a really bad football team. I'm not feeling that petty about it.
Right. No, well, he's petty is what I'm saying.
That's right. I'm not making any declarations here. Or anything. I got stuck in. I got stuck in Take-A-Mania.
That's
mode.
okay. Yeah, we can be petty, or the audio can be petty. Simmons is petty right now. All right, Keon Coleman. Let's bring it back to the Buffalo Bills, the Texans' opponent this week. Keon Coleman, rookie wide receiver, who's probably best known. Oh no, is he a rookie or second year? Yeah, sorry, second year. Probably best known for the cuts that he had after he got drafted by the Bills, where he's talking about his jacket he got at Macy's and
didn't know how to sign his autograph, because he never actually had to sign a physical piece of paper before.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Keon Coleman.
People thought that people were picking on him for being stupid or something. Like, no, it's like that generation. A lot of them only e-signed things.
He's fun.
He's fun the way he was asking the questions.
Yeah, he's fun. He's probably not quite as fun to have as a teammate when he's showing up late to meetings or missing meetings, whatever.
Benched the first game. He got suspended for the whole game.
Yeah. So he didn't play the whole game. Deion Dawkins, who's one of the leaders on that Buffalo team, was asked about Keon Coleman in the locker room after their win over Tampa Bay. Here's what he had to say.
Pats on the back are over with, and it's time for him to grow up, and he knows it. And as an older player on the team, we hold everybody accountable, and we shoot straight. We don't sugarcoat it, and the words were said to him, and he took it well. And we'll see how it goes in this week. But like I said in the beginning of the season, I'm in Keon's corner, man. Like, this league is hard. Being on time is hard. Being great is hard. Pushing for greatness is hard. So we got his back, but the time is now.
Not petty enough.
Well, here's what I'm petty about. This is actually, I have a small petty with this one. Being on time is hard.
Yeah.
Being on time is the easiest thing of all the things you're asked to do.
It's so easy that 99% of the players are doing it consistently every day.
Yes. Last I checked, he was the only one who was suspended.
It's hard in Keon Coleman's world.
Yeah.
It's tough with Keon Coleman, though, because he's not like one of these guys who is screwing up and he's an a-hole. Yeah. He's very, very likable.
Very likable.
But you just got to shake some sense into him.
Do you want to hear his explanation?
Oh, boy.
A bunch of media came up to him after the game.
Yeah.
And asked him about, hey, man, what was going on?
Your thoughts on how he did today?
He's got to be better.
Was there something that happened that led to this?
Pretty sure everybody already knew that, so I'm gonna leave that way exactly.
Second time this year, Keon, is there a lesson that needs to be learned that you're not learning at this point? Is that what it is?
What you mean?
This is the second time that something like this has happened to you this year. Is there a message not being received? Maybe a better way to ask it.
No, I wouldn't say that.
So why is this the second time?
Again, mistakes happen, things happen, but again, got to be better.
Keon, there were two different reports out there. One that you were late to the meeting and one that you missed the meeting. Can you give any clarification on that?
Late, missing, saying different. You're not where you're supposed to be, but I was late.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. Well, if you couldn't hear the question, the guy goes, "There's a report you missed the meeting. There's a report you were late for the meeting. What is it?" And Keon said, "Hey, late for the meeting, missing the meeting, may as well be the same thing." But I was late.
Yeah, that's important though, because some coaches have a rule that if you're late, you're not allowed to enter the meeting. You just have to sit outside
feels like
and
a
wait.
Coughlin thing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that was his rule.
I'm not saying he's the only one.
Coughlin once got a lot of crap because he fined a couple of players who were late to a meeting who had gotten in an accident on the way to the stadium. And I don't know if Coughlin got up and said it publicly or not, but in the team meeting, he was like, they were late. They were in an accident because they were speeding because they were late.
To get to the stadium, yeah.
And they'd actually flipped the car. It was a pretty bad accident. So the headline is, look at this. I can't believe Coughlin would find these guys. It was their fault.
The rules are rules, man. Rules are rules. All right, Shedeur Sanders was a big topic this weekend. I'd imagine there's all sorts of
pettiness surrounding Shedeur Sanders, both for and against.
On Shedeur.
How dare you?
Right. Here was Rex Ryan, the visual, the optics of Shedeur Sanders to the Ravens, where Shedeur had to come in the second half, had an abysmal game, 4 of 16 for 47 yards. He stayed on the bench as everybody was walking to the middle of the field to go shake hands. Mm-hmm. He stayed by himself on the bench, and as a lot of things with Shedeur Sanders, Rex Ryan was not a fan of it.
Shedeur, he's got to get over himself, too. Like he's there by himself on the bench.
At the end of the game.
I've seen it in the 7th game of a World Series when you lose a game or whatever. This is a pillow fight game. Nobody cares.
He cares.
Sit back.
He cared.
Yeah. Did he care? Or are you trying to make it a show and make it about yourself? You got a guy over there that, by the way, is a 2-time MVP. Right there, Lamar Jackson. He was looking for you. He was looking for you right there. Why don't you share a moment with him? All right? All right, share a moment with Lamar. He's looking all over for you. Right. Then get in there with your teammates. These are your teammates.
All right? I'm going to be petty.
These are your teammates. And talk about I'm not comfortable.
We're good. We get it. We got Rex.
I'll be petty towards Rex Ryan. Like, this is a classic. All right, which side is it? All right.
Well,
are guys too happy after losses, or are they too sad?
Yeah.
And the kids, I didn't see it. It's okay. Maybe he's doing it to be a diva or whatever, but you're okay to be upset after you have a horrible performance in your first time ever as an NFL quarterback.
I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I think Rex hates everything Shedeur does.
Yeah,
I think Rex is the petty.
I feel like he had a predetermined. No matter what Shedeur did, if Shedeur was going out there, if he smiled at all afterwards, Rex Ryan would have said.
Rex Ryan thinks Shedeur doesn't care about football, and whatever he does will get reverse engineered to support Rex Ryan's take that he doesn't care about football.
Yeah.
Because he's sitting there totally despondent. He looks like he cares almost too much the way he's sitting there.
As Ross Tucker was saying earlier, we're going to be in a really annoying phase here with Shedeur Sanders where you can't say a single thing without people wildly overreacting.
He's going to get it
side.
this weekend.
If you point out that it was definitely a bad pass in a scenario, there's people that are going to accuse you of this, accuse you of that.
Yep.
If you say he had a good pass, people are going to say, I can't believe you're carrying water for the Sanders family.
You want somebody who you want some more Shedeur pettiness here? This is actually
can't get enough of it.
This is actually
love this part of human beings' behavior.
This is actually Stefanski pettiness from Cam Newton.
Put it this way. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do not think Kevin Stefanski wants Shedeur Sanders to succeed in Cleveland. The reason being is, don't tell me what he said. Don't tell me what he's saying. I'm going off of actions. All right? Let's go off actions. The actions is, if I'm Shedeur or if I'm a Shedeur Sanders fan, I would not want him to take the field because that's going to consistently be the display we're going to see. It doesn't matter if it's Deshaun Watson. It doesn't matter if it's Shedeur Sanders. It doesn't matter if it's Dylan Gabriel. It doesn't matter if it's Dan Orlovsky. It doesn't matter if it's Cam Newton. You need help in Cleveland, where you have a quarterback that's still making $46 million on your roster, and he's not healthy, that impacts the talent that's around him. They are not a thing that really irks me the most is because he doesn't get any reps.
Okay. I'm going to have to follow the logic here.
Cam is all over the place, dude.
All right, so the reason, correct me if I'm wrong here, he cites the reason that Stefanski doesn't want, the reason he knows that he doesn't want Shedeur to succeed is that he put him into the game as the backup quarterback when he had to go into the game.
I don't know what Cam was.
That's the way that he laid out the logic, right?
And at the very end there,
yeah,
because I had enough of Cam by the time we got to the part with no reps. Afterwards, Cam told this anecdote about how in Carolina, during his MVP year, he had Derek Anderson, the veteran, as a former Brown, as a backup, and Derek Anderson always got at least 6 to 12 snaps in practice. I saw a lot of people, NFL people, stepping in on this. I'm like, Cam, that was a total outlier situation.
Yeah, that's not the people are crushing Kevin Stefanski for not giving the backup quarterback reps with the ones in practice.
I maybe should have let it play a little bit more. That was the crux of his argument.
But that's not the that is the standard way to go about it. Stefanski hasn't done anything different than any of the other coaches in the NFL, including Hall of Fame caliber coaches. The way they handle their practice, you need your starter getting as many reps as possible.
Graham Mertz is probably very ill-equipped right now to go into that game on Thursday night.
The amount of people that were acting like that was the greatest crime ever committed, that Kevin Stefanski didn't devote portions of his practice to getting Shedeur Sanders reps. If anything,
that's his argument.
And if anything, honestly, the fact that Stefanski is somehow being blamed for the fact to start training camp, and that somehow he's supposed to figure out a way to divvy up reps amongst all of them while also getting ready to play a football game.
Yep.
Stefanski, the way I've read in Cleveland, is that he kind of wanted to treat this like a redshirt year for Shedeur Sanders, which would probably be the best thing for Shedeur.
Clearly.
He's got a lot of developing to do.
The evidence would support that he needed a redshirt
He continues to just want to run backwards as far as possible before taking a sack and all these rookie quarterback type things. But then the team goes ahead and trades away Joe Flacco. They do all it's how are you making this a Kevin Stefanski thing?
Right. All right, so it sounds like that might be in Take-A-Mania on Friday too. Draymond Green, game the other night. Probably should have gone and looked and seen who the opposition was, but I know the opposing fans, there was one particular fan, Seth, at an NBA game earlier this week that apparently was calling Draymond Green Angel Reese.
Oh.
Because the similarities of their games, I guess.
Yeah.
Neither are considered real offensive juggernauts. They're high, mostly defense, crash the board kind of thing. I'm assuming that was the logic, but he kept calling him over and over again Angel Reese. And finally, Draymond went over and confronted the guy. And he was asked after the game, tell us about the confrontation.
What happened in the second quarter with that fan?
He just kept calling me a woman. It was a good joke at first, but you can't keep calling me a woman.
What did he say when you got over it?
Well, he was talking at first, and then you get a little closer. He didn't say much else, but it's fine.
We'll move on. Okay, so
it is. There is something about
Draymond was pettier on the court than he was in that interview.
Yeah, that's the thing about the people that ride a joke or an insult into the ground.
Yes,
that's where you get annoying to the people next to you too.
Yeah,
if I'm assuming the Warriors were on the road there. It gets really, really old when it's just the same insult over and over again.
Yeah,
that's really what's been the most annoying thing about the being better than everybody else scandal with the Astros is that it's not that people are insulting you, it's that there's 6 jokes that they keep telling over and over again.
Come up with some new material, man.
And they all think that they're the first one to come up with it.
Yeah.
It's like the people who think they're going to chime in with, might as well make it flag football at this point. Like, ooh, where'd you come up with that zinger? I haven't seen that 400 million times.
Yeah, you're right, because Draymond said he was amused at first.
Yeah.
So he's probably more mad at the guy, not as a fan,
lack of originality.
As a comedian. Yeah.
It is. It's when somebody has kind of a lame put down of you, and then they act like it's a mic drop moment. You're not insulted by the actual insult. You're insulted by the notion that somehow they got something over on you.
Correct.
Correct. Draymond was probably getting to the point where, like, all right, like now you're just Oh, yeah, I get the Angel Reese thing and everything, but all you're doing is sitting there saying, like, you're a woman. You're a woman.
Jokes.
You're a woman.
New jokes. All right, one more here. This was Kirby Smart at his press conference earlier this week. I love this tact. You know, guys leave programs. This is Kirby Smart's strategy with those guys.
Kirby, how do you balance? You talked about after the game, guys wanting to check. You don't have guys that just want to check. You have guys that want to play physical. If you have really hard physical practices, how do you balance keeping kids from saying, this is just too much, I'm ready to hit the portal, I'll go somewhere else where it's easier? But you still have to make them physical, so you have to kind of put them through that grind. How do you balance it?
We schedule them. The ones that want to leave, we schedule them. We try to get them on the schedule because when they want to leave because they're not physical, that means they're probably going to a place that's not physical. We like those places. We like to play them. We prefer them, actually, if you can get them on the schedule. So it's one of those deals that you don't run from hard in life. You run from hard in life, you'll find more hard.
He is petty at people who transfer because it's too hard.
I bet there's also follow-up articles, like a million of them by now, showing the guys that they specifically have scheduled that have transferred away. Not, that it's worked out.
Oh, that'd be fun
way.
To do that exercise.
If you're kind of, it's almost like joining a gang.
Yeah.
We're like, oh yeah, you're gonna get beat out.
Yep.
We're gonna. Oh, you want to leave? Do you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll meet us again.
Yeah.
In a dark alley called Athens, we're gonna bring your soft ass team school that you're going to. And we're get you on the schedule.
Cults are an awful, awful thing, and yet very productive for football teams.
You have often said that.
Yeah.
Cults they're an awful thing, yet very effective.
Very effective at times in football.
You admire how effective.
A little bit of a cult-like mentality there. Yeah.
Very much.
Oh,
so.
You're one of those guys that wants to leave, huh?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Does Kamari Lassiter sound like somebody who would come from an environment like that one that Kirby
sounds
Smart
like
had?
If Kirby had it all that he probably went out and injured 7 practice squad players.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, Kamari. I don't know if you're tough enough for this program. Went water boy on everybody.
I love Nick Caserio. His description of Kamari when we were talking to him a little earlier today was great. All right, we keep it moving here in the 9 o'clock hour. DeMeco Ryans, if you're just tuning in, maybe you're up a little later here this morning, updates on the injured Texans, including a little bit more detail on C.J. Stroud. We'll give you where we think this whole thing is going for Thursday and start looking ahead to the Bills coming up next.
Oh, if you want the opposite of wild and crazy, something pretty.
It's up on Sports Radio 610. Bringing the energy on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, text message. Here we go. Y'all fighting a losing battle with Shedeur Sanders. It's not a football discussion to the fans.
Yeah.
It was the Pettycast. It's not a football discussion to us either. We're not sitting here saying...
Yeah, we're not even fighting a battle. I think he was just, what battle were we
Y'all
fighting?
fighting a losing battle with Sanders. It's the Pettycast. If anything, we were
Tell
taking
me which
up
battle I was fighting.
Yes.
And then we'll get back
capitalize it and call it like a Revolutionary War battle.
Plus, I see that some of the Kansas City texters are back at it. Somebody was arguing about the origin of Freddy's. The
frozen custard place?
Yes. It was in Wichita, not Overland Park.
Oh,
I saw that. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
I thought we had kind of eradicated the
because they're not
Kansas
610
City
anymore.
The texterazzi.
There must be somewhere when people Google the
they
the
aren't
station.
610. Yeah,
but well, you know how it goes though. In people's minds,
Yeah.
they probably still call it 610, so they Google it.
They're on an FM stick now.
Yeah, I know, but yeah. But in their minds, it's still 610. Yeah.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans. Updates on injuries to C.J. Stroud, Jalen Pitre, and Jaime Fairbairn.
Yeah, with the short week, just the update as of right now, C.J. and Jalen are still in the concussion protocol. I think it's looking good to have Kaimi back this week, so we'll see how that goes. And with C.J. and Jalen, we'll kind of, again, we got to see how the week goes, when they're in their concussion protocol. To be available, so we'll see how it goes for them this week.
Okay, so it looks like if I'm reading into that 30 seconds of audio right there, I would go Jaime Fairbairn.
Yeah.
Sounds like I know they don't have a probable designation anymore, so I'll just use it as an adjective. It sounds like he's probably going to play in this game. Jalen Pitre was limited in practice, or designated as limited in practice, so he actually did walkthroughs and did things that would lead me to believe that he's got a decent chance of playing.
That he's in that part of the protocol in stage 5 where you do practice things and then they monitor you and you see, and then after, if he practices today, maybe they'll be able to figure it out afterwards.
Yep. C.J. Stroud sounds like there is a next to zero chance of him playing.
I think especially because he is the quarterback and you need the quarterback to be as involved mentally and everything as possible, and we just have no clue where he is right now in terms of just actually. Sometimes when guys are coming back from concussions, even digesting a game plan in the meeting room is kind of hard. We don't know where he is.
From what you've seen of Davis these last couple of games, and if we're being honest, in both games it took a while to get going in these games. They were down 29-10 to the Jags.
It didn't take a while to get going in this last game. They marched down the field. They just couldn't score.
They did. But I mean, it wasn't great. Against a bad team, they were down 3-0 at the half.
Yeah.
They started doing their damage in the second half. Are there things or a thing that Davis does better than CJ that makes you feel maybe more comfortable with Davis in this game against the Bills?
I think it's hard to say because you're looking at 2 games versus not. And you got to remember that when CJ had really sliced apart some non-marquee defenses in the last few weeks.
Yep.
They had a really hard. It's hard for me to say that Davis is doing anything better without also seeing Davis go up against the Seahawks. Or going up against teams like that.
Or even San Francisco.
Right. Well, San Francisco's defense is definitely bad now. They're a bad defense now.
Okay.
And it started that really the week before the Texans faced them.
Okay.
But I think that if there's one thing that maybe is different, and maybe the stats bear this out or not, but just some of the pre-snap motion seems to have really sprung some plays. And I don't know if it was just a matter of just the defenses they're facing or if it has anything to do with the way that Davis is operating or orchestrating things. But on third down especially, he's made some big-time throws, but he's also just seemed like he's got more options on third down.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hope that's more of a function of the whole offense than just the fact that Davis is out there.
The Bills are favored by 5.5 in this game at NRG Stadium. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, because you've got your backup quarterback. I think it all comes back to that at some point.
Yeah.
People look at it and they don't I know there's starting to be a growing minority of Texans fans who just think, nope, Davis is better than CJ. There you go. Like, if you feel that way, that's fine. I disagree. And I think the odds makers especially as well look at it and say, okay, you've got Josh Allen, even though the offense has been against a very good defense on the road, but it's Josh Allen versus a backup quarterback.
It's really interesting. These by the coming into the season predictions, these were two of the teams that were thought to be the favorites in their division.
Yeah.
You know, they were the defending champions in the AFC East and in the AFC South. And I think what's interesting is all four teams that were favored to win their divisions in the AFC are all in second or third place right now in their divisions. Hell, three of them are out of the playoff picture entirely and sitting at 5-5 in the Texans, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. However, it feels like there's still tremendous belief in those other three non-leading the division preseason favorites. Like Buffalo right now is the third team on the board for the Super Bowl. They're the top AFC team on the board for the Super Bowl. They're not even the best team in their division by record right now. It goes Eagles, Rams, and then the Bills at 8-1. The Chiefs, I think, I haven't looked at the AFC West. Math might have caught up to the Chiefs now after losing to the Broncos. But the Chiefs are still thought to be among the teams that, hey, if they just get into the dance, they can make a run in this thing. Which is interesting because they never go on the road in the playoffs. Like, they'll have to go on the road in the playoffs this year, the Chiefs. And then the Ravens are still, I think, heavy favorites to win the AFC North. The Texans are the only preseason division favorite where there's very little belief in right now.
I'll tell you what, the biggest thing, and this is where you talk about the Texans getting off to a slow start in the Titans game. This is the problem. They didn't get off to a slow start. They played it down the red zone and then stall out. So you talk about those teams you just mentioned. Right now, the Chiefs are 7th in red zone offense. The Texans are 31st in red zone offense.
Who's worse than the Texans? Who's 32nd?
I thought you meant between the Chiefs and the Texans.
Yeah. I know I have my moments.
New Orleans.
New Orleans, gotcha.
No,
Sorry.
No, that's my fault.
No. I should have said who's worse than the Texans.
So the Titans.
That just looked at me like I had six heads.
The way the Titans game goes, the way the Titans game went, they had a 15-play drive that they got no points off of.
Yeah. How many yards?
It was 53 yards.
Okay. 50. If the Texans want to know why people aren't getting to games early.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a lot of Bronco fans at a Bronco-Texans game. Like, your opening drive is 15 plays, 53 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the constitution of those plays. Like, are they all just runs up the middle? It's probably a lot of dink and dunk passing.
Well, no, he had a couple really nice third down conversions on that
true.
one. Remember, there was a 3rd and 8 that he completed to Jaden Higgins.
Okay.
There was another, it was a 3rd and 7 to Nico Collins.
All right.
Then he had that other shot to Xavier Hutchinson. That wasn't a third down. But there were some nice plays. They were kind of, don't go broke taking a profit, but here, take a shot, play
is
here,
that
shot
enough
play there.
To get you out of the parking lot if you're on your 10th beer?
So that's the problem, though, is that they got off to a fast start of playing their 31st red zone offense in the league. So then they had a 4 and out or 3 and out, and then they did. Then they had 11-play 48-yard drive, which scored 0 points because they got sacked.
Seth, you are the point master here. Like, you're kind of arguing against yourself.
I'm saying they got
I feel like somewhere there's a Seth in there that would say you need points.
They were playing their version of offense right off the bat.
Yeah.
They were driving methodically down the field and then stalling out. You had these two. They came away with 0 points off of how many plays was that first drive? 12 plays?
15, I think you said.
15-play drive.
15 plays.
Then they had to punt once.
Yeah.
But then they ended up they had an 11-play 48-yard drive, but that had been actually like 12 yards further than that, but he took a sack. They had an 11-play drive that they had to punt.
That is a lot of foreplay right there.
Yeah.
That is a lot of foreplay.
Then they had a 3 and out.
Or no scoring. That's no 3 and out. That's no foreplay. Sorry. Store's closed.
So, yes, it's a slow start. In terms of your advanced stat of scoring actual points.
Points? That's my advanced stat now?
It was a low possession game in the first half.
There were only 2 possessions total in the first quarter.
It's twice in a row now that you've played the Colts or the Titans to an extremely tight game in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
The first game, they ran away with it, but they were winning 6-0 going into the fourth quarter.
That's right.
Last week, they had to have a game-winning drive to win that game.
So is Jeffrey Simmons right? Or is that team no better than the
I didn't want to call that difference.
Jeffrey Simmons probably doesn't watch a lot of Texans football. By what he's watched,
yeah,
he looks at it and goes, well, I mean, they did lose 26-0.
Yeah.
It was a really bad quarter for them. Yeah, so there you go. All right,
I think the biggest difference with the Titans is that having both Devondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons in the game made a big difference. And
yes,
when you look at the runs, I can remember when I went the day after the game. God, was that yesterday already? This just feels like a week ago.
Yeah, yesterday was the day.
Yesterday when I went and I looked at the inside runs and the outside runs, and the first thing that jumped out at me is why did they have 17 inside runs and only 6 or 7 outside runs?
Against that defensive front.
And it was the Titans were doing a good job of doing the same thing the Texans do. They have their defensive ends aligned out wide, and they are crashing upfield and forcing everything back inside to those two big monsters at defensive tackle.
Yep.
And the Texans just physically can't win that match. When they turn it into a physical matchup in the run game versus guys like that, the Texans they're not physically intimidating enough to do it.
All right, we gotta play this thing out that one college is doing with its head coach. We gotta figure out what this looks like. This deadline, this ultimatum that a school has given its head coach regarding staying at that school. We will do that coming up next. And also, quick football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming now on Paramount Plus, the return of Landman. Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, brings you Landman. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sin of Landman, now only on Paramount Plus. All right, I mentioned a little bit earlier because you guys have been hearing the spots.
22. It's a men's tea clinic morning on Sports Radio 6 on your way to work, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I swear to God, if that baseball bat hits me, there's going to be hell to pay. Seth is balancing.
That baseball bat hits you. Hopefully you'll learn your lesson.
Seth is doing the thing where you balance the baseball bat on a couple of fingers
One
vertically.
finger.
One finger.
I was doing it with two to warm up, and now I'm doing it with one. I don't even. Is that a thing?
Not
I
like
don't
there's
remember
any
doing
expensive
that.
equipment around
You
here.
know, it's one thing. One of my biggest regrets in life, really my only regret in life, and there's nothing I can do about it at this point, is learning how to spin a basketball really well on my finger.
Yeah, you could still do it.
Nah.
Oh, you just don't want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because obviously I could do something about it.
Right.
I don't know.
But if it's your biggest regret, I mean, it feels awfully fixable.
It's not a regret. I did always feel a little inadequate about it, though. I can kind of do it for a little while, but like the people that can keep it going and really keep spinning everything,
yeah.
It probably wouldn't. It would probably only take a couple hours of dedicated practice.
Maybe. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. For someone with some coordination like you. Yeah.
It's formerly maybe.
Yeah. So
that I want to ollie.
You
that
want
one I'm not going to do.
What?
Ollie on a skateboard.
Oh, what is that?
That's where
Flat
you
ground?
just. What's that?
On flat ground?
On flat ground, where you just kind of hop up.
You jump.
Yeah,
oh,
you jump.
Yeah. No.
I worked on it with Garrett Heinrich for a little bit. We were going to do a video series, like a time lapse of, like me working on it once. I was going to work on it for 10 minutes a day. And I fell a couple times. I'm like, nope.
Oh, yeah, no. You
Yeah.
got too much hardware going on.
I
right?
should go out and get elbow pads and stuff like that. Can you ollie?
Okay. Do you ever skateboard, Ben?
No.
Okay.
Super into it, but never could do it.
Yeah.
I was out at that one of the trails that goes along the bayou. I think this was out by Derry Ashford a few years ago, and there was this guy out there. He was like probably 75 years old, and he's out there, in a helmet, elbow pads, knee pads, and everything. Skateboarding. And he stopped, and I was like, "Hey, how long have you been doing that?" And he said, he's this little Asian guy, and I don't want to do the Asian accent because that won't end well. But
do it.
if you can
fine.
imagine, he had an Asian accent, and he just basically explained that, I wanted to do this. So I decided a few years ago I'd always wanted to do it, and I never did. So he took up skateboarding in his 70s.
At like 72 years old, the guy takes up skateboarding?
Yeah,
respect.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of work.
I know, and pain, too.
Yeah, big time.
Let's throw a bunch of Asian stereotypes out there about how he was well suited to endure and all that.
Text in. See if you can get us canceled. Text in. 713-5.
And then he did math right in front of me.
Okay. Don't play with fire.
He was an awesome little guy, though.
How do you think this is going to go? Ole Miss has given Lane Kiffin an ultimatum to decide his future before the November 28th Egg Bowl against Mississippi State. So that would make that a Friday. So it's the Friday after Thanksgiving. And the reason Lane Kiffin has been rumored for practically every opening that's come up.
Yeah.
Good opening, prominent opening
He's
that's
really
come
like
up.
a Kardashian of college football.
Kind of.
Point,
Yep. And also like you I do find myself asking with Lane Kiffin. I know he's had a great season this year. He's never been to a college football playoff. I can't name like one. I can't name one big bowl game.
He's really like, in a lot of ways, he's like a much more competent Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
There's a certain aura about him.
There's an allure
that's above and beyond what he's actually produced.
Yeah.
Now Lane Kiffin has actually won a lot of football games, unlike Lane Kiffin, unlike Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
But there is that certain kind of whiz kid vibe about him.
There is. Now he is in pole position to make the playoff this year.
Yeah.
He's 10-1. He's considered a candidate for open jobs at both Florida and LSU. And before you guys go, well, this is nothing, or if you're an Ole Miss person, like, he's staying, whatever. Know this, that a source confirmed that LSU sent a private jet for Kiffin's family to visit Baton Rouge yesterday, and the Kiffins took a similar trip to Gainesville on Sunday, the day before. Lane Kiffin was not on either trip. The Advocate and On3 first reported those visits. Messages to Ole Miss Athletic Director Keith Carter were not returned immediately in this article I'm reading in The Athletic right now. But, Florida fired Billy Napier back in the middle of October. A week later, LSU fires Brian Kelly. Ole Miss fans chanting, "We want Lane," during the final minute of the Rebs' win over Florida on Saturday night. So he is a hot candidate, and at the very least, he is having his family do the dirty work of getting him a huge extension from Ole Miss.
Lane's always been a young quality control guy with the Jaguars.
Yeah, you were in the building
at that
with
point,
him. Huh?
He was just some brat kid whose father was a legendary coach, and I always enjoyed talking to him. He's really interesting. He's always just kind of in that brash personality and everything. Even when he had no right to be, like, that's who he was. You can picture Lane Kiffin as a 23-year-old.
Oh, totally. You guys are probably
because he was like the Raiders coach 2 years after that. But
he was a wonderkind.
Yeah. So I think that these last few years, ever since he sobered up and everything, not that he was a drunk, but he quit drinking.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's got a very close relationship with his daughters, and he really tries to focus on his family and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of just saying, like, maybe he's not that intrigued, and maybe he doesn't have plans to leave, but he wants his family to be in on the decision.
Yeah.
And why don't you guys go take a look? And meanwhile, this might be a nice little pay raise, just a nice little.
He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
I mean, even if there were.
But it's extra leverage.
That's
just
what I was
showing that, like, yeah, we got options, and my
100%.
family's out there exploring.
Yes, that's what I meant when I said he's had his family doing his dirty work for him. Is at a minimum he's going to get more money from Ole Miss, and even if they make the playoff, even if there was no interest in other schools, that's typically a time where schools will kind of pony up and redo the contract, extend him, and so forth. They want him in Ole Miss. I don't know that Ole Miss is going to do better than Lane Kiffin. Now, this is the key here, Seth. This is where I'm kind of going with this. Like, Ole Miss can sit here and go, hey, we need an answer by the Egg Bowl. My answer, if I were Lane Kiffin, is Jimmy Sexton, because Jimmy Sexton feels like he's the agent for every coach in the SEC, would be, or what? Are you going to fire him?
Yeah, right. We need an answer, or they're going to fire him and do not. Yeah, I don't know.
The person briefed on the discussions, this is from The Athletic, did not say what would happen if Kiffin remains uncommitted prior to the Egg Bowl. Kiffin has repeatedly said he's happy at Ole Miss, but has not declared he is staying at Ole Miss. The quote after the Florida game was, "I love what we're doing here. Today was awesome. To even talk about it right now would be so disrespectful to our players." As if leaving them during a playoff season wouldn't be disrespectful. You know how disrespectful it would be for me to even talk about that job? You know, the one I might take. So that's what I'm intrigued by.
It feels a little bit like, was it Omer Ashik where Daryl Morey says that there was a deadline, and then the deadline came and went to trade him, and he said, well, these are kind of soft targets or what have you.
Yeah, I think
it was either Moti Yunus or
No. It was Ashik. Oh, it might have been Moti Yunus. Yeah, I think it might have been Moti Yunus. Some of that stuff in the NBA has to do with key dates on the calendar.
No, but it wasn't. It was like they wanted to get something done. It was a very soft, like, arbitrary deadline, and it came and went, and he said, well, no, we're actually still open for business.
I feel like that was Moti. I feel like Moti Yunus had, like, agent issues with Daryl Morey.
Yeah, but that was what – but regardless, it was that kind of a thing where, okay, you're saying it's a deadline or an ultimatum, but, like, what's going to happen if it doesn't happen?
And it comes and goes, and, that's my question. If Lane Kiffin has not pledged his loyalty to Ole Miss – on the day of the Egg Bowl, what are you going to do? Like, take away his key card? Like, you're not going to let him in the stadium? Like, you're going to have an interim coach? T2?
Yeah.
That's absurd. Your team is your team is vying for a playoff spot. And Mississippi State is not a great football team, but they've given some teams some trouble this year. They should have beat Texas. Mm-hmm. They were up by 17 points in the fourth quarter on Texas, and they let them back in the game.
December 20th, 2013. Omer Ashik will remain with the Houston Rockets for the time being. Despite numerous trade rumors, no deal materialized by general manager Daryl Morey's deadline. But then Daryl Morey afterwards said, it was a deadline, but yeah, we could still trade him.
That's a great pull by you, man. That was
December 20th, 2013.
Well, they signed Dwight Howard that offseason.
But they wanted to get something done pretty early. Just so they could have some clarity and everything, and they did not.
They did not. Nope. They did not. So, that's my question for you, Ole Miss. Or else, like, what is the whole thing with Lane Kiffin?
I said the exact same thing to Reggie this morning.
Yeah.
Like, it's an ultimatum. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so he's not done your blood oath on the Friday morning of the Egg Bowl. Does his key card not work when he gets to the stadium?
You tell him not to coach in the playoff?
Right, or tell him not to coach in that game, which you might need to win to get into the playoff.
One of our listeners says, this is the line in the sand. Wait, no, this is the line in the sand.
That's exactly what it is, yeah. No, over here. How we doing, fellas?
Terrific.
John Lopez, Reggie's still getting set up over there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you excited for Thanksgiving at Odyssey today?
I am thrilled. Beyond words.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thrilled.
Because you're going to pile up a whole big plate of food.
Well, I've been here going on 17 years.
What happened this year?
Forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Forgot to bring food in. I would submit that you would have, I would imagine. I mean, you could do the HEB
This is an event where we have
tailgater tip of the game on the Texan road game.
We have a spreadsheet that we're supposed to fill in with the dish we're bringing.
And it was on the to-do list.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, you've paid your dues.
I can tell them, well, I was going to bring.
Yeah.
There's always 3 times as much food as
Nobody likes that guy. Nobody likes the I was going to do
I was
this.
gonna
Keep that
bring.
one to yourself.
This might be, if we're taking attendance on this thing or whatever, this might be this room of 4 people without knowing, because Seth, I don't think you brought anything. Reggie, did you bring anything?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Well,
I brought two of the
those Hawaiian rolls.
16 Hawaiian roll bags.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I'm bringing like 32 Hawaiian rolls.
Those are good.
You want me to make it from all of us?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, no. I don't want my name on it.
You don't?
I am a conscientious objector.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, if I see a plate,
I'll present him. I'm going to bring him in with my Polynesian accent. We're trying to get me canceled this week.
I was like,
I heard you talk. Yeah, you should have gone with the accent.
I should have gone with some kind of a generic Asian accent.
Get canceled one way or the other.
Yes.
Oh man, yeah. So no, I'll make it from me, Seth, and John. Reggie wants no part of my Hawaiian rolls.
That's right.
All right. I like
So
the
how
statement
mean
that
would
you're
it be? My wife had a colonoscopy this morning, which she probably does not want in the air. How mean would it be? She's back home now.
Okay.
To say, hey, can you whip up something? And
No. How dare you?
Yeah. That'll be to walk over to the kitchen. Oh yeah. What are you doing putting her business out there like that?
I probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, man.
That's good, everybody. Go get your colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Ben, just go ahead and dump that last.
It's a good reminder to go take care of that business.
Yes.
All right. What's the question of the day today?
Well, you saw that CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens had to sit out. They had to sit out the first series of the drive because they did something. And I'm just saying.
First series. So within the first drive, they were still in. They had to.
No, they missed the first series of the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you meant like first series of downs. Okay,
no, the first
gotcha.
entire first. Well, it ended up being a 3-and-out, but they were going to miss the entire first series of downs.
Yeah,
because they did something that was that was against the rules,
and it hasn't been disclosed.
And it was in Las Vegas, is all I'm saying.
Oh, man, that's a nice home field advantage they've got there, man.
So, what's something you missed or something bad that happened that was totally worth it? Because they ended up going for what, 200 and something yards?
Oh, they pieced them yesterday.
I'm pretty sure Pickens had 100 in the first half.
Yeah.
No,
so something that bad that happened or a punishment
that ended up being
that
a
was
good
totally
thing.
worth it. It was totally worth it.
All right.
I've got mine if you want me to go first.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay, mine was the punishment that I got that was totally worth it. And I've told this story before. Back in my sophomore year in college, I got into I was on disciplinary probation. It was stupid. Like, me and a roommate were drunkenly prank calling people. And little did we know that even back in 1989, you could trace the calls back to a room. So we got in trouble for that. We didn't get kicked off campus, thankfully. Notre Dame has pretty strict campus conduct rules. Vice President of University Affairs. That helped. But my punishment was it was 50 or 75, I don't know, 50 hours of community service, let's call it. And my punishment, air quotes, was that I got to drive a golf cart around campus picking up injured athletes and bringing them to their next class or bringing them to their dorm or whatever. So I was like, it was awesome. It was like having a car on campus.
Yeah.
And I'm driving around and I'm chopping it up with Ricky Waters.
Yeah.
And Rocket Ishmael's got an ankle, so I got to pick him up at Grace Hall to bring him over to the business building and whatnot.
You basically got the job that they give to athletes as bogus jobs.
Yes.
Anyway,
That was my community
if that was
service.
it, your community service job was like the work study job that they give to athletes.
Totally.
Where it's like, okay, it's not really work. Just do this.
Yeah.
So and then you had to just hang out with those athletes.
It was great. I got to hang out with them. I parked the golf cart next to my dorm. It was like, because it's hard to you can't get a car on campus. You got to park all the way across the highway.
Glad you told this story because I had completely forgotten about this one. I had one time there was a kid on my floor in my freshman year, Stu, and this kid from Tennessee, and anybody from Stu, great kid. Yes. And I didn't know, just a kind of a fun, happy-go-lucky guy and everything. And one day he didn't have his meal card. And he asked if he could borrow mine, and we were given strict instructions that you're not to do this, because et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Children will starve in China.
Yes.
Should I do the accent? And
Still a chance.
So I gave him my meal card. I wasn't thinking much about it. He gets pinched because he's a 130-pound albino kid from Tennessee. Doesn't look like the picture on my ID card. And it turns out it's actually kind of a big deal. I got put on some kind of a sanction.
You're on a list.
Like, I might as well have been caught shoplifting or something.
Right.
But Stu was so appreciative and felt so bad, and I didn't know it at the time. The kid was loaded.
Oh, God.
Like, loaded. It had
You're
a nice
eating
car and
steak.
everything. He let me borrow his car. He was always buying me food.
That's perfect.
If he ordered takeout or something, he would always get me something and everything.
Oh, so he's a solid dude.
Yeah, he was a really solid. I got to look him up. I bet he's doing well in life.
I know.
See if you can still cash in on that same
See if we can get a little muscle behind some of these businesses you and I have been
he was
cooking
an
up.
architecture student. I should call him up and be like, so how many buildings have you named after me by this point, or have you forgotten?
Yeah,
Have you forgotten the sacrifice I made?
Hey, retribution.
Yeah.
He did the new part of the Guggenheim. Anyway,
well, real quick, the best part about having the golf cart on campus was I was able to cheat in the spring festival in the scavenger hunt.
Of course you were.
Which was supposed to be on foot.
You were riding a golf cart.
Well, I hid the golf cart over in the bushes, and I ran over and got it when everybody's running the other way. And then I made sure to try to, kind of take different ways over to pick up the different scavenger hunt things. I shattered the record. The record was like 52 minutes.
So you didn't even try and make it like believable.
Man, I
you were
finished in like 23
You were like
minutes.
that person that cheated the marathon.
Rosie Ruiz. I was at that
Ruiz.
marathon.
Yeah, you were Rosie
I was there for that. She was my inspiration, actually, for the golf cart thing.
Were you there? Was that the
Years
Boston
later.
Marathon?
Yeah, my dad ran the Boston Marathon that year.
And she ran that year?
She ran that year.
Yeah. Was it 2 hours? 2 hours
She
or
hopped in like the middle of it. Yeah. I feel like Lopez might have been covering that. Boston
No, but I
Marathon.
remember I said Rosa. I remember Rosie Ruiz.
Rosie Ruiz, man.
Yeah, I'll tell the story about the all-nighter I
Such
pulled.
the opposite story of Rosa Parks.
I know. It's like, what was I thinking?
Very different. Very different. Oh, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Listening to KLTM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports
Although she
Station.
did refuse to run in the back. Anyway.
I want no parts of any of the things that are happening right now. None whatsoever.
So I will tell the story about the NBA player I pulled an all-nighter with in Las Vegas that was totally worth it at 10:40.
Okay.
But I did have another one. So I was covering the Sydney Olympics in 2000 in Sydney, obviously.
Yeah.
And me being a fisherman and outdoorsman, I cashed in a bunch of Marriott points, wrote an advance column so I could take a day off, cashed in my Marriott and then Continental points, flew to Surfers Paradise in Australia.
Oh, wow.
Spent the entire day, played on the beach, went fishing on a charter boat, came back, spent the night, flew back to Sydney the next day, forgot to send my column.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I wrote it
Yeah.
in advance, but I forgot to send it.
Did it
Totally worth it.
Did it get obsoleted? Like with the column?
No, they ended up running it,
They did?
but I had to do some scrambling.
Did you, well, and that was probably 2000. You had a cell phone of some, not an iPhone, but you just became an iPhone guy anyways. But were they trying to get in touch with you? Like,
Yes,
hey,
yes. And so
where's
what I
this
ended up
column?
doing-
And you're out there surfing.
But there's beautiful plausible deniability at that time, right? That's the
yeah.
time period where you could,
I don't know, the signal.
bad signal. And I don't know what's happening, right? Like you had some plausible deniability.
I'll tell you what, this one takes the cake right here. Got in-school suspension for fighting, was trying to protect a girl from an unwanted sexual advance, been married to that girl for 22 years.
How about that? He's a hero.
Nobility pays off.
Does that still help?
Yeah.
Like, do you ever get in the, why didn't you clean the dishes? Well, you remember that one time.
You remember?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. All right, boys. Well, we're looking forward to this edition of In the Loop.
I had I'll tell it. I'm going to vet this story before I tell it tomorrow. Inspired by the civil rights joke that John made.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. This has been Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Okay, I'll tell the story.
Yeah!
So, I was going through the Atlanta airport. This is where I bit my tongue at the right moment. Sometimes you don't know which joke to make or not. So I'm going through the Atlanta airport, and they have a really nice Martin Luther King exhibit there above the escalators at one of those. So I was kind of walking along, and I was looking at the Martin Luther King exhibit, and wasn't paying attention where I was going, and I, boom, smacked into this gentleman. It's pertinent to the story. He was a black man, and
it is Hartsfield Jackson.
I managed to not make the joke I was gonna make, which was or like the excuse was like, well, at least I was looking at the MLK exhibit. I almost said it. And I was like, no, that would be a really dumb thing to say.
I have black friends.
Yeah.
I run into them frequently. I thought the obvious joke was going to be I don't see color. I thought that was.
Oh, God, that would have been much better. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Oh, no, not Figgy Fig. Colin Neal. Sorry about that. Lopez's head was blocking you right there. Yeah, there we go.
Let's blame John for that.
Colin,
I like that.
Colin is in for Figgy today. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Tuesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the people involved. John Lopez to my left. I'm Reginald Atatula. And Colin Neal on the ones and twos as Figgy Fig. Did not let us know he was taking the day off. I don't know what happened here.
Yeah.
Should I be concerned? Do we need to reach out to him?
Yeah, probably.
Make sure that he's okay?
Wait, so you just now found out like an hour
Oh, no,
ago?
I found out, but just not through means where he would let us know. Usually he does a good job of letting us know, what's happening. Not that he is.
No, he does.
Not that he's required to let us know that he's taking the day off or whatever. It's
I think he is.
It's odd.
I think he should be.
Do you?
You're right. It's team, man. Hey, I ain't gonna play. He's George Pickens.
Has he checked it? Wow. Has he checked in with you guys at all? Like, do we know that he's all right?
Well, he has sent texts since I knew that he was not going to be here today.
Oh, okay.
But not mentioning that he was not going to be here.
That's right.
So he's still alive. Regular text.
He is still alive.
Still with Odyssey.
My knowledge.
Yeah, still with
Odyssey.
Odyssey. Okay, good.
Right? I just don't know what's happening with him. Maybe he just needed a day. Remember, he said he had a long weekend. So whatever that is, happy to have Colin Neal in for the party today. And you, happy to have you involved. Get involved as you typically can with the text line, 713-572-4610. That's a way to get involved all day long. Also, we have appreciation for the Mo on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. All right, John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
With the condensed week, it feels like we could just go ahead and skip to the fun of this.
It's Friday.
If this is indeed fun. Yeah, it is. It is in a way a Friday of sorts. You got the Bills coming into town, baby. It's a battle red Thursday night game as well. Not just the jersey, also the helmet. Like
red on red on red.
Oh, full out red. You are going to see if you can drag the Bills to hell in a way. But you got to do it by stopping Josh Allen. And to be fair, the Texans have had Josh Allen's number as recently as last year when they came to town and played here as well. I keep thinking about that. I'm like, how do we end up with a schedule where they come on the road twice in a row?
First place.
Shout out to the way that the NFL schedules that you have this. So I think you asked it this way: where will the burden fall most on this game?
Yeah, I think there's something to think about here because DeMeco Ryans was talking yesterday, and it got me thinking about this. He said you have to cover him twice. Let's hear it.
Bills are a really, really good team. Coach McDermott has done a great job. Since he's been there, they're always a contender. Play great defense. Of course, they have a great quarterback and Josh Allen who can make any type of play you need him to make. So it's a challenging opponent coming up this Thursday for us. We're up for the challenge as always, as every opponent. So we're looking forward to it. They've done a really good job. They go front running the football, and Josh can move around and make those plays. You have to cover him twice for sure. With his scramble ability and all run game as well. He does a good job of that.
You have to cover him twice.
Yeah, but also when he starts getting in there talking about the QB run game, that matters. To be fair, this past weekend where Josh Allen does something that only he and Otto Graham have ever done, which is score 6 touchdowns. He accounted for 3 in the air, 3 on the ground. He's done it twice. Otto Graham has done it once. Like that's where we are with this. That was also like a level of release for that offense that has had real ups and downs this season. Early on, it was ups against not great competition. Then there was a middling portion of the season where they weren't all that good offensively, and then that was the release. You had this big game, but that might be a reason. That might be something. They might have found something. They might be trying to take that on the road.
I'm glad you said
particularly with utilizing that man, not just in the passing game where he's been really good throwing the ball downfield, but putting his not even just pulling the ball down and running, but specifically using him as like a big third down back in some instances. It's just like straight up running back, changing the numbers. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm fearful. Like I will just use that word straight up. I won't try and qualify it. I'm fearful when it comes to that dude. He has really grown into being one of the menaces in this league.
You should be, but what if I told you? What if I told you?
The old 30 for 30.
What if I told you that last year against DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke's defense, Josh Allen went 9 of 30 passing and only had 4 carries. So that's why it got me thinking about you got to tackle him twice. Of course, the 9 of 30 has something to do with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter and the coverages and running zone so you can see him if he runs and all this other stuff back. But it also has to do with the not just the rush ends, staying in their lanes. That's obviously Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. But I went back and looked at that box score.
From last year?
No, from 2000. Yeah, last year. From last year when he was 9 of 30. Falu Fatukasi was the second leading tackler in the game. Mario Edwards was like 5th. So the 2 inside guys had big games, including, I think, 2 tackles for loss. I don't know against who. I was just looking at the box score. Might have been Josh Allen, might have been someone else. Either way, the middle of this defense is going to be what tackle him once. That's going to be the first one. I think that's where this defense has been something of a kryptonite for Josh Allen. And if you go back even before DeMeco Ryans, Josh Allen against the Texans, he's 1-3 and has completed 51% of his passes. So defensively, specifically, DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke, but the middle of the defense, I think that's going to hold all the key to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super important. You can go all the way up the spine of the defense. Mm-hmm. Defensive tackles who oddly this year, and I won't put this specifically on the defensive tackles because the ends have a decent amount.
Well, they're the lanes; they're contained. Yeah.
But they are especially in the way that DeMeco Ryans runs the system. Mm-hmm. They end up having the responsibility of being alert or needing to be alert and covering if if a rush end kind of gets inside. It's been Sheldon Rankins who's had to or even Settle at times, who's had to roll out and trying to contain a quarterback who might be out there on the edge. And they're going to need to kind of step up in those instances. You already illustrated kind of Fatukasi who had to be able to get them. And in a way, I think they have to be aware for that. I think also you get to the linebackers, and that's where this is going to get real interesting. I saw someone on the text line, again, 713-572-4610, make the note that, well, if you get to the fourth quarter, can you spy him? And I don't know that you could spare the man to spy him necessarily.
I actually thought about that.
But if you do spy him, who are you utilizing to spy Josh Allen?
EJ Speed.
Okay.
You talk about the spine of the defense and a fast guy who's been playing pretty dang well. No, I actually thought of that too. It's just going to be the middle of the defense as much as anything, I think, to be able to control Josh Allen. EJ Speed, I think they're going to pick their spots on the spying, especially if they, run some sort of man or, press outside or whatever it may be. But certainly, I think those tackles, hey, man, the Tommy Togiai game, he's been one of those guys that is fundamentally sound, not to sound trite, but he is. DeMeco was talking about him as well and raving about him yesterday. So I think guys like Mario Edwards, Togiai, Settle, all those guys up the middle.
So, yeah, I think I probably lean more or less away. Rather, I lean away from the idea of an individual spy because I think that you probably, would have to take that away from, I don't know, would you take that away from your pass rush and send 3? I don't think that that's something that feels like it's within what the Texans typically do, or I guess it would be situational, right? Mm-hmm. If it's in a situation where they absolutely need to throw the football,
yes,
maybe you do that. Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily love the idea of taking somebody out of the context of real coverage.
Yeah.
I feel like it's probably going to end up more being a zone context where your linebackers just have to be alert. But even then, we've seen instances where they have been in that circumstance. You have a linebacker in the middle of the field looking back at the quarterback, and that quarterback's able to step up and go and pick up yards. Hello, Baker Mayfield. Hello, Bo Nix, right? There's been in fact, Cam Ward had one of those in this game as well. I think that's been a thing, and there is a decided difference when it comes to those dudes that I just mentioned and big old Josh Allen, who not only has that the mobility, but then also he relishes, not just has the capability, but relishes contact when he has the opportunity to, almost to a detriment to himself.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that is another place. And then following the spine all the way deep, I think that this is going to be an interesting safety game, right? This is going to be, I think at some points, and of course he wasn't playing safety particularly, but Miles Bryant, who was playing in that slot, and then also I think Jalen Mills will probably have some opportunities. It felt like Miles Bryant was targeted by the Tennessee Titans, or at least tested in some ways, right? I think I'd probably put that more schematically, but just this is a team, and Josh Allen throws the ball down the field, man. This is something that he does, and I feel like the safeties might be under more pressure than they have been at any point in this season, and that's interesting because I don't know how much they've been tested. this year, really. And last year, you go back to that Week 5 game against the Buffalo Bills, and it felt like there was definitely this defense is making Josh Allen bad, but there was also some passes that were available to be made that Josh Allen just missed. Does he miss those again this year?
He just looked off.
He just make note of it, or to see that, and it does seem like that was a thing that I noted here, where there was just some offs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be something this year that he misses those passes? I think that those are all going to be. You look at the spine of his defense. As much as a spine of a defense is always important, it's going to be even more important this year.
Well, and
this week rather.
Add to that, they used 2 tight ends in the passing game, quite a lot. The Buffalo Bills, and so the tight ends again. Those options up the middle with the Kincaid, Knox. The guys that they like to throw the ball to. Those are things that are, again, safeties might have to come into play.
Well, Kincaid was a DNP on the what did they call the simulated
availability report
because everybody had a walkthrough. Both the Texans and the Bills actually had a walkthrough. So the practice report was, if they had gone through a full practice, this is what it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I guess I could give you that information, but Dalton Kincaid was one of those dudes who looks like, who would have been a DNP, and honestly looks like he might not play in this game, which is actually a big deal for this Texans team, and maybe towards the idea of keeping Josh Allen in check, is that's been probably his best weapon, maybe outside of James Cook, just as a running back, because they haven't even used James Cook all that well out of the backfield. Dalton Kincaid is the dude that's really terrifying, and of the people that could get at you, it feels like tight ends are one of those places that a team can get at you. So that probably is ultimately a good thing, is if Dalton Kincaid can't go for them. But yeah, man, that you're still going to have your work cut out for you with Josh Allen in and of himself.
And a good point from the A32. That was, and they put him back in the game.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting backdrop.
He might have been
to
seeing 3 guys out there.
Right, he might have been in a bad place. Though the supposed independent neurological consultant might have messed up there.
Might have been from upstate New York.
And then on the other side of things, you might have an independent neurological consultant that is currently having CJ Stroud, stretch this thing out, right?
Yeah.
And of course, symptoms. It's all about the symptoms. It's all about the process that they have established the NFL. So there's not anything that can be done. In fact, Nick Caserio talked about that. We'll hear a little bit about that here in a second. But yeah, that is an interesting backdrop to this game. But yeah, the long and short of this game really starts with Josh Allen, and you could make a meal out of having just this conversation. What is your confidence level within that? Because I think we've talked to both sides of this. There's definitely a lot of danger that he possesses in being, MVP caliber player. Does he have that kind? Does the bozo moment show up as it happens with him, or do you lean very hard into the idea that this defense seems, and not just this defense in particular with the Texans, defenses like it, because the Atlanta Falcons gave him issues, and Jeff Ulbrich runs a similar defense as well. Do you lean into that more?
Lots of confidence in the defense, obviously, but when you said Baker Mayfield and Bo Nix, I kind of got a shiver up my spine. I could see where you hold him, then boom, all of a sudden something big.
And that's where, as much as we talk about the defense, the complementary football of it all comes in.
Yeah.
This is where your offense has got to help you out. If the margins are razor thin in the fourth quarter, you're putting too much on the defense. If you can help by making those margins wider, this defense can absolutely come through for you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, Nick Caserio joined the fellas of Payne and Pendergast. A few things that were very interesting, including the process of returning from concussion. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans have a quick turnaround with Buffalo coming to town for Thursday night football. Cue the prime. 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
We were so close. We were so close. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Why do I say we were so close? And entirely off air. John the Hulk Lopez seemingly just snapped his microphone stand.
Like it never happened.
He seemed to rig it back together in a way that is satisfactory. Yeah. Sorry, I feel very disappointed.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I was very much looking forward to you having a broken microphone on your account. But looking very much forward to the Texans facing off against the Bills, if for no other reason than like being the home team on a Thursday night game, especially with the Thursday night game seemingly going back to the slop fest that they have been in the history.
Bad.
It feels like
that
is quite an advantage. I understand that the line in this game is 5.5 points towards the Bills, but can you just make it ugly? Is it possible that the nature of Thursday night football and the inherent benefit of not having to travel for a Thursday night game on a short week?
Travel like 3.5 hours too, at least.
It's not a short trip for the Bills coming down to Houston. So we'll see what that looks like. I see you on the text line making the mention of that you can spy against Josh Allen, especially because they don't have the tight end. So can you make that happen? Maybe so. But I still have real concerns about that entire spine of the defense. I mean, the spine of the defense has been, if you can find a weakness.
I mean, Aziz is good. Obviously, EJ has kind of been inside, outside, but I would suspect he would be the spy.
Well, someone who throws up if Pitre's healthy, throw him in there. All of those interesting concepts, and I'm not opposed to the idea of spying, especially if that allows you to play man in other circumstances and make it a little tougher. The statistic that I was kind of ruminating on that I couldn't quite get out, since week 7, which is the Bills' bye, Josh Allen has completed 7 of 14 passes, 20-plus yards in the air, which is, mind you, that is the 209 yards for the most on such plays. Like, he's getting the ball downfield. So is he going to connect better downfield, and could that be a big detriment for the Texans? We'll see what it looks like. But Nick Caserio jumped on with Payne and Pendergast, and he answered a question that, I'm gonna be honest, has just been gnawing at me. The way that
you're not alone.
The conversations about the concussion protocol have absolutely frustrated me. Thankfully, we saw that Pitre was like technically limited on the designation, so it seems like he has more of a chance than CJ has to return. But this was Nick Caserio when asked about what that concussion protocol, like what goes into it, how close the actual team is on all of it.
We stay out of it. I mean, we let in that situation as well, is let the medical process kind of take care of itself. They keep us informed about the player, and he gets through, he clears this step, and then if he gets to the next step, and then a lot of this is all symptom related anyway. So whatever a player is feeling or whatever he's going through, that's essentially out of our hands. DeMeco's talked about this. I've talked about this. I mean, the health and well-being of our players is the most important thing. I would say from our perspective, just the way we operate, we're never going to force a player to do something where he doesn't feel right. It's not fair to the player. It's not the right thing to do by the player. And however long it takes, and then we'll adjust accordingly. So I would say that's how we've handled it. That's how we'll continue to handle it. And I would say specific to the concussion protocol, once they clear whatever stages and steps that they go through, and then once cleared, he's completed the protocol, then he's available, then you make the decision that is in the best interest of everybody involved.
That's about as good an answer as you can get from a general manager. It really is. I mean, what are you supposed to say?
Right, but
that
I
doesn't
think,
make you feel altogether better.
Oh no, it makes me feel a lot worse all the way around. But I understand.
Yeah.
One, I think it's cohesive and it falls in line with the MO that they have established when it comes to players and injuries, just in general. I did appreciate the particular emphasis that he put. Like once they're clear, once they're available, then you make a decision on what's in the best interest. And I was like, oh, there is no way in hell. There is a snowball's chance in hell that C.J. Stroud plays in this game.
Yeah, no.
Because he would have to not just clear, which I think at this point there's probably a couple more opportunities to practice. One of those being Wednesday, where they don't have a practice schedule, so they would have to create one in order to give C.J. Stroud an opportunity to scratch off another practice in an asymptomatic manner or what have you, actually getting contact and everything. And then they would need him to do that, then make a decision based off of how they feel. Like they just seem to be more cautious than would be required for him to go. So it's very much Davis Mills time.
Yeah, it is Davis Mills time. The other thing that I was thinking about as I'm listening to, and this has been in the back of my mind throughout these 3 weeks that he's going to be out. I'm just starting to worry. Just like, is this a much more severe concussion? We talk a lot about there's different levels. There's a concussion. Oh, got your bell rung. Maybe you're back the next week. It's very rare in the NFL, but it has happened, and I think it's happened this concussion protocol. They're back the next week. But then those that are 2 and 3 games, that's the kind of thing where maybe sensitive to light or whatever it may be, any possibility. It has me worried that it's just a much more severe concussion.
Yeah, and I hadn't even gotten into like some of the thoughts about, because I think people are like, hey man, just tough it out. It's kind of the nature of the mythos that we've built around football, all of the machismo and everything. Yeah. Nick Caserio started to talk about like, hey, processing is so necessary when you're playing quarterback, right? What happens, especially with concussions being so mysterious to us.
Yeah.
In all reality, I know that we have a lot of research, but even still, I think there is an understanding that there's a lot that we don't fully understand about what's happening on the internal of all of this, right? The processing that you have to do as a quarterback. He also mentioned like, hey man, you got this, you've got these a head coach or a coach rather calling plays in your ear. Are you interpreting that well? Can you hear that? Does that aggregate symptoms? There's a lot of things going on. But yeah, I don't know exactly what to do with the idea of this being longer because again, things are mysterious. Just because you have a concussion that does not display does not mean that it is not something that is not detrimental to you. However, it feels like to the layman, hey man, you have 2-3 week missed off of a concussion.
Yeah.
That's a bad concussion that very well could get worse at some point or could compound in future circumstances or situations. Yeah, this is really uncomfortable if we're talking about
best way to put it.
Even the long term.
Yeah.
With C.J. Stroud. All right. Speaking of injuries,
who are we going to talk about?
Let's talk about one Joe Mixon, who I think this might have been the clearest. As the last clearest update that we got was Nick Caserio on with Payne and Pendergast. This was his latest update, Nick Caserio on Joe Mixon.
Look, I know we've been asked about this multiple times, and it's not I'm trying to be like evasive. It's just a very like gray situation, and Joe's worked at it, and there are times when he's made progress, and other times when the progress is kind of stalled there a little bit. So, I mean, players in his status or situation are on the reserve list until they're not. Joe's doing everything he can. Obviously, we're getting pretty late in the game here. I don't want to, establish any sort of expectations or, I know a month ago or whatever it was, I mentioned we probably have a better idea here, in the next 3 to 4 weeks or whatever it was. I don't think we have any more clarity at this point. So I think at this point he's out until he's not. And again, it's just a very, I would say, gray. There's kind of a lot of ambiguity, not a lot of clarity. It's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the situation. So I'd say that's kind of where we are.
Whew. That was resignation. It's just the tone of his voice was like, well, he'll be back when he's back. He'll be off the list when he's off the list. And late in the game and these other things that he said, it just sounded like a guy that is resigned to the fact that it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, which the idea that, hey man, there's been setbacks clearly within that. That's frustrating. I think one of the things that I keep coming back to what the injury actually is, and with that being the case, with the idea that there was an optimism, or at least some level, I don't know whether to call it optimism or if that's correct. There was some level of thought, hope.
Yeah, because he referenced, he goes, I know I told you guys.
Right, 3 or 4 weeks ago that we'd have a clearer idea, and now we're in a place where we don't. And that feels like that could really be bad for like the Joe Mixon future of this all. Like, of course, I don't really have very much basis besides the feel of you come in with an injury that happens somewhere away from football, right? It's a non-football injury, something that they wanted to keep it kind of general on because they didn't know what the process back would be like, and we're still in a place where we don't know what the process back looks like headed into week 12. Yeah, we are done here for this season.
Oh yeah.
Right? If we don't have a timetable now on where he returns to football activities and then he ramps up to be able to play football at the highest level, we're talking about what? 6 weeks of football, 7 weeks of football. He's not doing all of those things, both recovering from his injury to the place where he could play football and then ramping up in 7 weeks or in 5 weeks, which, I mean, at that point, what are you doing here?
Right, and he put it in a very tactful way. He called it ambiguity. You know, we thought that he was going to get better. We'd have more clarity. Nobody's fault, but he said it's kind of ambiguity. Well, that's a really smart way to say setback. So whether it was a setback in just plateauing or a setback, an actual physical setback, who knows? But he said 3 or 4 weeks, and now there's ambiguity. So that's where he is. It's not getting better.
No, just a small subsection minutes that Payne and Pendergast had with Nick Caserio this morning. We'll revisit some of them because that was the stuff that I felt I appreciated from Nick Caserio. There were some things that really led me to more questions from Nick Caserio. So we'll return to that as we continue here on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, the Texans Ticket Tuesday, if you keep it locked, we'll give away a couple of tickets to front row of the bullpen for this Thursday night extravaganza versus the Bills. So keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's go to our question of the day. I don't know if you were watching Monday Night Football last night, and I wouldn't blame you if you saw Cowboys Raiders and said no thank you. However, if you tuned in bright and early to the game, you would have seen that both CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens were on the sideline,
standing next to each other,
but only for a drive. And they had a punishment of sorts, and it feels like it might have been worth it. So, question of the day: what's something that you missed, or something bad that happened, or maybe a punishment that was entirely worth it? 713-572-4610. Let's talk.
Oh, Lisa, one of the cool things about real shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
If for some reason you are invested in the microphone circumstance that's happening, and the best part about there's an engineer Jay is right outside the window. It looks like John Lopez's makeshift method of
I heard a crack.
If Lopez actually fixed.
Did he have a disappointed look on his face?
He was shaking his head, literally.
Not even disappointed.
Literally shaking his head.
It was exasperated, like, come on, man. Because these are relatively new mic arms.
They are.
We just put these in, man.
Like last week.
Yeah.
Come on, John.
You broke
Dang that Clint Stoerner.
Wow. He's already establishing. That's nasty business. That is real nasty business. All right, question of the day time. Question of the day. Daytime feels weird there. Anyways, what's something you missed or something bad that happened or ultimately a punishment that you had to sustain that, you know what?
Yeah.
Worth it. 713-572-4610. This comes off the heels of the Cowboys getting a pretty emotional victory on Monday Night Football. Obviously, this is the first game that they've played since their edge rusher Marshawn Kneeland died via suicide. And so there was a lot of tributes to him. I saw at least one player running around the sidelines with a Marshawn Kneeland jersey. So they had all of these when they were on the road in Las Vegas, but they were indeed on the road in Las Vegas. And I imagine mourning wasn't the only thing that happened. We can't say this explicitly. We don't know inherently.
Something happened in Vegas.
I probably should
Something happened in Vegas.
I should, and that's where it stays, as I've been assured by many commercials. But I should probably use my context to figure out what. However, what caused CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, their tandem of really good wide receivers, to both be held out for the first drive. Honestly, it's because both of them were held out that we feel like it was something nefarious or some Vegas related.
I would want a curfew, casino too long, something.
It feels like both of them probably were doing some level of hanging out together and missed curfew. Like, that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Because if it was just one of them, I could be like, maybe there was a meeting missed or something, right? In the vein of the Keon Coleman
and
or whatever.
those two guys, too. Same room, both receivers.
Which is funny because George Pickens is the knucklehead, right? Like, that's the dude who has the reputation of knucklehead. CeeDee Lamb just seemed like he's there. He's fine. But I feel like if I am creating a fan fiction in my mind, George Pickens was the bad influence. I was like, hey, dog, it's the Raiders. You don't need all the sleep. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get active. And CD was like, well, you make a good point. And off they went. And then they missed a whole drive of football.
And you know what? Totally worth it.
Did not matter.
They combined for 14 catches, 210 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and were yucking it up with the guy that I presume laid down the law in Brian Schottenheimer. He was hugging him on the sideline, giving him little noogies and stuff.
How do you feel about the coach that levies the well, you're not going to play for a whole drive. You're on timeout, or like you're on timeout for a half of football. How do you feel about that, coach?
I mean, you got to do something.
The whole idea of the punishment ain't supposed to be prohibitive?
The one drive doesn't seem like much, but we don't know what the thing was that happened in Vegas either.
Well, I mean, if it's a drive, then I feel like just take some money out their pocket or something at that point. Because, like, what are we actually doing here?
Yeah, that affects everybody.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yes.
Like, as much I feel like some people go too hard, I feel like I appreciate the coaches that'll be like, no, I'm actually going to levy like a full game suspension on this, just off the strength of, and it hurts me because obviously I'm losing a player that I want to play.
2 players,
right?
In this case,
I feel like I respect it because they stand on their word in a way that just putting somebody out for a drive just doesn't feel like it gets the point across.
But we've all been there, right?
What?
Where something bad happens or you miss something important.
I'll take the fine.
And then after the fact, you're like, still worth it.
Yeah, I'll take the fine.
Still
100%.
worth it.
100%. What's that for you, Lopez?
So I was covering Larry Brown was coaching the San Antonio Spurs back in the late 80s, early 90s, and I was covering the team, and he liked casinos. And so we actually had it wasn't a full training camp. We had about 10 days of training camp or a week or something in Las Vegas. So my story is actually in Las Vegas as well.
I bet it is.
However, it won't stay there.
Wait, what?
So I was enjoying Las Vegas, one night and went out, had some beverages, gambled, walked around, the usual stuff, got a little tipsy, nothing too bad. Went back to the hotel. We were at Caesar's Palace, went back to the hotel elevators, trying to be a good boy. All right, that was fun. Let me go to bed now. We got scrimmage tomorrow, et cetera, et cetera. And the elevator doors open, and one Frank Burkowski, who was a power forward for the San Antonio Spurs, comes out with a couple of dudes and says, "Hey, Lopez, you're not going up already, are you?" It was like midnight, 1 o'clock. I was like, "Yeah, whatever." He goes, No, come on. Well, didn't take him to get to go with him. Yada, yada, yada. I did not sleep that night. I got back to my room probably about 8:39 in the morning. Crashed and burned. Missed the scrimmage. Hungover beyond. I don't know how he got to it, by the way. These guys are amazing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I don't know.
The extreme athleticism of them, right? Like that competition or what have you. It's not just between the lines. It's the ways that they can recover at times where you're like, how did you do that?
And
how are you playing on 2 hours of sleep?
I don't know how they do
whatsoever.
it. I don't know how they do it. And by the way, I got into a lot of trouble with my wife.
I bet.
Because she was trying to call me, and I don't know if, back then I had a cell phone, but it's not like today, and couldn't find me. She was putting out an APB on me and stuff, and so I'm sleeping. I missed the scrimmage, but I got to cover the game, right? So I get a copy of the box score from the trainer, set the box score by my laptop, and just wrote a column based on the box score.
Goodness gracious. That is terrible.
And you know what? Worth it.
And somebody was just back home reading the box score like, this is how I get my information. I now feel like I've watched this game, when in all reality, there's no way because the dude who wrote it didn't.
I didn't see a second of it.
That is well, you saw quite a few seconds of something else. From the, let me see. Oh, I done lost it as soon as I went. I was going to go to it. I definitely see this one from the 713. I imagine we're talking about golf here. John Lopez had a threesome and no called, no showed on my job. Well, sometimes you got to get around to golf.
You got to find that other guy.
You know what I mean?
You got to find the fourth.
Sometimes you just got to go and get around in. But no call, no show. Did you lose the job? And otherwise exemplary, employee. And so the no call, no show was a real bad demerit, except you still kept your job. Like, I want to see how much you wanted to play that particular round of golf there, friend, right? Was it a I had to go find a new job worth round of golf?
Well, he said it was worth it.
Well, I mean,
I'm curious in the Reggie Atatula totally worth it thing.
Here's the thing: the way my brain works, if it's totally worth it, I don't even remember it as a punishment. So I'm like really having to rack my brain. In some instances, I know for certain, like my mom was the type of mom where you can have anything in there, just don't touch this, right? And of course, I was
always getting that.
Not always.
Don't touch the red button.
In some instances where I'm like, man, that ice cream looked real good.
Yeah.
I remember vividly because also in addition to that, I was a little bit of a latchkey kid, right? For a while. And so, get home from school, don't open the door, stay inside, and come home.
Yeah.
I can't remember, and this is the thing that's frustrating to me, because this is elementary school age.
Yeah.
I can't remember the thing that we ultimately was going to go do, because a friend of mine came to the door, it's like, yo, let's go, right? And I know there was something in particular that was the carrot on the stick, and for the life of me, I cannot remember, but it was a bunch of kids in the neighborhood were about to go do something or see something, right? Like, I don't even know exactly what it was, and I'm trying to feel like if I had figured out what it was, I might not even be able to find it, right? It might not even be worthwhile, or it might not be like this big deal, but it was just like an opportunity to go out with the friends in the neighborhood. I was like, bump it, let's go.
Let's go.
There happened to be a call on the phone.
Mom got home early.
And then mom got home early, and I was not at the house.
Yep.
However, I vividly remember. Oh, I know what it was. One of my neighbors got a new game system. I think it might have been. I don't think it was the 64, but it was definitely a new game. It might have been the Xbox.
Yeah.
When the original Xbox came out, I was like, yeah, we gonna go play that. And you know what? I remember that. That Xbox was worth playing. And I've had worse whoopers in my life, so that one was definitely one of those things. Somebody said Lopez is bearing the lead. What did he do from midnight to 8:30 a.m. exactly?
I told you. I said worth it.
Oh.
I said worth it.
Somebody said you could probably do your job hungover. I can too. So can they.
Yeah.
To some degree, sure. Somebody said they're in the U.S. Marine Corps, and I feel like anything that starts with the U.S. Marine Corps is probably like a much more difficult situation. But when they were in there, overslept for a community liaison meeting that they had, and the Hot Air Balloon Festival was that day.
Yeah.
So they canceled. As a result, as a punishment, had to skip a community uniform inspection, which they hated anyways, to go to a work party setting up the company picnic.
Oh, that's worth
Okay,
it.
yeah.
That's worth it.
Man, that's lean.
After we set up,
That's very lean. The Marines?
started drinking beer. Rest of the company was standing in formation for uniform inspection. Hey, there you go. So, yeah, definitely worthwhile, right? Your punishment ended up being better than the
beer.
Yeah. Hey.
Your punishment was beer.
Now, some beers can feel like a punishment if you have not acquired the taste. But yeah, shout out to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, whose punishment was
they went off.
Go and win.
Golly, they went
go and win in a magnificent fashion. So yeah, salute to you chalk it up to that was worth it. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where have you noticed that there's a lot of injuries happening in the National Football League? Why do you think that is? We'll talk about that more next.
The Texans are playing in prime time again on Thursday, and we
by you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio, on it being worth it. Stayed overnight in Tijuana when they were supposed to get back stateside.
Ooh.
For their curfew.
You had me at Tijuana.
Yeah, they got caught. They got caught trying to sneak back in the morning, but they said that the 2 weeks punishment of sorts, barracks restriction, weekend shifts and such. And they were like, didn't matter. Donkey show apparently that they had in Tijuana.
Oh wow!
And what he describes as the loving was worth it. So there you go.
The loving, I like that. Yeah.
Shout out to you there. But let's go around the NFL. Start with a serious voice alert, right? This is a serious news note. I don't know that you saw this over the weekend. New York Jets player, but former Houston Texan, Chris Boyd, had a bullet lodged in his lung following a shooting over the weekend. He was shot after 2 a.m. on Sunday in front of a restaurant in Midtown Manhattan, according to NYPD. And he was taken to Bellevue Hospital in New York, where he was listed as critical but in stable condition. Now he remains in the hospital, at least as far as yesterday when I saw the latest news on him. But obviously, man, that's tough for Chris Boyd, seemingly just going about his business. Now, it is 2 a.m., but it's New York, right? 2 a.m. in New York feels different than if you just out at 2 a.m. in Houston, Texas or whatever. Not to say either way that you'd be responsible for being shot necessarily. But obviously, thoughts and prayers for Chris Boyd, who is, in a very, a life-threatening position necessary.
The bullet is lodged in his lung?
I don't know
what I saw, right?
I'm trying to see if it remains lodged in his leg.
I saw that this morning, and I don't know if that's the
shot in the abdomen and the bullet lodged in his lung, according to ABC.
Jeez.
He's undergone multiple medical procedures since arriving to the hospital.
Man. And you look at there is video of this, and just sort of in New York, kind of jogging across this area, and all of a sudden that happens.
Where in New York?
Midtown,
Manhattan.
Yeah.
So I don't even know that you could be like, oh man, you in a crazy part of the town.
Right,
not quite. So obviously thoughts and prayers to Chris Boyd, who not obviously not a Texan now, but you never want to see that either way. Monday Night Football last night. Did you watch this game?
Oh yeah, I did. For some reason, yeah.
Okay.
We were kind of all caught up on, on all our shows, and decided to watch the game. Really, just
is that the decision-making matrix for you?
Yeah. If it's a bad game and we're not caught up on our streaming, we're catching up. You got to balance, the real world TV and your addiction to sports on TV. So I did watch it. I saw the whole thing in terms of, the thing we just talked about, the CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens thing, and then I got kind of into it. I hate the Cowboys, but Dak Prescott was just surgical in this game.
He's been that this year.
He's looking good.
It feels weird because it feels like the years when Dak Prescott is really good,
they're bad.
There's something missing as a team, and this year it had largely been defense. Feels like they found a little something, though. Quinnen Williams really made the people that with 4 tackles, 1.5 sacks, though, as big boy in the middle. He made a very clear difference in this game. And they just absolutely handled the Raiders in a way that they're supposed to. Like, they're better offense, and their defense looks to be improving, ? And if that's the case, then they give themselves an opportunity to be a little bit better version of themselves. The funny thing is, I was looking at this, and this is where, if you do not like the Cowboys, the butt is here, and we can enjoy this portion of it. Have you looked at the standings on the NFC side? We're so locked in on the AFC standings. Have you looked at the standings on the NFC side?
Yes, but they're still kind of in it in terms of the division. Kind of.
Yeah, they're
not to win. In terms of play a wild card.
Right, and if you were going to look at it in a similar way that we have, they're 4-5-1. That tie obviously kind of hurting them in some way. They haven't reached 500 yet. They are currently 10th in the NFC. The teams currently ahead of them. The Eagles are the best team, or the Eagles and Rams tied for the best record in the NFC. The Chicago Bears, which I had not really thought about, but they legitimately, they're 7-3. They just got their first win in division, weirdly enough, but they are third in a way that just doesn't feel right, but is real. The Bucks at 6-4. Then you have Seahawks at 7-3, who I think might be the best team.
Yeah.
Packers at 6-3, which I don't know what to do with the Packers because it feels like they might be fake contenders, right? Like there's smoke for their head coach and offensive play caller Matt LaFleur right now, and that gets a little dicey there. Plus, Jordan Love had a little bit of an injury thing, so I wonder how long that
and they have a tie
persists, right? They also have the tie. They tied with the Cowboys. Play line is right now. The teams in the hunt. The Detroit Lions at 6-4 trying to get their offense back in groove. And the Carolina Panthers. Like, there's a lot of teams in front of the Cowboys that I don't know that they could jump.
Yeah, I don't, but getting that win last night is going to be big. But I hope they don't make the playoffs. I don't care about the Cowboys. All I'm saying is watching this game, you can't help but be impressed the way Dak performed. I mean, he is on his game this year.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the Raiders on the other side, so I don't know how impressed you're supposed to be about
some
anything.
of the throws he made. Doesn't matter who.
No, you're right. Like that's why I didn't want to take away from Dak Prescott. He's been really good this season. The supposedly improving defense, I don't know what to do there.
Yeah.
But the Raiders just in an abysmal place right now, 2-8, and you look at them, and it's just not anywhere where it should be. And a lot of scoring has been thrown at one Geno Smith, and Geno's sick of it. This is Geno.
Did you hear him?
You guys watch the film. I know we got a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who like to watch film and take screenshots and see where guys are open. So I'm sure you guys will see where the guys were open. For me, again, I just got to play better. And I keep saying this, man. If something don't look right out there, blame it on me, right? If it don't look right, blame it on me. That's all you can do. Blame it on me. If your kids mess up at school, blame it on me. Car break down going to work, blame it on me.
That's too much.
Can I just disclose real quick? I don't think he actually said the "esh" word, but it definitely sounded like he muttered it a little bit.
So you had to beep it. Yeah. That's too much. He's just giving up.
I feel for him, but also you have been bad enough.
Yes.
I get it. They're putting way too much on him. That's an awful offensive line, like truly terrible offensive line, to the point of even if you felt like Geno Smith was some level of construction of the Seattle Seahawks. How do you feel about Ashton Genty? Because he has not been nearly as
I think the offensive line affected him too.
That's my point. The offensive line is so bad there that they're not able to sustain anything with it. It felt like they should have had at least a cultural shift with Pete Carroll that they're not seeing, as evidenced by the fact the quarterback's getting out here lashing out. Like that's all I can describe that as, is lashing out by Geno Smith.
Yeah, and Pete Carroll's not going to be coaching them next year, right?
Oh, it feels hard. It feels hard.
No, I don't think he is.
The case.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they continue to lean into it, understanding that was going to be a level of rebuild. But it feels like they have definitely taken steps backwards as opposed to forwards after the Antonio Pierce tenure there. All right, continuing around the NFL, and it's worth noting that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, and it is streaming now on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman. Taylor Sheridan's the co-creator of Yellowstone. He brings this to you. There's, of course, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton, who's back in action, and it also features Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman, and the new season is streaming now on Paramount Plus. In fact, only on Paramount Plus.
I need to hear his opinion on the Oakland Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Who was that?
Billy Bob
Thornton.
Probably do a better job than Chip Kelly.
I don't have anything to say to that, so I'll continue moving forward.
How about that guy?
What?
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, that's
guy. When it came to coordinators,
a lot of us here were like, "Yo, get that experience in tow." And right now, not looking very good for the Las Vegas Raiders. All right. Also, I don't know. I feel like this looks good on the National Football League, which is not something you can always say, especially when it comes to disciplinary situations. However, Jamar Chase has been suspended 1 game with no pay for spitting on Pittsburgh Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey.
Were you surprised? Because I was.
That they actually suspended
him a game? I expected a $25,000 fine, $50,000. Nothing, significant for you and me, but nothing that would really, make a real statement. This makes a real statement.
Yeah, this will not be tolerated. He ultimately, with the paycheck that he'll lose, is $450,000 thereabouts, just underneath. And
that's what I'm talking about.
A basically $60,000 active game bonus that he'll forfeit. So this one will hit him for about 600 G's.
Yeah, for spitting.
Well, for assault. Right? I hate to be this guy.
He says he doesn't. He didn't do it though.
Well, yeah, but the video, 4K video says he did.
Yeah, we had played that. The idea that he says that he did not do it. But I'm proud of the National Football League. I am too. Like, there's certain things that I feel like you should not abide. And spitting on folks is one of those things. Like, legitimately, I hate to be this guy. It's like, technically, that's assault. But actually,
no, it is.
If you spit on somebody in the street, that is assault, and you can get hemmed up for that. So the idea that he did that, don't appreciate it. Now, there is something to be said. I think that we've seen people go back in the tape and see that Jalen Ramsey had a pretty gnarly hit on Jamar Chase. That he might have. I got no respect for you. If you felt like that bad about it, are you willing to fight about it?
Yeah.
Right? Because spitting feels beneath you.
Yes.
You know? And so I feel like this is the NFL from on high saying spitting is beneath you.
Yes.
And there's been a rash of these. Like, they just need to cut this out. Like, spitting can't be.
Who was it? Last year there was one, right?
Right. No, 100%. There's been a number of these.
Jalen Carter at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Jalen Carter, literally the first play of the game.
Literally before
he played it down.
Yeah.
Before he played it down.
And so I appreciate the NFL coming down and being like, look, man, if there's one thing we not about to do, we're not about to look like a league full of punks that spit on folks. We're cutting this out right now.
Yes.
And I understand NFL can be paternalistic at times. This is a moment where I'm all good for that.
Yeah.
Quit spitting on folks.
Yes.
Be an adult. Some other things around the NFL. This is a note that when you put it, I mean, we've talked about various of these things at various points, but when you put it all together, it makes you say, right? We're not even at Thanksgiving, and the quarterbacks that will start this week are Tyrod Taylor, as we find out that he will take over for Justin Fields at quarterback.
Texans legend.
Kirk Cousins will start for the Falcons, as Michael Penix has been placed on injured reserve. Mason Rudolph will go instead of Aaron Rodgers, who, interestingly enough, did not break. There's not a fracture there, but he will need time to rehab, so he's going to miss some time there. Shedeur Sanders is going to be the starter for the Browns, as Dylan Gabriel remains in concussion protocol. Joe Flacco, you remember, is still starting for the Cincinnati Bengals out in New Orleans. Jacoby Brissett, which honestly might be maybe the first or second of these names that is actually a step up from the dude who was previously starting. And then also, likely, Jameis Winston and then Davis Mills will start here. And those are the quarterbacks we're talking about. And that takes me back to, what was it, like 2017, where you had just a rash of quarterback injuries. Is this anything? Is this a thing? I guess I will just throw it out there for you, John Lopez.
Well, I mean, what it does tell you is it pays to have a guy that's somewhat proven like Flacco, somewhat proven like, I mean, Flacco, of those that you listed, and maybe Mills. Who are the best of the bunch there? Brissett, Flacco, Mills?
How do you feel about Kirk?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Kirk
I'm sorry.
Cousins.
Yeah, what am I thinking? I didn't remember him. But, yeah, Kirk. That's it. How's Mason Rudolph still in the league?
I mean, he must bring in donuts or something. I don't know, man. I sincerely don't have a great answer for that. But, yeah, man, there's a lot of backups. I think, one, that's a good point. You appreciate the backup that you had that feels like he can come in and operate this offense.
Or good enough.
Salute to Davis Mills.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is the time for his agent to be like, hey, man, I know we signed a 1 year. Go ahead and re-up,
100%.
Get something better?
100, maybe not this minute, but he's going to – I think he signed a 1 year, $7 million contract, if I'm remembering that right. He's going to get into double digits easy. If not the Texans,
you said $700 million.
$7 million.
You got him signing a Shohei Ohtani deferred payment contract.
I think he signed a 1 year, $7 million contract. Yeah. He's easily 11 or 12 next year, right? Easily.
Okay.
Easily.
11 or 12. That's not my money. Not my money to spend at this point. But also,
if he wins this game, which I know, big if, 3-0. Backup in place of a team, in place of C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
He's making 11.
There's definitely some context there, but absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, the things that I think about is, one, the idea of an 18th game, just like that continues to loom within this. But two, I don't think that it's inherently, I definitely can't say that it's all of the reason why we've had such up and down, inconsistent play across the league. However, this has got to be a portion of it, right? The quarterbacks, especially in such a quarterback-driven league, such a pass-driven league, even though we're seeing a little bit of a trend backwards in some ways as well, but this feels like part of it when you have such a small class of quarterback or people that can play the game at the high level playing quarterback, when you're having to step outside of that group in that class, you're going to see a little bit of a decline in the quality of play.
Well, you're going to make me talk about the preseason again, and I know you don't like that. But for quarterbacks alone, much less all the injuries, across the board in the NFL, you've got to have no more than one preseason game. That's it. No more than one, if one, because it's just too much on the body, man.
You think the preseason games is what doing it, huh?
Got to do it.
Even in a year, as we're seeing fewer and fewer quarterbacks actually play in the preseason.
Yes, because it's just for the health of the entire NFL. Yes.
Yeah, I can't put this on the preseason games.
No, it's just more taxing. It's just more taxing.
I would disagree with you on your.
And I would disagree with you.
Disagree. It's okay to disagree.
Yeah. All right,
Let's all hug it out.
An interesting anomaly that you have so many of, I guess what would technically be thought of as starting quarterbacks. Although I will note there's a number of those that feel like at least sideways steps when it comes to quarterbacks, if not step up in some ways from the quarterback that would ultimately be holding the position.
Well, Kirk Cousins for sure.
Yeah, because Mike Penix had been so poor. Justin Fields, depends on how you feel and how you would remark on his tenure thus far. Rattler, Shuck, right? Like those are things there. But there you go. That's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we mentioned Davis Mills is going to be the starter for your Texans. Has Davis done enough in your mind to make you confident going into this Bills game? 713-572-4610. Looks like he's going to go. Let's talk about it next.
It wasn't always pretty, but the Texans snuck out of Tennessee.
Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6. And going thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I forgot to make note. Figgy did text us today.
After he heard us.
So he is alive. I just wanted to make that very clear. Thanks to Colin Neal sitting in for one Figgy.
I thought you were saying thank you for keeping Figgy alive. I'm like, hey.
Well, thank you for that, too. I know that you're deeply involved in making sure that Figgy is alive and breathing. No, but he is alive, but also he gave us a reason. Again, he didn't have to, but it was just strange. He is reading to the babies.
Mm-hmm.
So that is where he is. Shout out to Wade Smith and his foundation and the way that they make sure to go out and have people go read to children across the great city of Houston. And Figgy Fig adding into that as he tends to do. So that's why he ultimately has the day off. So wanted to just pass that along in case people were out there thinking that Fig went and got a massive hangover or something after a Monday show. No,
I need a Figgy audiobook like collection.
Ooh.
Just like that's what I wonder if you ever thought about that.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It is one of his pet projects, and he does a lot with it. Yeah.
He does. All right. I was trying to find the segue. I don't want to call Davis Mills anybody.
What's your read on Davis Mills?
But, I see what you did there. No, but sincerely, the read that you have to have on one. We saw the injury report that came out yesterday after practice that said that if they had gone through a full practice as opposed to a walkthrough, he would have been a did not practice. He would not have participated. And then on top of that, Nick Caserio this morning saying that he's still in the protocol and you have to go through the protocol, go through it entirely. And then once you get through the protocol, then they would see about making the decision that is in the best interest of everybody involved, including the player, which just does not feel like that would ultimately be C.J. Stroud playing on NRG Stadium's field on Thursday.
No, you just have to believe he's not going to play, and that leads directly to this discussion, and that was talked about this morning as well. Just Davis Mills and what he's doing and how he's doing it, and maybe some things he's doing that kind of give you a little confidence.
Yeah. So I asked it pretty plainly. Has Davis Mills done enough for you to feel confident in him going into this game? 713-572-4610. That's the number that I'm asking you to text in on.
And it's almost aside from what you think the Bills might do offensively.
I actually think that it's in part.
Well, in terms of like, if you're worried about like, as we talked about this morning, Josh Allen and what he could do with his defense and do you spy and how he's going to play and some of the success you've had against him and will it continue? I'm talking about just offensively, some of the things that Davis Mills can do. I do have a good level of confidence in what he can do. I'm not going to sit here and say, he should play instead of C.J. Stroud no matter. I mean, that's just asinine. But, there are a couple things that he does that do make you wonder, and we talked about it, last week, much less this week. Is that something C.J. Stroud would handle the same? I'm not saying better or worse, but handle the same. And I think part of it with Davis Mills is, as much as there were struggles in the first half this past weekend, he does have a certain amount of cool in tense situations. C.J. Stroud, as we are well aware, is a terrific quarterback, but tends to wear his emotions on his sleeve and his facial expression, And I think Davis Mills has a certain amount of cool. to him.
That's fair. And you know what? You've said that, and I've thought about it, but I haven't thought about it in the context of what this game is. Because I'm sorry, I can't take this outside of the context of this game. To be fair, I think that's kind of the question, is to kind of take it out. Do you feel confident in him generally? But I think the confidence that you felt in him going into a Jacksonville Jaguars game at home, going into a Tennessee Titans game on the road, even though it's the Tennessee Titans, I think that those are different than the confidence that's necessary going into a short week game versus the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, who is one of the better quarterbacks in our league. With that being the case, the idea of being cool might be more necessary in this game. Actually, it likely will be more necessary in this game than it probably is in the other ones, and that says a lot, considering that you were in a game where you were down at half 6-0. You were in a game where you were down significantly versus the Jags, and you had to make a comeback. That coolness, that calmness, and seemingly staying within that pressure and moment. For a team in the Bills that very well could have put up points. I had forgot to mention it a number of times, but that 44-32 final that the Bills were able to put up over the Bucs, that was a scoregami. It was a 1,095th. He didn't see it coming either. 1,095th unique score. But the point being, there was a lot of points put up, right? And this Texans defense is not that Buccaneers defense. But to what degree, right? Is there a possibility that there's 20-some, 30-some points on the board in this game? And if there's a possibility, that's going to put some pressure. That puts pressure on this offense, and is going to need the quarterback to remain calm.
Not only that, there's a good possibility you're going to be trailing, maybe trailing, by more than one touchdown. 10 points, whatever, and that would indicate that you got to play catch up. I definitely would trust C.J. Stroud more over the course of the game to make plays if you're playing catch up. But I think Davis Mills won't be rattled. I don't think he'd be rattled by it.
The one thing I will say on the Davis Mills won't be rattled. I think his time to throw kind of ticked down this year, and he needed more time versus the Broncos. He had more time versus the Jags, which maybe was in part because that pass rush was not as effective. He got the ball out relatively quick, but he also took a couple of sacks that were bad ones in this game. And I do wonder, the cool demeanor, how much of that is the feeling or the appearance of coolness versus a time where he walks back into some pinching edges that are getting, instead of stepping up. Is that a functional cool, especially against a Bills team that, to be fair, the blitz, which I've said before, and then we come into the game and the team is blitzing, right?
Yeah.
But in theory, at least on a neutral circumstance where the Bills just operate as they have statistically through this season, he should have more opportunity and time to work.
Yeah, but at the same time, DeMeco's talked about it. Other players have talked about it. I'm trying to remember who it was. You'll probably remember. One of the players, I can't remember, talking about the guy never changed. It was Titus. It was Titus Howard. The guy never changes. We felt it in the huddle, et cetera. So I think you can look at it both ways.
One of the things that we've talked about is I just love Davis Mills' kind of willingness to just trust his receivers. Just kind of
Nico especially.
And honestly, it got to the point a little bit where I get frustrated. Where there was a play I've talked about it. I think I talked about it on Monday or yesterday. Goodness gracious. I know the week is short, but it already feels like we're further along than we are. They go empty set, and you have Xavier Hutchinson as your far left, the one, the number one on that side. And you got Nico on the other side, and I'm like, I feel like you should probably go to that side of the field. Davis Mills, and of course the circumstance and the plays being drawn up dictate some of this, but he just, boom, slings that thing, a jump ball to Xavier Hutchinson. And I'm like, word, that's what we're going for? But there's just a supreme trust. 50-50, I trust my man to go get it, and I think that's necessary. And I think that's probably going to be something that serves them in this game.
I think it absolutely will. But anything else where you think, all right, so Davis Mills, and I've said this multiple times, the reason you paid him what you paid him, the reason you brought him back is to win maybe 2 or 3 games. Well, here comes 3, and he's won 2. He's not going into this game as someone who's going to be in awe of any moment. Forget whether he's cool in moments or whatever. I think he's going to be, he's shown after going into the first game cold that, preparing, he can run this offense. I know the first half was awful, against Tennessee, but he can run this offense adequately and not be sort of intimidated by the moment.
They have done a good job of actually driving early on in games.
They moved the ball a little bit there.
Getting the ball in is a question. And the caveat that I'll throw in, I've made mention of it every time I talk about this, particularly this week. that first drive is like, oh man, they were in the red zone. They needed a couple of penalties or a couple of helping hands from the Tennessee Titans and their lack of discipline to get you there. But he seems to like be able to matriculate that ball down the field. In a way, he has a kind of command, which has been talked about. But one of the things also, when he steps to that offensive line, it feels like they're actually making sure to get in the right protection sets. Like he does seem to be, calling those audible, or not even the audibles, but calling those protections in a way that is confident and comfortable, which is going to be necessary, especially if the Bills do that thing. I can't. Which team was it that we were talking about going in? Oh, they don't blitz a lot, and then all of a sudden here they come and they're blitzing. Right? I don't. Was it the Niners?
Might have been the Niners.
Was it the Niners that did that?
Yeah.
Right. If you're setting protections well, based off of seeing what a team is bringing, that's going to be important in a situation where on tape this team doesn't blitz, but if they decide to come with the blitz,
but that's the experience I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's been there. He's seen it. He's started in the league, and I don't think the preparation is going to be a problem for those types of things as much.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the qualities that we're talking about here stack up. But how do you do the multiplier of yes, but you're playing against these particular teams that I don't know that we view super highly?
You're talking about the Bills in terms of
the Titans and the Jags, right?
Yeah.
What is the multiplier that you do there when you talk about the performances that you've seen from Davis Mills and how you take the confidence that you've developed in those circumstances and spin it forward to a short week?
I think the bigger point is this is going to be more about the Texans' defense than the Texans' offense. The Bills' defense is okay, but it's not great by any stretch. So I think it's going to be more about, it's not so much going to be, how does Davis Mills spin it forward as much as the defense, improving against a much better offense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So ultimately the question being has Davis done enough to earn your confidence for this game? I mean, yes, to an extent. I think that he can kind of continue doing what he does. The problem is you put up 16 points versus the Titans, right? You needed a fourth quarter comeback versus the Jags, and that's going to be. I think you need more than just surviving in this game versus the Bills. We were talking about it. I think the game script is going to matter even more, especially for your defense when they're trying to corral a dude who is as slippery as Josh Allen. I think that I have confidence in Davis Mills to execute in what this offense has been. I feel like in a game versus the Bills, you need the offense to execute in a gear higher.
No, that's a good point. It is about the Texans' defense and Josh Allen, but you can't score 16 points and expect to win. I mean the Bills are going to score in the 20s. You're right about that. Can you get to the 20s? Is the question. Against this defense. I have confidence that the Texans can do this. I don't know how high. But I have confidence that he's good enough to get him into the 20s. It's just how good is the defense going to be?
It's a weird dichotomy because I don't know if I fully go to the place where this texter goes, where they say both the Titans and the Jags defense are better than the Bills by far. I wouldn't go by far. Maybe you can make the argument and by various different metrics because the Buffalo Bills defense has not been all that good, which is weird for a defensive-minded head coach in Sean McDermott. However, I think when you talk about the complete football of this, the pressure that the offense can put, I think, requires not just you being able to move the football, and maybe moving the football and keeping Josh Allen off the field will be helpful here.
Yeah.
But it also requires you to, score points. And actually,
you think they'll get into the 20s?
I think so. Yeah. However, something that will impact that. I didn't talk about this very much. The idea that they went, 4 for 13 on third downs or something to that effect, and 2 of those were on the first drive. The idea that the third down conversion fell off a cliff on Sunday is a little concerning for me.
It was kind of skewed because they had the one big one to Nico
Collins. The big 3rd and 16, which, hey, if you just give me big ones, I'll appreciate that in that. But still, I feel like you need to do that consistently. It's them picking up third downs consistently that allows this offense to be what they purport it to be.
Yeah.
But maybe that gets more manageable if you're able to tote the rock better, right? That's another thing is what happens if Woody Marks and Nick Chubb are able to run the ball against a defense that very well. Does that allow this offense to be more of what it's supposed to be because they lean so heavily on being able to run the football? Those are all things. But I think I have confidence in Davis Mills and what he will probably
What's the number they get to that wins the game?
Points-wise?
Offensively.
I think you need 24.
I'm with you. I think 24 might get it done.
I think you need 24.
Boy, that's saying the defense is going to do a hell of a job. That's for sure.
And we'll see what it looks like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Texans Ticket Tuesday in the 12 o'clock hour. I'll be giving away a pair of tickets to the bullpen for this Battle Red showdown on Thursday night. But before we get there, let's get into what's popping next, where a Houston Cougar gets an honor, and we got a new head coach in Virginia Tech. We'll talk about all that next.
According to DeMeco, the Texans turn around from an 0-3 Sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You love when something, I guess, breaks, question mark? that gives you a little bit of something to talk about.
As in news?
Let's give him something to talk about.
All right, I'm keeping my laptop closed. I'm keeping my computer closed.
This per DJ Bieniemy. Are you familiar with this gentleman?
I am very familiar. I respect his work.
He covers the Houston Texans for ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
I will read it verbatim. Some good news for the Texans. C.J. Stroud is likely to be back at practice today, per sources. Now, he continues to say, doesn't mean he'll clear the concussion protocol by Thursday, but a good sign that at the very least he'll be back against the Colts next week.
I wouldn't write off Thursday.
I am in the place where I'm still
I'm leaning he's not playing.
Don't you need two
but
practices?
You need two practices. So they count a walkthrough tomorrow?
Well,
or would they have to have some special?
They would have and the Texans have the ability to have like a particular workout for him that would count for protocols purposes. I just don't know if they want to.
Right. I think a lot will depend on what he looks like and does today. Right.
With the abundance of caution that this team seems to take with return to football, I think that this is just like, all right, cool. We're starting to get him down that place, but I don't think they're going to rush it. I think they're just like, cool. If he can get back, the sooner he can get back. Once you get through Thursday, the sooner he can get back to preparing for the Colts game. Because it is worth noting, as much as I am pretty cavalier about the idea of once he's ready to go, just throw him back out there, I think that they are very much like, hey, he has not done anything football-wise, talk less football activities. He not watching no tape. He's not doing none of that in the midst of him trying to become asymptomatic and exit the concussion protocol. So allowing him to get back into all of the flow of all of those things and prepare himself to play NFL-level football, I feel like that's probably more for the Colts game, Week 13.
I don't think seeing how he does today is rushing anything. If he's cleared it enough to get out there today, I don't think that's rushing it. I think it's like, let's see what it looks like, and let's not rush it. Let's not be hasty. Let's not be hasty.
I know what you mean. But my point being like, hey, well, in order to make this happen, we're going to have to work them out tomorrow. I don't think that they're going to go out of their way to do that.
Well, what I'm saying though is, if they see something and not being hasty about it, they see something today where, like, all right, he may well have been in meetings. I don't know how it would play out in terms of where he is on the protocol. So he may have a good grasp of what they're doing. I would suspect that he does. And I'm not trying to be cavalier either, but I'm saying if getting him out there, seeing what he looks like, presuming this report is accurate, and we'll find out here in just a little.
I don't think DJ is lying in this instance. I just wonder. I think
I'm saying something might happen. Where he's not.
I think we're largely commenting on the way that the Texans try and operate for the protocol, and I'm still leaning on what Nick Caserio said to the Payne and Pendergast earlier today, where it's just like, once he's cleared the protocol, once he's all good, then we'll make a decision. It just felt like, we're not even really having those conversations until we know for sure that he's clear and that he's healthy, and then we'll go. Which, again, falls in line with any other injury thing that they're dealing with that would be in their purview. They very much go, let's make sure he's 100% healthy first, then we make some decisions. Yeah. And that feels like that would not necessarily work with the Thursday timeline. However, just generally a good thing to see him getting back to practice, as DJ Bieniemy is reporting right now. So that is a cool thing that is popping. Another thing that's cool thing that's popping. Shout out to a man whose name I will admit I forgot, but I really shouldn't, and I probably won't be able to forget going forward. He is a freshman guard for the Houston Cougars. His name is Kingston Flemings, and he was named the Big 12 Player and Newcomer of the Week.
He should hope so.
Not just the newcomer. So he was not just the newcomer of the week. He was also the Player of the Week after, they had a fantastic win against Auburn, but he's the leading scorer on this team. He's handling the ball a good amount. Like he's an initiator, and that's a lot for a freshman to come in and be a focal piece of a team with legitimate expectation, and not just focal piece scoring where it's like, just go get your buckets. It's also being cognizant of what the offense is, and he's handling it flawlessly.
He's huge win over Auburn, as you just mentioned, and they drop back. They drop back to number 2.
Yeah, I don't understand.
How would that happen?
Because remember, they jumped to number 1 at no cause to Purdue. Purdue had won as well.
All of a sudden, somebody changed their mind. You know what?
Houston gets a big victory against Auburn, and they're like, you know what? Let's flip-flop it. Maybe they're doing a bit. And I appreciate if it's a solid bit that they're just like, this doesn't matter right now. We'll put you both at 1 and 2. It don't matter.
Yeah.
It sounds good. But no, shout out to the University of Houston Cougars. Like, again, I got to give the young man his credit. Sanak as well, the other freshman that's playing big minutes and really getting boards, getting points for them as well. But it keeps coming back to Kelvin Sampson, the way that he runs this program. It is masterful if you're able to bring in 2 freshmen, have them be integral to what you're doing, and not lose a step.
And you're not a chump team. It's not like it's a middle-of-the-road, middle-of-the-pack Big 12 team that some freshman comes in that's a stud and all of a sudden he's putting up big numbers. No, you are a number 1 or number 2 team in the country, a contender for the national championship, and he's doing that. That's huge.
100%. All right,
Go Cougs.
Go Cougs.
That's right. I said, while you're wearing your Sam Houston hat, that's hilarious to me.
Hey, no, that was Bijani that said that.
Oh, that's true. That is true. You want to throw a Go Cougs in there?
Well, I can just do this.
So that's a no from Colin Neal. All right, we get you some other things that's popping. James Franklin has a new job. It only took a few weeks. He got up there on College Game Day, said, I thought we was going to win a national championship at Penn State, so we'll just have to win the next place. And apparently it's Blacksburg, Virginia, where he will be the head coach at Virginia Tech. He gets a nice D-Tech, and also he works out simultaneously a payment settlement for Penn State. So he was originally owed $49 million. That'll be knocked down to just a paltry $9 million for Penn State. So it works out well for everybody. How you like it?
He gets a little $9 million in hand, and then the big contract.
Only a little.
Only a little.
Paltry, I said. Paltry.
Yeah, but that's is that a good hire? I was going to talk about this when we get to CF Boat at 12:40.
Dude,
is it a good hire
for Virginia Tech? I think so. His issues don't go away.
Yeah.
The thing about it is you look at the ACC and you go, where are the big teams that he will falter to? And maybe you go, if Florida State gets their act together, which I don't know, you, John Lopez, how you feel about Florida State getting their act together. Miami, okay, that might be one that you end up with. Do you still consider Clemson a big dog? I don't know. We'll see how they are able to rebound from what has been a pretty disastrous season under Dabo, if we're going to be entirely honest. SMU is one of those teams that could be frustrating, but like those are the teams that feel more akin to like Iowa's of the Big Ten as opposed to like Michigan, Ohio State's of the Big Ten, which were consistently his issue. Now, how does that – is he going to recruit in the same way that he could at Penn State, right? He's always been known as a recruiter, even dating back to his time in the state of Tennessee. So I feel like he probably has – he probably can get some good talent there, but also I look at Virginia Tech and the factors that typically make a college football team good, which to be fair, changing, right? There's an investment there. I think they allotted a $299 million investment after Pry gets fired. Serious head coaching. So maybe with that money, he can pull a roster together and be able to go and attack the ACC. I think his issues that he's had don't go away, but you have an opportunity to really elevate Virginia Tech from where they had been.
I think I won't even, dilly-dally, as some people say.
Oh, okay. Sorry for dilly-dallying.
No, I'm saying I'm not even going to couch it. I'm not going to qualify it or anything. It's a great hire. It's a great hire. Because you have to ask yourself, Virginia Tech has to ask itself, not what do we want to be, but what are we? And
that is a hard question for college football programs.
But they have to look in the mirror and ask a tough question, what are we? And what they are is a program that can elevate itself immensely with someone like James Franklin. Not can we win a national championship in 2 years. You have to take that off the table. There was a time when Virginia Tech might be in those conversations, here and there. But what are we? We're not what we thought, what we once were. I think it's a great hire.
Yeah. That's fair enough. By
the way, I actually have a little bit of news myself that just came in on my inbox.
Okay.
Here. I'm a Lombardi Award voter. And so I just got notice of the 4 finalists for the Lombardi Award here in the greater Houston area. Let me put it this way. They're not going to have a problem selling tickets this year. They will not have a problem selling tickets this year.
Okay, who we buying tickets to go see, John Lopez?
The 4 finalists. Caden Proctor. Are you familiar with the tackle that carries the ball?
What you mean, am I familiar?
From Alabama.
I've been out here advocating for his and the way that they're going, you wouldn't have lost that football touches.
So Caden Proctor is a finalist. Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech University.
Who they are openly, we'll talk more about a college football.
They're really trying.
They are openly campaigning for him as a Heisman candidate.
David Bailey from Texas Tech University.
Okay.
And Cassius Howell from Texas A&M University. I'm expecting a sellout with two Texas Tech dudes, the A&M dude, and Caden Proctor.
Yeah, man.
Those are the finalists for the Lombardi Award. That's a good group.
That is a good group. And
Yeah.
I mean, those are the guys that have been absolutely tearing it up, so it makes sense. I do love that somebody put Caden Proctor in here because that's my type of person. Whoever's on the committee and whoever originally nominated, I think we should put Caden Proctor in here. Me and you, we'll be friends.
Well,
future Houston Texans.
I voted on the original list and the semifinalist and the finalist. And Caden Proctor was on my list every time. Every time.
I was expecting John to let Reggie down there.
No, he was on my ballot.
I thought the setup felt like he was going to hit me with
I'm not above just totally pandering to the guy that can carry the ball.
It's like a little build up, and then I got to bring you back down there.
Right.
And oh, by the way, he's really good as a tackle. Right. He's really good.
You know what? We could talk about some of these other things at a later time, or maybe not at all. I do want to mention this because, us, uniquely Houston, love this city, and also love us some Andre Johnson. And I don't know about you, but I also quite enjoy Crown Royal. All these things coming together in a unique way because apparently tomorrow there is a purple bag food drive with, again, Andre Johnson, Crown Royal, and the Houston Food Bank. As you might know,
That's one of your projects.
This Houston Food Bank kicks because I'm definitely all in on supporting the food bank as there's been, obviously budget cuts and people out here really needing money, especially with the government having been shut down for a period of time. And so the food bank is really, trying to get people to, support in various different ways. And one of those is packing meals. So tomorrow, Andre Johnson, along with the Crown Royal folks, are going to be at the Houston Food Bank helping pack meals. Go to Andre Johnson's Instagram account, ajohnson1500, and you can go ahead and sign up RSVP to get out there and help the Houston Food Bank and help Andre Johnson, man. Like if Andre don't ask for much. That's a Hall of Famer and a man who has served the city, right? So show up for Andre, show up for the Texans, show up for the city of Houston, if you could please. All right, there you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I see you talking about these quarterbacks don't take contact in practice, so a walkthrough. Caserio was talking about that this morning with the fellas with Payne and Pendergast, and he was talking about there's drills you can do in order to do that.
Yes.
So we'll see if they ultimately do that, but it starts with seeing if C.J. Stroud makes an appearance today at practice, as DJ Bijani has reported that it seems like a source has indicated. So we'll see what that looks like. But mentioning Nick Caserio, who was on with Payne and Pendergast, I want to talk more about some of the things because we talked about some of the insight that he gave us. There were some things that he said that I kind of wanted to quibble with here, John Lopez, Nick Caserio, including why the hell did it take so long to get to Jarrett Patterson on the field? We'll talk about that next.
Down Thirsty Thursday. 72 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you missed what we were talking about just on the other side, a little bit of reporting from DJ Bijani, and it's confirmed by a number of other folks out there at practice. CJ Stroud is on the practice field in that bright red helmet with his obviously bright red jersey as well that dictates that don't nobody touch that man.
No touch.
Don't nobody touch that man as he is working his way through the protocol. So he could technically pass the protocol in time for Thursday's game. At this point, it would require them to do a little bit of maneuvering and shaking. We'll see if they ultimately do that. One of the things I said is he would still need to get himself back up to speed and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And someone on the text line, and we appreciate y'all getting involved. 713-572-4610 made mention of the idea that they don't take practice during quarterbacks don't take contact during practice. Obviously, as evidenced by the red jersey, that's a different color, just to let everybody know. Don't do that.
Basically, bubble wrap.
That's right. Caserio was asked about the Seth day with Nick Caserio, and Caserio made mention of they have drills or things that they could do to kind of simulate some level of contact without having a big meaty man hitting them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that could be in play. But also they kind of push back on the idea that he had not been in his playbook or whatever. It's worth noting, and I believe it was Aaron Wilson who was making mention of this again. CJ Stroud made mention of, he had sensitivity light.
Mm-hmm.
And so that has been that's subsided symptom-wise, which is a good thing. But sensitivity light, how much do you anticipate looking at a screen, watching film, or going through whatever you need to reading materials-wise, getting yourself ready for a game?
I remembered that, and that's why I said I don't think he would necessarily be watching tape, but I think he can be in meetings.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think he could be in meetings.
Depending on what those symptoms were like. But the idea that he has only recently become asymptomatic, I feel like he'd still be behind on what he typically do. Regardless, he's out there at practice today, so that is cool. And I mentioned Nick Caserio. He talked for a good 40-some minutes to the fellas of Payne and Pendergast, as he is wont to do when he joins them. And there was a couple of things that he said that made me go, huh? One of those being on the topic that we've just all been really frustrated about. I think that there's not another way to call it, which is the offensive line and the ways in which, one, obviously you come into the year with the players that you do.
Yeah.
The kind of jumble in the way that it's gone back around has been kind of questionable. And the odd thing is that they found decent production with it.
Very recently.
And one of those being they got Jared Patterson in there in a shuffle in a way that still felt weird because all of a sudden he was starting over two guys that were available and who had been sharing reps. And so I think Seth asked a pretty pointed question, which is what took you so long to get to Jared Patterson at that position?
Yeah, I would say, look, the reality is we've had some moving parts there on the offensive line. I think we always felt like we had the answers here internally. Nothing's really linear. Sometimes things take a little bit longer to get to an end point. And, I mean, sometimes when you're actually forced into a situation where you got to make some adjustments or whether there's injuries or whatever else. But the reality is every player that's in the building just has to prepare. And when you get an opportunity to take, when you're put in a position, just try to take advantage of your opportunity. I think Patterson has done that. I think Miles Bryant is another example of a player who's been kind of forced into action, has really helped us here over the last few weeks. So we always felt good about the people that were in the building. We've talked about this numerous times on this show that whoever is in the building, whether you're on the roster, on a practice squad, at some point you're going to get your opportunity. Whatever the rhyme or reason is, nobody can really control that or have a say in that. So, if they, in Jarrett's situation, he's had a good approach, he's had a good attitude.
I don't understand still.
That's right.
I still don't understand. Yeah, because what did Jared Patterson ever do? That's kind of where I go back to. He played last year. He was pretty good. I'm not saying he was a Pro Bowler or anything, but he was pretty good. Then you get into this competition, you bring in Lake and Tomlinson, and you have Juice Scruggs and all that. And is that bad? I find it hard to believe,
I mean, it doesn't feel like he's done things that are wildly different than what you saw from Jared Patterson in training camp. Even.
Right. Right.
And that's not to say that Jaret Patterson was phenomenal, but it felt like, there was a play where he kind of got beat, but he did the thing that you're supposed to do, run that guy right past the quarterback, right? So it felt like he had some good answers there. I find it fascinating that, nothing is linear is a conversation.
Yeah, that one kind
right? Which I feel very much could just be like the word salad that Nick Caserio will utilize. But then the idea that we felt we were confident that we had the answer on our roster, but then the idea that you got forced into certain situations is mind-boggling to me. Because 10 weeks into the season,
right,
is how you got there. Like it did feel like they were searching to some degree, but it felt like they were searching in ways that didn't make sense.
Yes, because, and I'm glad you brought that up, because it's not as if Laken Tomlinson that Jaret Patterson was forced in because of some major injury. You talk about Miles Bryant. Yeah, we get that.
Yeah, we
understand that. But all of a sudden, you're mixing and matching, and Patterson isn't even in the equation. But you're rotating two other dudes. And then all of a sudden, you know what? Let's try Patterson now.
And you tried City So before there. Now I understand you tried City So at right guard. Maybe they were so beholden
that's right. Yeah,
to one position or another. Maybe that's what it is. Like, hey, City So is more of a right side and Patterson's more of a left side or whatever.
Yeah.
Even that, I still don't fully get. Like, it's amazing to me because I did not think I could get here, even with the doubts that I had with this offensive line.
That's what it comes down to.
One iota.
That absolutely is what his evaluation in terms of just bringing in players, because clearly they've had 4-5 different guards that they've tried this year, and the evaluation of, let's face it, the offensive line coach Cole Popovich. His guy is Jake Andrews. Jake Andrews has been as of now the worst lineman that they put out there, and then you have Laken Tomlinson, who was another one of their guys that clearly Cole Popovich determined, with, I'm sure, consultation from Nick Caserio and others, and Nick Caley was going to be the guy. Then you end up in a rotation. Then you end up with Jaret Patterson. Then you end up with City So, and then Jaret Patterson. The evaluation, I think you hit it right on the head.
Yeah, and I don't know why I was expecting some level of something that would give me some confidence there. I was frustrated listening to that because I thought that was a fair question that even if maybe there would be a solid answer to as to what took them to get to that point. Just like, it's not linear. Eventually you get there, and that it felt too laissez-faire. And I understand that probably is unfair to them. I'm sure that they were taking it seriously, but in them taking it seriously, I think that might make more sense how they got to this place if they weren't taking it as seriously. But here they are. You just have to hope that what they've landed on feels like some level of answer. By the way, if Ed Ingram, if he does play, how would you like them to handle this as we continue with more shuffling and such?
Oh, I think the best five that I've seen anyway, is obviously Ursery at left, Patterson, guard, Jake Andrews for what it's worth, Ed Ingram, and then I guess Titus Howard. Yeah, but what I'd really like to see, and I was going to say this won't happen, but it might, for all I know, is Patterson at center. Titus Howard at left, and then Trent Brown at tackle.
Yeah, that's one of those things that in my head,
it's where he played.
Like, that feels like it should be.
That's where he played.
He was a center. It feels like he has the size that fits. It's more befitting of a center. It just makes me wonder, and this is something that I don't really have a great grasp on, just how vital has Jake Andrews been in the non-physical responsibilities.
Again, what did Jaret Patterson do so bad at center? Where was his big? Because oh boy, we got to look at that.
He was better communication wise when it came to getting these guys all on the same page than I think Juice was.
Because he beat out Juice Scruggs, yeah.
But I don't know. They might be in a place where they look at this and they go, Jake Andrews actually has a strong hold as opposed to simply just being better than not.
Yeah, but how much does that help you when you get smacked in the mouth?
Look, it's a great question. It is a real, and you know what? You would think that with the things that we've heard from Nothing Linear, and everybody's going to get their opportunity, that they might look up and go, worth a shot. But also,
I would love for that to happen. I mentioned this yesterday. I don't want Trent Brown to be benched. I think he's good enough. He's shown enough to do that, which would lead to Titus Howard back at guard, Patterson at center. I don't know. I think Jake Andrews has all the markings of being kind of like a teacher's pet,
Yeah,
but
you've said as much.
But he still ends up on his backside way too much.
I don't even know if it's on his backside. He's standing straight up. But just thing that really hits me.
Yeah.
All right. Nick Caserio on with Payne and Pendergast also was asked about what's the process of challenges, because we know that he has he's privy to the way that this goes. And I was very interested in what kind of insight he would deliver here.
Yeah, there's multiple versions of a play, and then the replay, and then there's the what do they show in the stadium, what do they show on TV, then there's a kind of a New York sort of feed or monitor of what they're looking for. And there's a timing element. Sometimes it happens quickly, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Sometimes you're subject to when they actually show the replay. So some happen in real time, some take a little bit longer. So I would say the more pronounced games, more national games, Sunday night game, Monday night, Thursday night, I mean, there's more cameras and technology than you can shake a stick at. So you have every conceivable angle. When you get to the 1 o'clock slot, maybe you don't have as many shots. And this goes back to the discussion we've had in spring.
Before we even get to because at that point he's just like, these are the circumstances that are here. Had you ever considered the idea of just like the status of game providing cameras, more angles for them to make decisions on?
Oh yeah, I think that's a big factor a lot of times. However, I think the coaches always have a better view quickly. As quickly as can be.
Let's let Nick Caserio carry on.
Yeah.
When you get to the 1 o'clock slot, maybe you don't have as many shots, and this goes back to the discussion we've had at spring meetings, is how to equip the stadiums. Should we have cameras on them? There's a cost associated with it. So it's kind of case by case, but overall big picture, there is a feed that goes into the box and someone's looking at it, and depending on how long it takes and if the line of scrimmage, what's going on with the play clock. So sometimes there's a lot of dynamics and factors that are involved that, you're just trying to do things in as timely a fashion as possible.
And everything that he said, we kind of already knew, we just from assuming or watching football or whatever. But I do think that the coaches can get it a little quicker. I also do believe, although I was a little surprised that he put it out there, I do believe DeMeco, like he was told, challenge from the coaches upstairs, and they had bad information or they saw something that wasn't there.
Yeah, and the thing about it is you might be able to make that shake if we're just talking about why did DeMeco throw a challenge flag on a pass that was clearly dropped if you saw the TV copy or if you were able to see that go all the way through. Now, DeMeco obviously is on the sideline within the parameters that they set where he can't go past, what is it, the 35?
Yeah, something like that.
Right, so it's going to be hard for him to see that particular end zone. However, as you mentioned, right, and Caserio did a great, there's all these different angles that are piped in and there's different time. Well, then he has advisors all the time, and maybe you could say DeMeco innately has maybe a little bit of a bad governor or, figure on when to challenge.
Yeah.
He's got people that are supposed to be helping with that, and I believe that he's 2-7 in challenges this year. Like that is a sample that is large enough for me to go, somebody is not doing their job well enough.
Yes, 100%.
And I'm not like it's the larger or the people that you actually need to bring into their doorstep. It's whoever's in that box that is in charge of doing that.
Yes, I totally agree. And I know a lot of teams do this. I'm not sure every team does that or where the Texans are. I think you need one dude dedicated to just that. It's not like the coordinator goes, hey, I need to see that or whatever. Just one dude just dedicated to management, time management, and replay. That's your job in the press box. That's it.
Yeah, and because right now both of those places are lacking. He was asked about the trade deadline. We can maybe get to that later, but I did want to talk about Buffalo's inconsistencies. I thought this was a good question, especially headed into this. And Nick Caserio kind of was a little generic. Don't worry about it, Colin. But this is one of the things I've seen people talk about on the text line as we talked about, headed towards this game. It's like, oh man, people forget that the Buffalo Bills just got walloped 30-13 versus the Dolphins. And it's like, no. This is an inconsistent team. Like how do you, John Lopez, how do you find a way to, kind of weigh that in as you're thinking about and talking about this game?
I think you're right. I think they're a very inconsistent team. You just hope to catch them on one of those down days. I think an offensive-minded head coach has an advantage, and as many problems as the Dolphins have had, and we know they haven't been great, a little better lately, but the fact that they have an offensive-minded head coach gives them a little advantage. Also, a division game.
There's that. Don't forget that they also a few weeks back, and then they lost to the Patriots. But that's a tight game where the Patriots, you can see them being a better team. But those are the 3 losses. Is that Dolphins game, which also you can't negate the fact that is 1, they were on the road, and 2, that is a division game, which those can tend to get wonky. I think that Falcons game is one that I find to be very interesting.
Yes.
And now that's a few weeks back, and since then, I mentioned Josh Allen has been even better passing the ball down the field, and some of those things. Like there's been some trends and some transitions. I just wonder if you're right. What iteration of the Bills team are you going to get when you get on the field? But
and what kind of play caller? I think it helps.
If you get the good version of it, like that's where this gets really interesting for the Texans, and that's the assumption that I'll have is that what happens if you get the good one? Because if you get the bad version, then everything comes up. Everything comes up Millhouse, as the Simpsons would say. You know what I mean? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us again. You have C.J. Stroud out at practice, and won't you look at that? Throwing to Tank Dell.
What?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Just some kind of practice. This is the video that I'm looking at.
I call BS.
Nah,
is
man.
that Sora AI over there?
Yeah, let me make sure that it's not AI. But no, there's absolutely Jonathan Alexander with the video of just kind of practice, running routes on air. And, of course, you got Tank Dell in just a shirt and shorts, right? It's not like and no helmet. It's not like he's doing anything major. But it's just a cool thing to see. Seeing that quarterback to that receiver warms your heart. Now, doesn't it? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Have a quick turnaround with Buffalo coming to town for
contender.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You said it when we came across this just about not even 20 minutes ago. You wonder why people like to play for this guy, right? You wonder why people like to play for this guy. So Mike Tomlin was asked just a little while ago about the spitting incident, Ramsey and Jamar Chase, and he was asked, well, let's just hear from Mike Tomlin.
I have no message if someone spits in your face. Do what comes natural.
That's right.
First of all, that voice is awesome, but he was asked, what's the message for someone, like Jalen Ramsey when they get spit on? Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again.
I have no message if someone spits in your face. Do what comes natural.
Do what comes natural.
I like how the reporter was going to ask another question or ask some more about it. It's like, do what comes natural.
And we all know what that is.
Whoop his ass. If it moves you to whoop his ass behind that. If you can somehow abide somebody's spitting on you, God bless. But far be it from me, John Lopez, is what that man is saying. Far be it from me to tell you that you must resist putting hands and feet on that person. They spit on you. Go ahead.
But
do what comes natural.
That's why Tomlin is Tomlin.
Without question. But that's some real guy stuff, right? And I try to.
But sometimes it's real.
No, without question.
Yeah.
I try to keep away from being problematic with machismo or whatever.
Yeah.
But this is some real nah, man, handle your business. It would be foolish of me to try and take something that rightfully would enrage many people and tell them, I need you to fight the urge to be enraged in this moment.
Yeah.
And defend your honor or whatever. Right now, man, do what you got to do, man. We'll handle whatever it is on the backside of it.
Yeah.
And again, I said it kind of jokingly, but sincerely, if your boss is in a place where I understand that you had to go and do that and we'll figure it out on the backside, that's the type of thing that you go to this person and understand me.
100%.
These are my confessions.
Today is November 18th, and that is not a particular day for any reason. However, here at Odyssey Houston, it is when we are having a Thanksgiving potluck. In fact, right at this moment, you are actively staring.
It's just tantalizing.
In fact, the word I would use is ogling. Yes. A plate of fixins.
Yes.
What is that? Chicken, some turkey.
Little turkey, little chicken.
Deviled eggs.
Enchiladas.
Yeah, there you go.
Mac and cheese, of course.
Very good. And
I have not tasted it.
Yeah, there's a live lounge full of Odyssey Houston employees, including, I know I saw one Sean Pendergast. I saw one Patrick Creighton.
Yep.
Our guy
Clint.
Our guy Clint Stoerner was over there fixing him a plate.
Seth.
There is one notable absence.
And that is?
Reginald Atatula. My confession is I just can't get over what I know about potlucks.
What?
Yeah, man.
Ooh.
I don't trust y'all cooking. And it's not even just I don't trust all y'all. I just can't. It's not. I don't trust all y'all individually. I can't trust all y'all as a collective. That every one of y'all got great hygiene habits. And y'all ain't let y'all cat hop up on the kitchen counter.
This is the most bizarre hot take. This is a hot take.
713-572-4610.
No, come on, this is going on.
Where are
you
on the potluck situation?
Yes,
this is going on Take-A-Mania.
Nah, man,
cut this.
I can't try. What? Ain't no. There are no food standards coming out. There's nobody from the health department coming around to everybody's house. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not taking my chances here. You know I'm not a gambling man. You think I'm turkey? I have no
You're
idea.
not going to eat anything.
I know them rolls is prepackaged. I just can't. I can't chance it, man.
I
refuse to chance
This is the wildest take you've ever had.
I refuse to chance it.
Beautiful.
There's
and here's the other
something
part
about
of
a potluck.
If you are taking just an average human being, forget. I get what you're getting at. Somebody might not have the hygiene, and you might get sick.
It's possible,
right?
It's possible.
All right, but if you look at the cross section of people that work here at Odyssey,
that's right.
And the charge is to bring something to a potluck.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you're going to bring one of your better dishes.
One would imagine.
So it's going to be very, very good. Secondly, you're going to go the extra mile to make sure it is hygienic and safe and plastic gloves and all that, because you don't want to be the guy that gets anybody sick. This is one of the best meals you'll have.
You are doing a lot of assuming there. And
I'm not.
I started with a little bit of the funny, I guess, although I am being entirely serious.
Yeah.
The secondary portion of that is I also have to come back around and say, what happens if somebody's food is bad? Because now I got to play in their face like I like it.
But again, I have always subscribed to the fact, office potluck. Now, I get you can give somebody like Tyler Milner a hard time because he said he had legendary mac and cheese, but it was still good. It wasn't legendary. It was still good. This is truly, truly going to be one of the best meals you will have.
Wait, somebody said if that's the case, Reggie shouldn't eat out. Again, there are health departments, man.
I mean, come on. There be here,
Yes.
at those restaurants.
Yeah, sure.
Chipotle. That's why I can't eat there anymore. And I used to love Chipotle.
At the very least, they do this consistently.
This is so strange.
I don't know all these people. At least I don't know all these people well enough to say that I'm just gonna eat everybody's food. You know what I mean? It's tempting. I will admit.
He's looking at it like that does look pretty good. It look pretty good.
I walked by the entire spread and I was like, all right, it's tempting. I just don't feel like chancing it, man. I really did. Shout out to my guy Andy though. My guy Andy is like, all right, so the apple pie was store bought, the fresh fruit was store bought. He's giving me you can get these. These are safe to handle. These are all safe to handle.
You got to send this to Figgy and Sean. You got to, because this is beyond. Do you have one, Colin?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I celebrated my birthday on Saturday.
Happy birthday.
What are you, 17?
25.
Okay,
Oh, you
all right.
poor baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Getting up there. Anyway, so as some may know, I'm a Bearcat. I cover them like independently, and there's the rule, of course, no cheering.
Yes.
None of that stuff.
Oh, don't tell me you did.
No, I didn't. But man, I it's hard sometimes to like fight the urge not to, especially since they played on my birthday and they won on my birthday.
I know. That's dub number 2, right?
Yeah, and they apparently cost Sean Pendergast $50, I think.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Good.
Yeah, definitely send the cut to Sean then. He'll take it out on all of us.
Entertainment dollars. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I find it always stand there and just be like,
and you're totally invested. Like when you're covering the team that you literally went to school there, that's a given.
It's really hard.
It's
but
really
you know
hard.
what? I've not gotten in trouble. I have heard stories though of people getting in trouble though. But yeah,
I've seen guys get thrown out.
Really?
Back in the day, I saw a couple of guys get thrown out.
I think
school newspaper stuff.
I think
they were still students.
Yeah, I think John McClain talked a little bit about sometime last week on Area 45 where he's seen people get kicked out. Apparently, some Jags. I think some Jags people worked in the Jags last week.
I've seen probably 2 or 3 times. I can't put a number on it, but at least 2, maybe 3 times I've seen
cheering in the press box.
Homers get
legitimate
tossed out. Yeah. It's crazy, but it is hard. It is hard.
These are my confessions.
All right, we're talking potluck, right?
Okay.
We're talking potluck.
That is indeed.
Here we go.
It looks superb. I can't wait for the next commercial. I generally just love doing this, but I can't wait for the commercial break. But that's not the confession. The confession is this. I am now going on 17 years at Odyssey, formerly CBS, formerly Entercom, but still the same company. I've been here going on 17 years. 16 consecutive years. I have brought something to the potluck.
And then?
Totally forgot this year. I even got the page, or what is it? It was some sort of, almost not an Excel sheet, but it's,
it was a sign-up sheet.
A sign-up sheet where you can that's shared and you can put in what you want. And I was about to do it. So for what it's worth, I was going to bring my second place chili.
And I would have eaten your chili.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, okay.
So I'm here.
I've been to his house. I know his cleanliness.
That's fair.
So I'm here to say I would have brought chili. I would have.
And don't nobody care about none of that.
They don't care about any of that.
Also,
Thanksgiving Day chili sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's good on Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Somebody made a good point about the idea of oftentimes potlucks. Thankfully, not our potluck. I will give our organizers a lot of credit, but sometimes potlucks it's just a whole bunch of stuff that don't go together.
Mhm.
You would have been committing a don't go together. You'd have brought some chili to the Thanksgiving potluck.
I think people would have loved it. I went so far as to look at the sign-up sheet and said, well, there's a lot of sides. Obviously, the turkey and the ham and all that is set. So you know what? Maybe people want a cup of chili. Since I didn't know it was going to be cold or what. And then I forgot. And then I forgot.
After 16 years.
After 17, didn't do it.
From the 832, Reggie, you trust a place you don't cook. You don't know the cook or anything about the place, but you think it must be good. Again.
Yeah. What does it say about what you think of the people who work here?
It's not inherently that I think something. It's that I don't know. And in the absence of not knowing, I'm not just jumping headlong into that. I feel like that's actually a more reasoned take than what you tell. Just eat it and deal with it.
John's on your case over there, man.
I am, because it doesn't make any sense. This is one of your hottest takes ever.
He's not alone. It is quite a divided text line, and I kind of love it. I kind of enjoy this a great deal. In fact, I want this to continue. I want the conversation to further in what we're doing. My final confession, not concussion. I am very much focused on concussions, as I think we all are in this moment. We'll move away from potluck conversation. In fact, it'll move away from food at all, because I've got to admit, I am so upset. Like,
about
sports upset. And when I'm sports upset, it's about one thing. It's about soccer. Nigeria unfortunately lost in that final qualifying match. I know you were.
So are they out?
They are out. They will not be competing in the World Cup. And you know what?
I like Nigeria's team.
They didn't deserve it. And that's why I am legitimately mad, because the manager, the coach for Nigeria, Eric Shell, he claimed that because the final match went to a penalty kick.
Oh, no.
After extra time and everything, where Nigeria lost to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Stay with me. He said that the Congo used voodoo to win the World Cup, the World Cup qualifier shootout, which is very African football. It's not entirely out of the place, but I'm like, how dare you?
John just gave me the darnest look on his face.
No, you know what that look was?
It might be legit.
You're telling us about voodoo in the Congo, but you won't eat a potluck. The people.
I didn't say that I believed him. I'm actually very mad that he would have the audacity, even if they had. Don't say that out loud, because you know why you had to get to a playoff and you had to get all the way to a PK? Because the team that you coach couldn't win the games that they were supposed to, and you ended up in a damn playoff.
Man, I even this morning, and I've got it up right now, I looked to see games here.
Yes,
we're hosting games here in Houston in 2026, and it's bearing down on us pretty quickly.
That's like if, let's say, the University of Houston is kind of rough. Well, yeah, let's say the University of Houston, right? They end up in a circumstance where they get to the Big 12 tournament at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And Kelvin Sampson's team goes out in the second round. It's like, well, that team over there, they were cheating. And you know damn well you're supposed to win against them. I don't care if it's Cincinnati or whatever. You're supposed to win. You're better than them.
No, I went so far to see who's in, who's out, and I never noticed Nigeria's out. Oh, well.
Sorry, I just had to get
Sorry to your team there, but
that one's been on my spirit.
He was very angry.
Right? Yes. I just had to get it out. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. I feel lighter.
Man, Cape Verde made it.
That's right.
Cape Verde made the World Cup.
That's right. Tunisia made it and all. Yeah, don't get me started.
Yeah.
Or don't get me started again, because I already just yelled into this microphone.
You let Cape Verde get in before Nigeria?
Dog, I need you to calm down. I'm gonna turn that plate over. I swear to God. I swear.
Hey, now I don't feel bad at all.
Unbelievable. All right, coming up next, it's a Tuesday. Let's get a little college football on a Tuesday. Talk about the things happening in the world of college football. We'll do it next.
Let's get to Low T Center, Synergen X. Great.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mocara Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I started a brush fire.
You sure did. By the way, you are missing out. Colin, you need to get your ass in there.
It does seem like our group came together.
It's
at least
outstanding.
At least there's
But,
nothing that there's
there
nothing
might be
to the eye that look
someone,
bad.
who let a little dust fly on the
Okay.
It looks good to the eyes. I will applaud. Maybe next year. I dig in. This year we're still surveying.
So far, the leaders are Dana's enchiladas and whoever made the carrots and the chicken. You're outstanding.
Where's T Mill's legendary mac and cheese?
Yeah, where you at, T Mill? I know you listening. I'm supposed to have this mac and cheese at some point, even though
you wouldn't have eaten it.
He still has
I was like,
it.
even though
Come on. It's T
I'll
Mill.
take your word for it.
Oh man, yeah.
This is off the rails.
Actually, of all the people in the building, the guy whose food I'd trust the least is probably T Mill. He gets a little sloppy.
Just a little bit. All right, let's get to some college football on a Tuesday and revisit some of the things that happened college football-wise. And it just feels like the biggest thing that's happening in college football is these jobs that are open. I might be wrong in saying that's the biggest,
you're not
but
wrong.
It's one of the biggest for sure. And the biggest fish that's in the pool is one Lane Kiffin. And it's kind of hilarious. They welcomed in Florida, and it felt like that was not quite an audition. However, might have been an audition in a way that was weird, right? It felt like Florida was maybe trying to play to keep Lane Kiffin from having an opportunity to have his team in the college football playoffs so they could get to him quicker. And while I kind of poo-pooed that, there might be a little validity to that, creating a little bit of strife.
Yep.
As
more than a little.
The University of Mississippi, frequently referred to as Ole Miss, is seemingly putting an ultimatum on the table here, John.
All right, see if you can keep up here. So Lane Kiffin plays Florida. Florida, it behooved them to beat Lane Kiffin so they could get their hands on him sooner. Lane Kiffin family stayed over in Gainesville, took an extra day to be wooed.
Weren't they playing in Mississippi?
Well, they went to Gainesville. My bad. Yeah. They went to Gainesville on Sunday and they got a tour of the facilities and everything. Wooed by the Gators. After that, private jet from another school, that school being LSU, gets him to Baton Rouge for more of the same. While that's going on,
he's whining and dying.
In the midst of it all, there's even a report of Lane Kiffin was actually in Baton Rouge, but in disguise.
Okay.
There's a dude on.
I love college football. This is so college football.
Well,
we're tracking planes.
Hold that thought.
Disguises.
You want to know what's so
There's more?
Wait, there's more. There is a guy, and I'm trying to find him, on Tiger Droppings, which is their like Texags or whatever.
Their forums.
Their big forum.
Internet forum.
Who is in camo in the woods by the Baton Rouge airport getting video. We're dressed in camo, which is obviously Louisiana. That's easy to get. But
standard issue.
And in hiding in the shrubs and trees outside the airport trying to get video. So there's that going on. Then, and you just mentioned it, in the midst of it all, Ole Miss, the AD no less, not just some alums, gives Lane Kiffin an ultimatum to make a decision before the Egg Bowl or else, to which I responded, and I mentioned this to you earlier, or else what?
Yeah.
Or else what?
What bargaining power do you exactly have?
Yes.
Per se.
I'm telling you, you got to know us. You got to tell us by the Egg Bowl. Okay, let's say he doesn't. And then they win the Egg Bowl, and he goes to the playoff and gets eliminated, let's say, and then Florida or LSU.
I feel like
Who cares?
I feel like this is such a large, psyop a little bit, just to mess with the other SEC schools or just to mess with college football in general.
Mm-hmm.
Hot take. For some reason I think Lane Kiffin just stays.
I don't
honestly
know.
That is the question. That's a conversation I want to have. I think it's weird that this has kind of become public, like that. The idea that the athletic director at Ole Miss kind of gave him a deadline, an ultimatum of sorts. But I don't think that the deadline, or at least suggested deadline, is a bad thing. I think that it's fair for the school to go, hey, just let us know. If you're trying to leave, let us know so we can kind of get our affairs in order and have our minds on right. The idea of it being forceful, or else, I think is something that clearly isn't there, which would lead me to believe that there wasn't actually an or else. There was probably more of a, hey, man, if you're going to do this, just let us know.
Yeah.
Like, let us know sooner
I
rather
hope,
than
I
later.
hope that's the way they did
Right,
it.
and I imagine that's how it goes.
Yeah.
I think that, Colin, you bring up an interesting point, which is, where are we in the college landscape? Because we're still kind of, I think, in talking about this, talking about Florida, talking about LSU, we're still talking about this in such a way where we go, what college football has been is you need certain places in order to win at a large level. And because of the advent of money running freely, legally in college football and other college sports, it's opened up the venues for places where you can win. And we've seen that on a very small scale. Where you see Texas Tech, SMU getting back to winning ways pretty quickly, right? We've seen a number of teams make this look a lot different. And there is a question that I think, does he need to leave in order to achieve his goals?
I think that's a fair question, and I think NIL and the transfer portal and all that levels the playing field, so to speak. But I also think LSU is still above that. LSU is one of the few. Florida, you could argue, but LSU for sure.
LSU has been mired in, Florida's been mired in mediocrity.
Right.
It does feel like they have quite a booster base of
You're
things
right. The
come
playing
right.
field has been leveled. But I still think there's 6 or 8 that are still just a notch above.
I think it was Dan Wolken of Yahoo Sports, been covering, all sorts of sports, but especially college football for a long time and very well, made the argument that there are some coaches that are looking around, like you see, who just signed an extension to stay where they were recently? Apologies.
Well, Elko did.
Kurt.
Elko did, but Elko's in one of those bigger, Kurt Signetti. You see some of these people that go, why would I go somewhere else when I have, especially if you do have the commitment of your athletic department,
contract,
where you get a lot of money and you know the stakes, and hell, you look at LSU, maybe not as much. Florida, they had to stay with them longer, but they very quickly looked at Billy Napier and they're like, yeah, we need to get out of this. You're not going to have nearly the length of rope in some of these places as opposed to, I think Ole Miss will give you a little bit longer rope.
Yes.
Just historically, dating back to that other timeline of college football where they go, yeah, we're used to giving people a little bit of time, whereas, like, let's say in Alabama where Kalen DeBoer is, they don't give people time.
You got nothing. Yeah.
Right? They don't give people time. And so I imagine a good coach might look up and go, if I can still get to similar standards of money, which means maybe similar standards of talent, if I can get the money they have or to pay my staff so I'm not coaching with a subpar staff, why not stay in a place that will give me an opportunity to fully exercise my program versus going somewhere else?
No, I think you're right. But again, that means we also have to try to get into the head of Lane Kiffin.
That's hard,
and that is a
that's
very
why I talked about this
task.
That's why I talked about it in the abstract, because in the specific, Lane Kiffin, he's been chasing glory.
Yes, and he's just
so.
a different kind of cat. He's 2 hours before a big game. I think it was against Georgia. Taking pictures shirtless with co-eds doing hot yoga, and so who knows what's going on with Lane Kiffin. And I'm glad you mentioned the extensions, because I did want to shout this out, not just because it's Texas A&M, but because I think it's awesome just in general. So when Elko signed his new contract, did you see this? He made sure to get all kinds of bonus structures in for his assistant coaches, but he wanted them effective immediately because they're going to be in the playoff. And so I thought that was a pretty cool thing. He's like, yeah, we'll put the bonuses in for the playoffs and national championships and stuff like that, but I want them effective immediately. So he did a solid for all his assistants.
And those bonuses are super important because I don't think A&M is going to be one of those places that has issues with it, but we focus so much on head coach pay. Staffs, the coaching staff is super important.
Yes.
And so if you aren't paying your staff at a high level, you run the risk of them being poached, and that changes the dynamic of what you're doing to a great degree if you're not careful. So, I think that is a heady play from someone who clearly knows how to build a program. A&M, you got a good one in my.
Yeah. I agree.
All right, top 25. We're getting another iteration of that today, but at least with the AP side, we mentioned it. North Texas back in the top 25 as well.
9-1, man. 9-1.
North Texas team.
Have you laid eyes on them, Colin?
I've had to. I've kind of had to because their defensive coordinator, Skylar Cassidy, and like pretty much most of their defense was at Sam Houston last year.
Oh boy. So they're 9-1.
They're really good. Like you and Mestamaker, Coach Morris up there. I mean, there's rumors that Morris may be, getting, looked at.
Oh, he will.
I'm pretty sure he will too, and probably wherever he goes, Mestamaker will go. But man, UNT, if they have a good opportunity, if they win the American, They're in.
They'll be in.
We made mention of the U of H making the top 25, even though they did not play this week. They'll have their senior night this weekend versus TCU, an opportunity to get themselves to 8-3, which is, an incredible year two for Willie Fritz. You kind of wanted to go through something real quick, and let's do that. There's 2 weeks left of the regular season, end of the regular season. National title contenders in your mind, go.
Well, let me ask you. I'm going to give you my list. Feel free to add or subtract. The true national title contenders, I have 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes. Ohio State.
Yes.
Indiana.
Yep.
Texas A&M.
No qualms there.
Oregon.
I like Oregon, and I'm realizing that it might be clouding my judgment. But I agree.
Texas Tech.
Yes.
Notre Dame. You heard me right. 2 lost Notre Dame.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Georgia,
yes. I think that they're finding, especially with Gunnar Stockton, they're finding their level, what they want to be. And they're physical.
Yeah, very physical.
The physicality showing up.
And Alabama.
That one's rough for me.
Yeah?
I don't think so.
After Oklahoma, their game against Oklahoma, it's...
Yeah, Oklahoma figured him out, and he's clearly good against them. So I figured Alabama might be a little bit of a question mark for you. Now, here's the ones that I think are longer shots. I'm not going to say long shots because they're all good. The only reason I put Ole Miss here is because of the Lane Kiffin craziness.
I don't think he leaves early.
What do you mean, like leaves the job?
Yeah, I don't think he leaves the job early.
But there's still all this so-called distractions and everything else.
I don't see
Georgia
that
Tech, longer shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't put them in there, even though I like what they do.
Miami, longer shot.
They should be, but
Yeah.
I don't trust Mario Cristobal in big moments, which it feels like you would need in order to win a national championship.
Yeah. And Brent Venables, Oklahoma.
Their offense isn't enough.
I don't think so either. I got them right outside. So I
the
think
defense is damn good. The offense isn't enough.
I think there's 8 legit national title contenders.
Give me 7, but I think we're in a similar boat. All right, that's a little college football on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I talked about speaking of tickets, we're all gearing up for a big Thursday night game. Battle Red, the helmets already look so gorgeous on the practice field. I would like you to see them close up in person with a friend of yours. So let's give away a pair of tickets to the front row of the bullpen on this Texans ticket to 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. You will win a pair of tickets to this Thursday night's battle versus the Bills, and you'll be front row in the bullpen. Fantastic seats, courtesy of your Houston Ford dealers. So make sure that you go ahead and hop in that. Call in 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's return to those Texans where, look, they got back to 500, and with that being the case, how do you think the Texans compare to these teams in the AFC? Because if you think that they're better than them, we might have a path to the playoffs. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans are playing in prime time again on KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Appreciate you for rocking with us on this Tuesday. Are the Texans better than the Chiefs and the Chargers in your mind? Because I feel like that's where those are going to be important questions to ask or answer rather as this Texans team sells up for a playoff push. That's the whole idea. You got yourself to 500, and now you give yourself an opportunity and solid footing to push for the playoffs. Obviously, the Buffalo Bills, a team in your way, and I think in the next few games, you need to get as we would say in soccer, you need to get results.
Yeah,
right. You need to get positive results as you face off against the Bills, the Colts, the Chiefs, but you will have the Chargers as well on Week 17, and those seem to exist as those are the important ones. Those are the tough ones that you have remaining.
Yeah. There's four teams. There's 4 teams really that are, as far as like on your schedule, that are going to be between you and making the playoffs. You already have the tiebreaker against one of them, the Ravens.
Yes,
right.
You beat them Week 5.
Chiefs, Chargers, Bills. It really kind of. I love that question. I'm interested in what our listeners are thinking.
713-572-4610.
Just flat out
number to text.
Gut instinct. What your heart tells you, what your head tells you. Are the Texans better than the Chiefs?
I know. And
it's a tough question, though.
It is a tough question because I'm not that no is not confident whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like that Chiefs team, it feels like they should be in a better place than they are. And are we? I think the question that comes to mind is: are we in the place where the Chiefs are finally not going to keep getting away with it? Because the Chiefs feel like for a number of years and to a point where it's changed the molecular biology of how we talk about this. Right? We get to a place where we're like, yeah, we're seeing something. But there's Patrick Mahomes over there. There's Andy Reid over there. There's Travis Kelce over there. We know that they'll find a way to make it shake.
The marquee actual, what you're seeing on the field scaring you? Because to me, the only thing that scares me about the Chiefs, and I know these are words that come back to bite you in the ass.
100%, especially for teams like the Chiefs. Yes. Like, you know what this sounds like? This sounds very much like the Tom Brady circumstance where it was like, yeah, this feels like it's slowing. Yeah. Right? He's getting to a certain age.
7 more years.
And he just kept doing it.
So I fully understand. The marquee scares me. You just touched on it. The marquee that has Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. The team does not scare me. And what if I told you that they have 5 wins? They're 5-5 too.
Correct.
Right? 4 of their wins are against the Ravens when they were completely depleted, and then the Giants, Raiders, and Commanders. Those are 4 of the Chiefs' wins.
Those are not great teams. Those are not great teams.
Is it the marquee that's scaring you, or is it the team? Because it's not the team that scares me.
The team has had instances though where their offense has been has been pretty significant, right? Somewhat like the Bills, there's been an inconsistency there, and when they've gotten their players back healthy, especially they've been able to show up. The run game not being there is problematic for them. And the defense hasn't been nearly as good as it feels like they had been in years past to kind of supplement where the offense could be. I think, the name is a part of it. I won't say that I'm entirely not afraid of the team.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think that on the field, they have shown good things. They've shown the ability to play in great ways in small moments. It's that institutional knowledge that can pop up. It's tough. They can find ways to get to victory. And that's something that I'm still trying to figure out with this Texans team. I know that DeMeco will harp on they've got to finish, and when they do have games like the last couple of weeks, this is proof of finishing. I just don't think it's the same type of finishing that we're talking
I'm kind of in that place where it's like I'm not watching Caddyshack, I'm watching Caddyshack 2.
Oh, that's one way of saying that.
That's on the marquee. Let me ask you this same thing with the Chargers. Did the Chargers scare you?
No. Because the Chargers are somewhat, actually not even somewhat similar, because I can't even point to the instances where the Chargers have been excellent at moments, right? Maybe you can say sometimes
their best win is against the Broncos.
Sometimes the defense will show up in a way where it's like, oh, this is the defense that I expect from Jesse Minter, as he's called it. And then there'll be times where it falls apart. And the biggest thing for me is the good things that we've seen offensively, I feel like are untenable now that their offensive line is in tatters.
They've gotten double-digit losses to the Commanders and Jaguars. But yet, they played the Colts. They lost to the Colts, but, played the Colts good. They beat the Broncos. I can't say that the Chargers scare me, and you've already beaten the Ravens.
Well, the notion of scare might not be one that is useful in this year in general because it feels like we talked about this a lot, but there just isn't consistency across the league. Who are the boogeymen of the NFL period right now?
Yeah, Rams, Seahawks.
Like I'm
Patriots?
stopping. I'm stopping there, man.
Yeah.
Like there's not boogeymen in the years or in the way that other years feel like they provide you with teams that you know. Those teams that are capable of being really good, but then also have put stinkers on the map. And I feel like that's part of where the Bills are to some degree, right? They're one of those teams that the potential is really high, except also at the same time, they've put they get 30-13 by the Miami Dolphins. They get a 24-14 loss to the Atlanta Falcons, right? Similarly, what you're talking about with the Chiefs. You can go and you can find some of those on pretty much any of these teams that we view highly. And then, even the Eagles, who, again, top of the NFC record-wise, you watch those games and you go, is this a good team? Like, not even a great team. Is this a good team? And at times you go, oh, no, right? I think that's one of the weird things about this season, and it's one of the reasons why I don't know that you can go, what team scares you? It might really be more about who has the right play at the right opportunity.
Well, you're right. I do put the Patriots up there, somewhat reluctantly. They're 9-2. They've beaten the Bucks. They've beaten who was the other good win against?
The Bills.
The Bills. But I get the reluctance. Here's my bigger point when I said, when we asked the question, are the Texans better than the Chiefs and Chargers? If you say yes, then the Texans are probably making the playoffs. If they're better than the Chiefs and Chargers, and they beat the Chiefs and the Chargers. Now, I get Buffalo is a big one Thursday. They're probably making the playoffs.
Can I run a theory by you here? Because as we're talking about this and trying to sussing this out, right, I don't think that there's many teams that you go, I know consistently what they are.
Yeah.
So I think that what it then comes down to is, do they have a game-changing element? Do they have an element of their team that goes, but I feel like I know what that player or that unit is to make something shake, right? You talk about the Buffalo Bills, it's very evident what that is. It's Josh Allen, right? I feel like I know that Josh Allen can show up in a big moment and make something happen. You look at the Patriots, and that's very clearly Drake May.
Yeah.
You look at, actually, interestingly enough, there's some of these teams that I go, Kansas City Chiefs, is that still just Patrick Mahomes? Because at some points it was Patrick Mahomes and that Steve Spagnuolo defense, right?
Yeah.
At times. Who is that for the Texans? Because it feels like the easy answer would be to say the defense. The defense has had a number of possessions this year where it's like, it's all you, big dog. And they've had instances where it's like, came up gangbusters. Here's a strip sack, fumble recovery for a touchdown. Hello, Sheldon Rankins and Will Anderson Jr. There's another one that you have last week where, here is a sack in the moment that you need it. But then you've also had instances where here's the moment for you guys to make the play, and then here is Baker Mayfield walking downfield for 20-some yards and continuing a drive to go win it, right? Like, there's been instances where you put it on the defense, and they weirdly have actually not stood up in a way that it feels like all statistics tell you that they will.
Yeah, I just can't get there. I get, and I'm going to go to the whole this is the NFL thing. There are things like that. I mean, Okonkwo is going to make that catch. At some point, a player like him is going to make that catch in a big moment because you're holding teams to 13 to 19 points.
Sure.
I refuse to put it on the defense. But you're not wrong. Those plays didn't end up hurting you, or Baker Mayfield, or Bo Nix, or hell, even Trevor Lawrence.
Bo Nix.
Even Trevor Lawrence had a big run that could have gotten them into position. I get it. But I just refuse to because they're so good overall. It's just a matter of if you can beat the Chargers and the Chiefs, almost regardless of what you do, of what you do against the Bills, you already have the tiebreaker against the Ravens. Those are three of the four teams right there.
Do you want to play the schedule game? We were dancing around the schedule game.
Well, I don't even know. Yes, we can, but I don't even know how important it is. We know those four teams right there. Those four teams right there are going to kind of determine where you are.
Well, all right, you have five wins right now. And one of the things that's kind of frustrating is you look at the Jags and their schedule is pretty damn easy.
Yeah.
Now, how much do you trust the Jags to actually go and win the games that you would say they quote unquote should win? That's a question that's worth asking. However, you look at their schedule and you go, oh, there's winnable ones on here. As you give me a moment as I try and get up this Jaguar schedule. But the Jags' remaining schedule includes the Cardinals on the road, the Titans on the road. They got the Colts twice still. They'll get the Jets at home, and actually still have the Titans twice, and then the Colts, the Broncos, right? So the 3 remaining games of challenge are the 2 Colts games and a Broncos game on the road, right? So they currently have 5 wins, just easy games alone. It looks like they can get to 9, and you're talking about. We're get to, and that's one of the teams that's ahead of you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's fair,
right? Like I think that's one of the things that's rough is I'm wondering if does 9 get it done, or do you have to get to 10?
Yeah, just
and if you have to get to 10 for the Texans, right?
Yeah, where you can find
currently
10?
At 5, Bills, Colts. Now, okay, actually, let me do this the other way, right? You're currently at 5, easily winnable games. In fact, games that if you don't win, I'm gonna have to look at you a little sideways. Raiders week 16, Cardinals week 15. Those feel like you should get those, right? That's the 7.
Yeah.
You feel like you split one with the Colts, right? At the very least, week 18, where maybe they might not be playing. That is what? That is 8. You got 2 more out of the likes of this Bills game, the Chiefs,
the other Colts,
the Chargers, and maybe the other Colts.
Yeah.
You got to get 2 out of those, and maybe that's where you come back to. Do you feel like you can beat the Chiefs and the Chargers?
That's where I feel that's the key right now. I'm not saying you win those games. You make the playoffs. You win those games, I think you have a really good shot.
I agree.
I think you have a real good shot.
I agree, but those are another 2 games that it just feels like on that given day, are you putting your best foot forward? And
what's the offense doing? What's the line doing? You know?
And I don't know how to feel about that. Like I'd feel better about that if you were able to go out with your starting quarterback in these last 2 games and also get out there and look like I know, like a certain quality control of your play. I know that we're going to put up these certain amount of points and give our defense this kind of support. That's what I would feel a lot better about going into those particular games as you go down the schedule.
No,
I don't know what to do with this team. I don't know which on Thursday versus the Bills. I don't know which Texans team will show up. Admittedly, that Chiefs game is a lot more difficult than we give it credit for because it's
in Kansas City in December.
At night. It's a Sunday night game, right? So you're not even getting the benefit of the sun being out, right? This is that makes that a whole nother level of difficult. So even if you think, hey, the Texans might be better than the Chiefs, are they better in that circumstance? Is another thing that comes up.
No, absolutely.
They're in the end game, baby. Like it is razor thin right now.
And it really, if you could somehow, some way get the bad Bills and win Thursday, boy, that changes the math significantly.
If they beat the Chiefs, that's assuming that they beat the Bills. How does that raise y'all's confidence? Like, do y'all become legit confident?
100%.
Oh yeah.
I get a lot more confident, right? Because for this team, you just got to get into the playoffs, man. Like that is where you are right now, especially with the caliber of defense that you have, as they are trying to shore everything up defensively to make themselves come together like Voltron or whatever. And then with an offense that, oddly enough, I keep looking at it and I go, why isn't this offense great or really good or whatever the adjective is because the offensive line, as much as I will personally complain about it and I'm not going to stop, they have had better production than the previous 2 years. Now that's an incredibly low bar to clear, but they were clearing it decently.
Yeah.
It feels like, your quarterback is getting the ball out to the guys. It just feels like, are they creating enough separation and those things with the passing game? The run game is like fine. Actually, it's not fine. It's just, it's there.
It's okay.
Right? If you could find a way to have a solid offense, I think you're in a good spot.
And a couple texters have brought up, I was talking about the Chiefs and who they've beaten, and they bring up fairly, like, who have the Texans beaten. No, I get it. I get the Texans have not beaten world beaters and teams that were depleted, including the Ravens as well. But I can't sit here and say that that means the Chiefs are that much better. I think the Texans could be better than the Chiefs, and I think they are better than the Chargers.
Yeah. So those are things that they have in the future. But in order for that to even be particularly relevant, it feels like this Bills game could be a window, especially because this is a Bills game at home on a Thursday night with the short week, where I think you add an additional benefit. While it's a short week, and I understand that makes it tough, the benefit of playing at home on a Thursday versus the detriment of being on the road on a Thursday it's just so different. So it feels like this is one that you got to capitalize on on Thursday night.
Changes the math.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 8 through 2. Are you guys saying there's been no indication that this offense is good enough to beat any of those teams? That's part of what we're talking about. Here. It's like what are you capable of doing in the instances where you face off against these teams?
Mm-hmm.
That is a question that remains to be answered. You give yourself a little bit of a better look at it by beating the Bills on Thursday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little mixtape. And I looked up and I realized, oh yeah, no fig, so it's on me. I will put together a mixtape for you. We'll do it next.
All right, Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com, and getting those trees taken care of.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. No Figgy Fig on this day as he is out reading to the babies, joining Wade Smith Foundation, and reading to the local youths here in the great city of Houston. So salute to our guy Figgy Fig for doing a little bit of charity work. Always appreciate that. It's inspired me to go and do something that I told myself I would do, but I hadn't had an opportunity to do yet, or I haven't taken the time to. Not saying the opportunity, I haven't taken the time to, which is going and volunteering with the food bank, with the Houston Food Bank.
That'd be great.
I've been meaning to do that. They could use a lot of help, volunteers wise. So if you also thinking about doing something like that, get in touch. Absolutely tape you as well. So get to their website and get tapped in. But yeah, no Figgy. So I'm gonna try and hold it down. I have a few stories that I find to be interesting that I would like to lay at your gentleman's feet. Play along, or at least respond as well. 713-572-4610. Is this fair or foul?
Okay.
John Lopez, I like throwing these up to you. And this circles around, you were talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. This circles around someone who could be viewed as, I was about to say the first lady, but now she's the second lady of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh.
Yep. Brittany Mahomes.
Brittany, yeah.
Yeah. Because someone else came up, walked in her trap, took over a trap.
Said, just step aside.
Yep. And I imagine she's not too mad about it, especially because when there's more attention on Brittany Mahomes, it just makes things loud in a way that I imagine she's not happy about. And this is another one of those times. Brittany Mahomes, wife of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, they make a little bit of money. That family. And it made it seem like she might have been a little tone deaf. So she tried to do something nice. Apparently, one of her neighbors of some of her friends is what we're saying. They had a GoFundMe up. And so sadly, she reported that a couple with 3 children recently lost their house. Cause was a fire that occurred after the kids were making some s'mores.
Oh.
Yeah. Real sad circumstance. So she took to social media to let folks know about this. Said, quote, "On Tuesday evening, my brother's family experienced a devastating house fire that has completely turned their world upside down," which is what the GoFundMe says. While they turned around, kids, 12, started a fire, ultimately burned down the house. So this GoFundMe is there.
This is the friend that posted that.
This is the family that is their GoFundMe.
Yeah.
And so Brittany Mahomes got a hold of it, and she posted, "Hi guys, a friend of ours' neighbor just lost their home to a fire. If you feel inclined to help, please do. A little goes a long way in times like these, so anything helps." People got on her for asking for money because everybody's like, "Hey, Big Pat got big money over there between his over $200 million of earnings on the field, endorsement stuff, all that, right?" Fair or foul? That criticism levied at Brittany Mahomes for sharing this GoFundMe.
Completely foul. Yeah, she could probably write a check for a whole damn new house, right? That's not the point here. I mean, she's trying to help just the best way she can. And who knows how much money they did give them. How much they did throw into that GoFundMe. I mean, you can't just assume rich people are just buying everything for everyone. Yeah,
it feels nasty to just be like, don't share this, because there is a level of visibility that's there. I will say, the question does always pop up. How much you put in there?
Yeah, no. Well, we don't know.
Or did you just pass the plate?
Now, if she just passed the plate, well, then I'll start to side on the other side, But we don't know what they I should say, did or didn't contribute. And she's got a big footprint on social media.
Yeah,
she can help these people a lot, and they may have thrown $100,000. But no, she's trying to help. I will protect her on this one.
Colin, you want to add in?
I agree with John. I mean, yeah, these people do have, wealthy people do have a lot of money, but I guess what some people don't realize is like they got things themselves that they have to fund and all that good stuff. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. If I do agree with Reggie though on the side, like, okay, if there is good evidence, like, hey, like they didn't actually
they didn't do anything. I get that,
but there's nothing really concrete saying that they did or they did not.
I'm sensing you're on the other side.
I'm not. Honestly,
just a look on your face is like, write the check.
It does feel like you talking to people who, by and large, not in the best times, man. Look around.
That is true.
You talk about in this time, you got. I feel like you are the person who has more disposable income than those of us just out here scrolling.
I'll just say again,
but
maybe they wrote a big old check.
And that's the thing is,
maybe.
In the absence of that information, it's hard to come down as hard as I think some people do. I feel some people lead with a little bit of frustration and anger.
Yeah.
However, but yeah, I get it, right? Like I get it where you're just trying to get this out so that if somebody does have an ability to help little by little, that's cool. It just feels like, hey, you could put a big dent in what we're talking about here, Mr. and Mrs. Mahomes. I found that to just be interesting. All right, it's the mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. How fast are you getting out of here is the question that I'm asking here. You guys are familiar with fantasy football. See y'all treat losers. I have never been, mind you.
Me neither.
In one of these fantasy football leagues.
Last place does
where
this,
last place gets humiliated in one way or another. It sounds funny as a concept. I just would never want to find myself, especially with some of y'all. Some of y'all are sadistic. Some of y'all are like, yeah, you got to run through the streets naked for 35 minutes or something. Like, what is happening?
People are awful, man.
They do horrible stuff.
What happened? I thought y'all was friends.
There were a couple times where I saw like if they were last place and they have to go to the army.
See, too far.
That's a little bit too much.
Too far.
It's a lot too much.
It's a nice investment. It can pay off in the future.
All right. I feel like you should do that because you want to.
Yes.
Which there's a lot more things that can be said. We'll leave it at that.
Yes.
But yes, I feel like you should do that because you want to, and you feel like that would be a good place for you, not because Devontae Adams dropped the football at some point or something like that. Like, I feel like that should not be the way that goes. However, in a somewhat similar circumstance, there was a hockey fan in the state of Minnesota that had to. It's kind of like one of those fantasy football punishments. Had to go to a bar and spend all day at a bar from open to close, but he was able to drink his way out of some time.
Oh, I've seen these. You seen the Waffle House one?
I have seen the waffle. In fact, I forced one of my coworkers to eat a waffle very quickly because he thought that he would just eat a whole bunch of waffles and get out of there instantly.
Yeah.
And that's why I bring this question to you, John Lopez, because the man went to a bar that opened at 9 a.m. And closed at 2 a.m.
Oh Lord! What was the penalty?
That is so. What do you mean the penalty?
Like, what did he have to do?
See, he had to stay in the bar from open to close.
There wasn't like a minimum. You have to always have a beer in front of you. Or
no, you just have to be in the bar. You can't leave it. This is where you are. You eat, drink, sleep in a bar, but you can shave off 30 minutes per beer. And you can shave off a minute or an hour rather for every shot, I believe.
Ouch.
That you take. How long does it take you to get out of this bar, John?
So I think, and I'm not just talking about me, I think most people can probably go 5 shots before you're really feeling it. So take 5 hours off. I could do 5 hours off.
So you're not adding any beers on top of it?
No, because I'd be crawling.
So you go from 9 a.m. You're gonna get out of here at about 9 p.m. You're doing a solid 12-hour shift.
You know what? I might be able to knock a couple off. Like do 5 quick, take a nap in the bar, and then do like 3.
So maybe about
that's my. I have a strategy.
So
I have a strategy.
So at the end of the day, it'd be like 6-7 of them.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Word of the year.
I would at 9 a.m. I would sit down and say, "Give me 5 shots." I'd eventually, however long it takes to down those 5 shots, eat something and sleep. Say a couple hours, then get up and do 3 shots. That's 8 hours I could knock off. Yeah, I could do that.
Do you feel like you have a game plan for this, Colin?
No.
any feel for.
Oh, screw it.
Oh yeah, you just there for how many hours is that? That's oof.
I'm not like a
17 hours.
I don't drink by choice. I'm not held against like religion.
No, sure, for sure. But if you're not going to sip on nothing, you're going to be there for a solid 17 hours.
It depends on the day though, because I one time I spent all day at Buffalo Wild Wings on the first day of March Madness like a couple of years ago.
This is not the first day of March Madness. I can say that for sure.
No, it's not.
I will say, I was like, this is kind of wild. And mind you, 6:30 is when this gentleman was able to make it out.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he knocked the shake off.
Okay, there you go.
That's really good.
It is a hockey fan after all.
I will say,
that's
exactly,
true too.
Right?
Yeah.
I will say, this feels like one of those things where you look up and you go, why did it take, or like this is a lot more fun than I think some of the other. Like I feel like some of the other punishments where it's like you got to be at a Waffle House for a certain amount of hours. Waffle House feels a lot less, I guess, supportive of you just being there all day.
Yes.
I feel like this is kind of.
Oh, they would love it.
That's what a bar's for, right?
Yeah,
You're just sitting here meeting people, getting drinks. Like honestly, the toughest part is that early part where you might be pounding drinks from 9 to let's say noon, 1.
Yeah.
Before people of sense, I guess.
People just rolling up at noon and you're asleep on the couch.
Yeah. Once you get people in on I'm assuming you do this maybe on a Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Once you get people in, maybe noon, 1 o'clock, you just got people to talk to. You having a good time.
Yeah.
At that point.
I would pick March Madness though. I'd pick the first day.
Well, I know you
if you can pick it.
Yeah, but you can't pick it. That's
Who
not how
says
this
you can't
works.
pick it?
Because it's not a punishment at that point. All right. By the way, I hadn't figured out how long it would take me to get out there. The tough thing for me is I think I would just go shots. I would
definitely go shots.
I like the idea of
you just get drunk. You don't get bloated.
Yeah, the beers. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm just going to try and knock off a number of shots and then drink water in the other instances.
I'm confident I could knock off 8 hours.
Yeah, but I'd be in there messed up.
So how are you doing in your fantasy league, John?
Man, not well, but not last.
Nobody cares. Don't ask him that. Literally nobody cares.
I care.
Nobody cares about your fantasy league. That's how this works. I don't make the rules. I just live by them.
So you must be doing well, Reggie.
Oh, I'm not playing fantasy.
Yeah.
Because nobody cares about my fantasy. All right. This is the mixtape right here in loop on Sports Radio 610. I bring you back to the Houston Cougars, who senior night will be this week when they face off against TCU. I think it should be a good one. TCU has not been a very good team. The Cougars have been a pretty good team. Tough thing about it is, especially after they suffered a couple of losses, especially I think the Texas Tech one, the attendance has been a little dicey to some of these games. I think Leah Van of the Cron.com wrote an interesting piece that kind of posited that is it possible or could it be beneficial for the Cougars to play weeknight games? A la maybe even like Friday night games, because the biggest opponent, she posits, is actually TV programming. Right, you're seeing a lot of Power 4 conferences. Friday nights that's pushed some of that midweek action or the action from like Thursday nights into like we're having college football games on Tuesdays
and
nights.
Wednesdays.
You're familiar with that, right, Colin?
Yeah. The thing is, Sam Houston going into Conference USA to start doing weekday, and it depends on how good your team is doing, but if your team is doing pretty good, you'll get student attendance, especially at a school like Sam Houston, where people usually go home on the weekends, and it is what it is. But it does put your program in a more national spotlight, since hey, who doesn't like college football?
This ties into a long-held conversation that we've had. We had maybe a couple weeks ago, about getting fans in Houston out to games. In your head, Lopez, does that help get people out to TD-ECU Stadium if maybe there's a game on a Thursday or Friday night as opposed to Saturday when things are popping and also other college football's happening?
I'm going to have to say absolutely not. Absolutely not. Other than maybe students, you think about this. I hear the argument on, hey, I want to watch Texas and Alabama, and then this game, and I'm not going to pack up and drive from Woodlands or Sugarland or whatever to U of H, even though I love my Cougs, whatever it may be. But you want to do that on a Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday feels like a tough sell.
You want to?
I feel like a
Friday?
Big 12 game is going to be hard to go for Wednesday.
Let's say
Friday.
Let's say they schedule all Thursdays. Who's going to be doing that outside of students?
Yeah, it's tough. Well, I was going to say competing with NFL Thursday night football.
Well, that's so-so, but let's say all things being equal and people don't really, the Cougs fans don't want watch. Or there's only 1 week that the Texans play, Absolutely not. I think it'd be worse.
Yeah, a point made on the YouTube page. Weeknight games are not good either because traffic will be horrible. That's also a fair point. You're just regular workday traffic that'll run into the 6-7 o'clock hour.
If you're gonna do weekday games, it has to at least start after 7 p.m. local time.
But that's
even
difficult.
worse. Got kids.
You have to have
school.
That is
work. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to work.
I found it interesting, though, that it's just like they're trying to find, or there's at least conversations being had about, is there ways to do this? I know generally college football has moved into a space where they're having more of these games happen. I mean, the late Friday slate is one that is now fully open, and you'll see at least one game of relative interest on a Friday night consistently in college football as they're trying to garner more interest. It's just, it feels like U of H is in the crosshairs there, and you're right. I don't know that really helps. At least on the ground at the actual stadium level, what's happening. I just want to bring it up to you. I thought that might be something.
Yeah, but I just don't agree.
And you didn't even bring this up, which the 713 mentions on the text line. High school football.
And that too.
And in Houston, I feel like it's going to be hard. That's an interesting overlap there.
Especially now at this time of year with all the playoffs going on.
Right. When things are getting really big for college football, things are getting even bigger in high school sports. So it makes it rough to be able to make that happen. Anyways, I just thought I'd bring that up to you here in the mixtape, right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Fig will be back tomorrow to handle it up. Man, appreciate it. Thank you. From the 409 fantasy football punishment, had to go donate sperm and check yes to be contacted when the kid is 18. I think that's too much. It's too much.
No.
I feel like that's too much. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
I feel like that's like I don't know if you've seen New Girl, like one of the characters in New Girl.
Yeah, I like that show.
Prankster always went too big or too small. I feel like that's a lot of fantasy football punishments are either too big, way too big, or too small.
Yes.
You got to find that middle ground.
Have fun.
All right, 1:20 p.m. every weekday is when the mixtape is at the Figgy Fig if you see something mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive.
According to DeMeco, the Texans' turnaround from an 0-3 start has come down to one thing in particular.
It's just about being
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Tuesday. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. The fellas of the drive who we'll cross-talk with shortly. They got more tickets to give away, another pair of seats front row in the bullpen. So you want to make sure to keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. We got you covered in that way. Also, got to let you know the I guess breaking news, for lack of a better term. Is that the way it is? Yeah, it is that. It is official that CJ Stroud will be out for Thursday's game. He did return to practice today. He even go as far as he was throwing over to Tank Dell, who was running a little bit. He seems to love being around this team. Just it gives him life. It's always cool seeing him do that. But CJ, who, again, it seems like he's progressing through the protocol. It just doesn't seem like he will progress far enough to make it through. And, of course, none other than Adam Schefter himself parachuting in to get this news, as also other people have made mention of it as well. But, yeah, CJ Stroud will be out Thursday, as will Jalen Pitre. That's the one that I find to be more interesting. I think I was already in the place, especially hearing from Nick Caserio this morning. It sounded like they were just not going to. It's not going to.
And he was limited yesterday officially, even though they didn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
But he got out there, and I imagine a limited capacity today as well, CJ. But hey, Pitre would have been limited yesterday, and it felt like, oh, maybe he can clear protocol. It seems like he won't play either, which is just a bigger. That one feels bigger, right?
Oh, against this team, against a team like the Buffalo Bills, Pitre is going to be huge. It's going to be very, very big.
I do understand, though. I think Seth has done a good job highlighting the fact that the players that Pitre might be head up with are less scary or less intensive than what could happen in other circumstances. Like, let's say Kincaid was playing, or even the wide receiving core that they have.
Yeah.
It feels like the guy that you're really worried about, or that you should have any level of worry about, is Khalil Shakir, and I feel like you very much have the capabilities of matching what's happening there. But yeah, imagine, it feels like, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, when the Texans do blitz, it's Pitre that has the best chance of making something happen when they send him on a blitz.
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely Pitre, and they don't. I mean, they'll do some stuff up front with the front seven, but in terms of getting home and making the big, the big play, it's got to be someone on the edge like Pitre, more so than the linebackers, even, it seems like. But that you can't say that it's bigger than C.J. Stroud, because C.J. Stroud is the franchise quarterback, but it's pretty dang big against this team in the matchup.
Did that at all change? Because I think, again, we were probably in a place where we figured Davis was going to go. Officially knowing Pitre isn't going to go, does that change anything for you? Is that just kind of a minute? Oh, okay.
No, it's not just an okay, because I was actually starting to kind of lean toward Pitre playing, just because of how they listed him on the injury report yesterday. Stroud, we really didn't know, and when we saw that he was out on the field, I was like, okay, let's see how the next 2 days go. And clearly, one thing we also talked about, I know I brought it up, is maybe they were just trying to see how he did today, how he looked today and moved around, because this is all coming out as he was basically coming off the field.
Yeah, DeMeco Ryans, who's talking to the media, you'll hear some of that, I'm sure, when the fellas of the drive take over. He let it known right up top that both CJ and Jalen Pitre out for Thursday's game. So that is the news that is happening right now. We get this text on the text line, 7135. What do you guys think about the Texans playing 6 of their last 7 games in a dome, right? Or, just covered, right? You got a few home games for the remainder of the schedule, and then when you do go on the road, it'll be in Indy, as you know, at Lucas Oil. That's covered. You'll be at SoFi Stadium, where the Chargers, it's technically an outdoor stadium, but they have that giant cantilever that's covering the entirety. So you're not going to have any elements, really. And then the only other game that you're going on the road for is Kansas City in very, very cold weather.
My thing on that is, I think all kickers and all quarterbacks prefer a dome, but there are certain quarterbacks that excel in a dome. And I wouldn't classify C.J. Stroud as a guy that, first of all, this offense doesn't sling it around. So that would lend itself to.
They've been throwing the ball a good amount.
They've been throwing the ball, but they're not a downfield throwing, timing, when could catch the ball, that type team. Very limited anyway. I don't think it matters as much as with other teams and other offenses. More importantly,
that's not the thing that I think plagues this team. Is just like, oh man, if it gets cold, how problematic is it? Kicking wise though, like that
kicking for sure.
The idea of, especially for Kaimi, right? It's not even just kickers in general. Kaimi in particular, who it does seem like they will have him back, which is fun. But for Kaimi in particular, we've seen it in the history of his tenure here. Gets to the cold portions and that ball don't fly quite the same.
No,
right?
absolutely.
So especially for a team like this where you have questions about the problem, which then would lead to maybe, especially if you've gotten yourself to the circumstance where you're close enough, you might need to get him out there. And on top of all of that, you just got to make sure that you salvage all the points that are available to you because, again, the offense they're not usually bountiful with this team. Yeah, that's the only portion of this that I think about is making sure.
I think it's a lot bigger for the kicker.
Yeah.
Especially Kaimi. I mean, late in the season is when he's found his little hiccups. He's had his little hiccups, and a lot of times that was outdoors. Trying to remember specifics, but I know he's missed some big kicks out in the weather late in the year. So that part I can get down with.
So still looking towards we're at least getting a little clarity as to what it'll look like in such a quick it's such a short game. We were talking about this. What was that? We were talking about this in the 1 o'clock, and somebody mentioned. What was I about to talk about? It's because people are in here talking about CJ being soft or whatever. The advantage of this Thursday game. Like, you're with me, right? That, like, being at home feels like a huge advantage just off the strength of the Bills they're traveling tomorrow, right? The Bills had to try and recover, game plan, install what they're going to do in 2 days.
This is about as big of an advantage as you can get against the Bills. Flying from upstate New York, I've done it a few times. I'm guessing it's like 3.5 hours if I had to guess, somewhere in there. They played on Sunday. Then they have basically they're traveling tomorrow. So they basically have Monday and Tuesday with no real practice other than maybe a walkthrough today. That's what they have against the Buffalo Bills. Otherwise, then we can start talking. But that for sure.
Yeah. So still looking forward to what this looks like. But yeah, some rough news for the Texans when it comes to C.J. Stroud, who I anticipated not playing, Jalen Pitre not playing. So Davis Mills, I believe he'd be talking to the media as well this week. A little note, shout out to Texans cap for this. Contract incentive for Davis Mills. Each win when he plays 50% of the snaps, extra $50,000 for him.
So he's up 100.
Cha-ching.
He's up 100.
Let's see if he can't add another $50,000.
If this wasn't a short week, rather, would you anticipate CJ playing?
I feel like CJ plays if this isn't a short week.
Probably.
I feel like CJ plays
probably
if this isn't a short week. Because, again, you're already – well, here's the thing that is worth noting, though. Would he be out on the practice? He wouldn't be practicing until tomorrow, right?
Right.
So, that would have been the first opportunity to get him out there to clear the protocol. If he still needs those 2 days and they get him to Thursday, would their caution still show up, right? If he gets cleared on a Thursday, do you think that they are confident enough to go, we'll go through the walkthrough on Friday and then, make sure that he's ready for the game and go and start him?
Look, that's just parsing at this point. But I think if he's ready to go today and then tomorrow would be the actual practice, he would probably be much closer to playing.
D&M Auto Leasing gives us the opportunity to talk to the fellas of the drive as Ron Hughley sits in. I mentioned because you seem to viscerally react when I ask that question.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think clearly there are symptoms that are there's him and Pitre, right? Like, because as we talked about yesterday, this isn't like an ankle, right? Like once he is good to go and cleared, then you're
good.
Like he's deemed to be healthy. So I don't know that if it were Sunday's game, maybe there's more time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. I see not an advantage when it comes to the Buffalo Bills because the Texans ain't practicing much either. They also don't have to travel.
They don't have to travel.
That extra day is so much more when you're looking at it on this side versus on that side.
And just the travel.
Yeah.
Just in general. Yeah.
Somebody said Mills is going to win the game. Stop worrying. we would have definitely lost with 7. I promise. I don't know how you're getting to that point.
It's probably one of those same people that called in into the drive on Friday.
Yeah, man. I'm still amazed that we have 2 narratives going. One, that C.J. Stroud is just like, for some reason, soft because he's dealing with a concussion, and the independent neurological consultant in the process the NFL has.
Somebody texted in. I just wanted to know, is Jalen Pitre?
Yeah, is Pitre soft?
Like, that narrative I can't get. And I hate, because I'm not trying to knock Davis Mills. I've been very appreciative for the caliber of play that he's come out, just the willingness to say flatly that Davis Mills is 100% better or absolutely better than what C.J. Stroud gives you. I'm amazed that keeps happening. But, fellas, how you doing, man?
Good to go. Tough break for the Texans on that one. This is the most important season, and you would like to have what they believe. I think it's still fair to say your franchise quarterback to be out there facing like that. That's when he played his rookie year. You thought, all right,
yeah, that was it.
We got a guy that can compete in the games against the Josh Allens, against the Mahomes, against the Lamars, and you got to go at it with Davis, who's been really, really good for the role he's had, especially coming in shorthanded. And as we talked about yesterday, he's had to do more than what you hope the plan is. This hasn't just been a, hey man, let's just ride the defense and don't make mistakes and don't hurt us. He's had to put on the cape against the Jags and then kind of do it again at the end against the Titans, which they no business to having to do that, but had to do it again Titans. So he's been good, but you would want to have your guy to face against Josh Allen, who scored 6 touchdowns last week.
Yeah, would you agree that it feels like this offense needs to do better, even more than what like the normal is in order to get these wins? Like the way that they've been able to get these wins, they've been scraping by. It feels like you're not be able to do anywhere near that if you want to win against these Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how, like if they got the Ravens defense from 2000, then then maybe they don't. I do think in these 3 games, like I'm not saying these teams are going to obliterate the Texans defense, but like you can see 24 points.
That's funny
being
you say that.
Something that the Bills, Colts, and Chiefs can Texans defense, and it doesn't mean the Texans defense are frauds or anything. I mean, just the rules and how the
how it
NFL
plays and the
is.
teams you're facing.
20. Those quarterbacks, 24 points, and
so can the Texans get to 25 offensively? If you're conceding 24 points against teams like the Bills and some of these others down the road, can the Texans get to 25?
With Davis in there, I think that's the kind of the question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but guys like Christian Kirk are going to have to catch touchdowns.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Catch something else.
That's it. You got to run the ball better than 60 yards. You're gonna have
25 is all of a sudden a big ask.
It's a big ask for the starters. It's definitely a big ask for your backup.
Well, Clintus said, we were talking about before the show, like 25 was a big one when CJ was the starter for this team. They weren't hitting at it regularly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the interesting thing is just the Bills' defense when it comes to the run is so bad that can you take a run that's been fairly mediocre and can it look good or at least passable, and does that change the dynamic at all? Interested to hear what you fine fellas have to say about that.
They're just trolling, right? These people who are texting.
I don't know.
CJ
I sincerely don't know.
Like, are they not understand the protocol? Like,
it's not even. It's
not even his decision.
It's silly because it's not even up to him.
It's not even.
Nor the Texans. That's the thing is people are like, oh man, the Texans are trying to bait. It's not up to the Texans either.
Yeah, but the CJ side, it's not even his decision.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he would be an idiot. You're not soft, even if he lied to him. No, man. I'm straight, man. I can see. Like,
yeah.
Don't understand it. Don't either. All right, fellas.
Got to be trolling.
I would hope so. I would hope so. It'd make more sense.
You got me.
You're not alone. All right, fellas. Have a fantastic show. Lopez, I'll see you for Wednesday
Yes,
when
sir.
we get in tomorrow. All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And if you are just jumping in with us at 2 o'clock, hello.
I don't know why the hell you do that. You don't like in the loop?
I don't know.
It happens.
Some people just getting off work. I don't know. Or walking. I don't know.
I heard one of them said CJ's soft because he got a concussion. I don't know.
Brains are
soft. But if you're just jumping in and you did not hear the news, C.J. Stroud and according to the head coach, this is coming from DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre are ruled out. They are ruled out. We'll let you hear from DeMeco Ryans as he spoke to the media ahead of this game today. A lot. Davis Mills speaking to the media. Nick Caley speaking to the media. A lot to get to today, but
Nick Caserio spoke to the media this morning, didn't he?
He did. He was on Payne and Pendergast for about 30, 40 minutes. So if you want to check that out, went on around 7:30 in the second hour of Payne and Pendergast. You can hear that in its entirety. So we heard from everybody, almost all of the entire McNairs. We got to hear from them today right here on Sports Radio 610. But Clint, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Pitre are out for this game. DeMeco Ryans clearing that up, and as they play on Thursday, maybe too quick. It did. There were reports that they were, at least C.J. was outside for practice, but doesn't mean he was going to be able to play. And then DeMeco expressed that, saying that they are going to be out. So now we know no Jalen Pitre, and then I think obviously the bigger one is their starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, is out for this huge game in this matchup against the Bills.
Yeah, look, unfortunate. I mean, unfortunate with both of these guys. You know, unfortunate there's no Joe Mixon. Unfortunate that there's obviously what you're dealing with right here currently with those two guys. It's unfortunate that you got this stretch of games, man. These next 3 games, I would imagine that these next 3 games, whether you started 0-3 and had to make this push to get back to 5-5, hell, even if you were sitting at 7-2, these next 3 games are going to determine a big chunk of your season. Now, sitting at 5-5, these next 3 games could absolutely sink your ship relative to the playoffs, so they're even more so important. But yeah, as a fan, just a football fan and a Texan fan, it sucks that we're not going to have, you know, our best complement of players, you know, to at least start this run. You know, I think it's probably the smart thing to do with CJ and Pitre both on a short week. I don't care who the opponent is. Throwing these guys out there with very limited reps, if any. I mean, literally today is a day that get on the field and you hope the symptoms don't return on Tuesday at 2, and there's a game Thursday at 7. So
these were some. By the way, you have to look at this, fellas. These were some serious concussions. Obviously, concussions aren't all created equal. As we saw Titus get injured in the very same game that they did and just missed 1 week. We saw Nico get injured in a game and only missed 1 week. This is going to be 3 games that Jalen Pitre and C.J. Stroud are going to miss with concussions. So clearly, these were more serious concussions than obviously other ones to cause them to miss 3 straight weeks.
Yeah, and look, and I'm no doctor, but I would be willing to bet you that CJ would be playing if this was a normal Sunday game. Yeah, if you had more time to get, because like DeMeco said, is I got to see these guys get reps and then evaluate what it looks like, and then you just simply do not have to. Now, if this was a Thursday game, week 3 or 4 of the season, it's different. You can do some things during the week. When you're talking week 10, 11, 12 in the season, that's the meat of the season where you got to make sure you take care of guys for the late stretch if you're trying to get in the playoffs, or the playoffs if you're lucky enough to be one of the teams that gets in. This is the meat where you really got to take care of guys 10, 11, 12, 13. That stretch of games, you got to take care of guys, and you just can't sacrifice the whole team so that a couple of guys get reps so that you can see if they're ready to play. So I think the timing of this is just as detrimental, if you will, on C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre's front. It's just as detrimental as the concussion itself. I would think that C.J. Stroud would have a significant chance to play if it was a Sunday game and not a Thursday game.
All right, remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, it is a Tuesday, and yes, this week is a bit different with the game being on Thursday, but it is still a tape drop Tuesday. And Clint, I know you took a look at the film against the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, there's no CJ there, and it's good. Davis is back again on Thursday against the Bills. But what did you see when you looked at the All-22?
Well, I saw exactly what I thought I saw in the TV copy. You know, a lot of times you see the TV copy and then you watch the All-22 and things start to surprise you, but it didn't. And it starts with Davis Mills. I mean, Davis Mills and Nick Caley. I mean, those two guys were absolutely tremendous really throughout. We can talk about the slow start to the game if you want to, but they had 4 first-half drives, and one of them should have been a touchdown. The other one should have been a field goal, and you had a couple of drives that stalled in between that. But they were really good. I put a star next to every good to great throw that Davis Mills had in this game, and there's probably 12 good great throw. It's just putting it right in the frame where the guy can run with it or throwing it over the outside shoulder on the go route. Davis Mills was really, really good in this particular game. Nick Caley was really, really good. They were really good together, Ron. I mean, when you talk about the quarterback knowing, you know, there was a couple of misses. Unfortunately, it was on a late drive, next to last drive. There was a couple of misses where you can be critical of Davis Mills. There's a couple of sacks where you can be critical of Davis Mills. But for the most part, it was impressive how many times that he was going to the right guy. You look around the rest of the field and everybody's covered like a blanket, but the one guy, the soft corner with the quick out, the soft corner with the speed cut out, you know, the middle of the field open with the bang to Nico over the middle on a cut split. He just was right a lot of the times. Like I said, he missed a couple of throws late, but, I mean, those two were really, really good together. More of what we talked about last week, Ron, with Trent Brown. I don't know how they pull him off the field. I don't know what they do when Ingram comes back in. But when you look at the way Trent Brown plays the game, he is the only guy on this offensive line that consistently tries to move people. And I'm not talking about just technique and mechanic. I'm talking about just the willingness to go, I'm going to try to not just lean on you and patter my feet, right? I'm going to try to, like, lean into you and move you out of the way. If I'm pass blocking you, I'm not just going to get my hands on you and hold you up. I'm going to stop you dead in your tracks and prove to you that I can manage that. I don't know how they take him off the field. Again, same concerns that you had last week with a legit speed rusher coming off the edge is going to be a problem. But he has a knack for, if he knows he's up against somebody that's a speed rusher, he jump sets him. Right, so he gets his hands. He doesn't bail out and give you a two-way go and give you a 5-yard head start. He'll jump set him, get his hands on him, lock him down right then and there. And so he plays around his weaknesses really, really good. And so that was obvious on this film. And then the other one we talked about was Higgins, man. I mean, Higgins is this offense, and there's a longer conversation in here somewhere, Ron, where. How much better is this offense with the emergence of Higgins? Because it's real. You know, I mean, there was maybe 2 snaps in this game where you could see, hey, man, he's thinking. He's not real sure what the hell he's got. The other reps, he's playing fast. He's playing confident. He's playing physical. That changes this offense in a pretty significant way. And it seems like he's pretty quarterback friendly as well with that big frame. So I think those three guys, I think 4 guys, Nick Caley, Davis Mills, were lights out. When you look at Big Trent Brown, I don't know how you take him off the field, and then Higgins is coming. And by the way, 13 is a real problem. You got to get 14 on the field. In this
I won't disagree with that. Tape Drop Tuesday, Clint. With all that you watch, what them being inept on the scoreboard. Like they get shut out in the first half. Yeah. It sounds like you saw a lot of positive things after watching the film, and they ended up like, to me, I thought they would really potentially put it on them points-wise.
They should have.
And they got eventually to 16 by the end of it. What do you think led to the struggles of them finishing drives or not being able to score in the first half? you thought Caley was good at calling plays.
First
Mills.
of all, there was only a few chances because both teams. I mean, there was a 6-minute drive by 6+ minute drive by the Texans right out of the gate, and then the Tennessee Titans turned around and held it for a good bit. The Texans had 4 legit drives in the first half, so it was a slow first half anyway. You got a drop touchdown by Christian Kirk. You got a missed field goal that you got bailed out on, and then you take a sack on 4th down, which, by the way, there was nobody open, so taking the sack or throwing it away, you weren't going to score points there anyway. So that took 7 points, or at least 3 points off the board, right? Then you have a drive that starts out a little promising, but you end up getting a penalty behind the chains, so you end up punting. Then you have another really long drive. You're in field goal range. It's a chip shot field goal, and you got another sack that takes you outside the 40. Now you got a punt. So we're really talking about a drop touchdown and a sack that kept 6 points or 14 points off the board, right? 6, 10, or 14, I guess, however you want to look at that. And so I thought it was just a very slow half. And I thought you had two plays. Three plays that just killed you in terms of getting points on the board or turning it over on 4th down or punting. So I think that was the real hiccup. You come out in the second half and they're really, really good again, and then there's a lull, a 2-drive lull before the game-winning field goal where Davis Mills misses a couple throws. And by the way, I think there's a field goal there in the third quarter on a 4th and about half a yard after a Dalton Schultz catch over the middle, where I think if you're playing Buffalo or you're playing somebody else, I think you go for it right there and you keep that drive alive. Instead, he takes a field goal, takes a touchdown lead, and it ends up paying off. So I think it was a little bit of everything. I think there was a handful of select plays. I think there was some situational football that was conservative, and I think your quarterback on one particular drive missed a couple of throws that you had a chance to separate again. You had a chance to get into field goal range again. You're right there on the cusp of it, and you didn't get it done. So I think it was – this game very easily, Ron, could have been mid-20s to 6, mid-20s to 7, whatever it was. It very easily could have been. So not as – I watched this film and I was much more impressed than I thought I was going to be.
Yeah.
So because it was a lot better football, offensive football. It was really good on the defense side too, but it was a lot better offensive football than I thought I'd seen.
The only thing is they've got to capitalize on those drives in these next several games, starting with Thursday. They've got to me, and I wonder how the film. They've got to find the Nico Collins thing quicker than maybe they did, because it seemed like in the second half that's when Nico Collins really came alive and not as much. I know they started early a bit with him, but not as much. And you could feel the impact of Nico Collins in between the two halves.
I still think with this offense, Ron, which I don't think we're going to see it. I mean, hell, it's November 18th. If we hadn't seen it yet, we're probably not going to see it schematically. But I still think, the only screen that I recall seeing was the Jalen Knowles screen on 3rd and 14 or whatever that got 12, So, and I think there was a running back screen in there too. A couple of shots at a running back, the old school, slow developing running back screen. One worked, one didn't. So I still think there's a way to incorporate Nico the way you did last week within the scheme, within the progression, but there's also a way to get him an additional 2 or 3 touches in the creative game. And so I think they've yet to find their sweet spot with Nico Collins. I think that's very evident on the film as well. And so, I think it was for those that watched the first half and were just like, boy, that was a dud. You're right. You didn't score points, right? You needed to score more points. And there's no doubt about that. You can't watch enough film to overcome the fact that you didn't score points. But there was a ton of good across the board, not just with Caley and Mills. There was a ton of good on that film. Your offensive line was better than I thought. The way that they're getting Woody Marks involved. Woody Marks had 18 carries and a couple of catches, and Chubb had 3 carries. So, I mean, I love the way they're leaning.
They definitely showed who was the number one back.
Yeah. And with the exception, Jay Nolan there, with the exception of that, it's hard to find a whole hell of a lot to complain about other than just the inability to punch it in there. But you had shots, man. You had shots to get it done, and you just didn't finish.
Maybe something about that matchup with the Titans. Even in this game, they didn't have Snead. They had some other guys out, but I think that was a similar thing you said about the Titans game in the first matchup that because they only scored 6 points through 3 quarters in that matchup, and then they went off in the fourth. But there were shots that you thought were missed, and that Nick Caley looked better in that first half than what they showed, and it seems like you feel the same way.
I do think it's a lot like the Tennessee game. It's a lot like the Baltimore game where, I mean, look, man, the Baltimore game was there's a reason why they put up 44 or whatever it was. But in the secondary, it was this is what we're going to play. We're going to show it to the quarterback, and the quarterback just picked them apart, right? There was a lot. It was clear that Davis Mills, I mean, he was. I bet he was right at about a 93% clip in terms of ball snapped. He's going to the right person. Now he may have missed him or may have hit him, may have not. But I mean, it's clearly they have a bead on what the hell the Tennessee Titans are doing defensively as a system offensively. So that will change against Buffalo, and hopefully they can have some similar results. We'll see.
All right, as we continue, a lot to get to. We'll hear from DeMeco Ryans. You'll hear from Davis Mills. Texans linebacker Henry To'oTo'o will join us live at some point in the show. A lot to get to. And by the way, just found out it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday.
Oh, my.
We do have a pair of tickets to hook somebody up with in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. A big day as we turn the page quickly as we get ready for the Bills coming up on Thursday right here live on The Drive.
All right, for many of y'all out there,
Smoke that Thanksgiving turkey or dominate that tailgate with brines, buckets, bags, and seasonings that bring the flavor home. And if you're ready for the ultimate outdoor kitchen setup, we'll build your backyard into a winner's circle. 4 Houston locations. It's Texas Star Grill Shop, where champions light it, love it, live it.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's head to the phone lines. A busy day, and let's kick this thing off by talking to Texans linebacker Henry To'oTo'o, a part of the number 1 defense in the league. Sometimes it just happens to be numbers, but I think universally everyone looks at your defense as the number 1 defense in the league. And you have a real challenge ahead of you. Before we really dive into the game, I'm just curious from you, how, as much as you guys are a creature of habit, how is this short week for you all coming off of Sunday's game, and then you'll play Thursday against a pretty good opponent?
Yeah, I mean, man, thanks for having me on here. But being able to just come in and then, like, automatically dive into these guys, like, they're a hell of a team. So being able to go up against them and their offense is going to be a huge challenge for us. So we're excited, man, and we're going to play is all predicated on how we prepare and how we execute as a team. So definitely a huge challenge for us. We're excited about it, and you guys are a hell of a team, man. We're excited.
Hey, Henry, talk to us a little bit. I know one of the more fascinating follows, I think, about you, other than how well you're playing on the field, was kind of a couple of years back. I remember having you on, and you were talking to us about changing your body in the offseason, and it was blatantly obvious coming back, playing at a different level. I find that health and that I don't know if health is the right word, but the way that you work to stay in a certain kind of shape to play fast, man. How's all that going for you? How do you feel like you're playing right now, and how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, body-wise, I feel really good. Like, we have a great staff here that helps us and nutritionally and in the strength room. Like, they do a really good job here and make sure that we're on top of our body. So this is probably the best I've felt in the past 3 years of my whole career. So, but as far as, like, me playing, like, obviously there's areas for me to improve. And, you know, we have a lot more games for me to improve on that. But I'm just happy we're doing well as a team and as a defense. So I think the more these games go on, the better I'm a play. Obviously, I haven't been playing my best, so I feel really good. I'm just happy we're doing well as a team and as a unit, and we're gonna keep doing that.
I'm interested in that. You piqued my interest there. What do you feel like you need to be better at?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, always got to tackle as a linebacker. I feel like I can obviously throw a lot better. But I think that's my biggest thing, is just to be able to finish those kind of plays. But I mean, besides that, I feel like my game is pretty good overall, and I got a good group of guys to lean on in our linebacker room with Aziz and EJ and Christian and Jake. You know, we have a whole bunch of guys that we lean on each other to be able to feed off of each other.
All right, that's Henry To'oTo'o is joining us here on Sports Radio 610 The Drive. Henry, listen, you don't have to say it. I'll say it. You guys went up against one of the worst offenses in the league, and now you're going to have to go up against one of the best, the second-rated offense in the league, and the Bills. So it's a different challenge. And I know you guys are really hard on yourselves, giving up 13 points. I mean, any defense would take that. But what are you looking at that you guys need to do different in the game against the Titans, and understanding the challenge in the Bills? What are you guys looking at that has to change from what you guys did last week compared to this week coming up?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we look back at it. We didn't watch it too much, and a lot of the mistakes that we made, and obviously giving up 13 points is really good as a defense, but we want to be one of the great defenses and not allow them to score, you know. A lot of the things that we look at is just, you know, self-inflicted things that we control as a defense. So owning our leverage, making tackles, and then just all being on the same page. So I think that's kind of the biggest message is if we play our ball and our brand of football and we're all on the same page, all of the guys communicating and flying to the ball, we play really well defense. So I think that's like the biggest message and the biggest harp on this week is just everybody doing their job, everybody focusing on their assignment, owning their piece of their 111, and we'll be good.
Henry, take us into, and this may be a similar question to that, but take us into your mind as a linebacker playing a Josh Allen type of quarterback. Obviously, we watch you play downhill, which, by the way, you're critical of yourself, but watching you play, man, it's a hell of a watch, man. Everybody appreciates how hard you play and the way you play and the way you represent that bull on your helmet. I mean, it's impressive. But being the linebacker, and now you got to go against a guy like Josh, and outside of the scheme and in real layman's terms, so listeners can understand, just as a Henry To'oTo'o, that's the quarterback you got. We all know the style of play. What is in your mind? What do you think in a sense of the challenge?
Man, put pressure on this guy. We got to get to this guy as quick as we can. And especially facing him, it's about being on the same page, but then obviously like kind of trying to get him rattled. You know, he's a savvy vet and a really good guy that can move around, get out the pocket, but we want to be able to make him feel our presence. So trying to get him and then get in his face and get our hand on the ball a couple times will be ideal. But man, when you face somebody like Josh Allen, he can make any throw in the book. He can scramble and make plays with his legs. And then he gets the ball to his playmakers. So those are the kind of challenges where we look at as a linebacker on, flying to the ball, trying to make impact plays around him, so that he feels our presence as a whole.
Well, Henry, to that, man, talking about Josh, I mean, last week, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it, this dude went high school or college and scored 6 touchdowns himself in an NFL game and threw for over 300 yards. But when he faced y'all last year, that may have been his worst performance of his career, 9 for 30 for $131 and didn't really run the ball the way he does. What would you say was the big reason that you guys had such success against him in that offense last year?
Yeah, I mean, just team defense. Like that's what, when you watch NFL games, that's kind of what it all comes down to is everybody on the same page? Is everybody flying around making, the plays that we're supposed to make at the ball? So that's kind of was our secret recipe last year. We all just stuck together and played together. If it was ugly, or if, there was a good play for us. So I think that's just the same message that we have this year. Is just everybody be on the same page, everybody communicate really well, and then just fly around and play Texas football.
Hey, again, back to the linebacker play. Would you rather face a guy like Josh Allen that can do all the job that we've talked about, or a guy like Christian McCaffrey who plays 99% of the snaps and could line up anywhere at any point in time?
That's a good one. I ain't gonna lie. They're both hard to play running back challenge. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a linebacker running back kind of guy, so I like being able to get my hands on with a running back.
All right, Henry, man, we appreciate you joining us. I know you guys' time is short with this short week, but we are very appreciative of you taking the time out. Good luck, and we'll be there watching for you, see if you guys can take down Buffalo.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that is Henry To'oTo'o, linebacker for the Texans. Always good with us, with Henry. Henry talked to some of his teammates.
About what?
I'm like, hey man, right there, man. This is how you do an interview right here.
Oh yeah, do a little media 101.
Yeah, Henry's really, really good.
Agreed. Little To'oTo'o Tuesday would be nice.
Ran out of time. I was going to ask him. I wonder what's the dish he passes up on Thanksgiving. Like, what's the dish that you go through a line where everybody talks about what's your favorite. Now I want to know what's the one that you walk past. What's the one that you like? Nah, man, I can't do that. Like, yeah, man, I don't go after everybody's macaroni and cheese.
I imagine there's several of them he's got to pass nowadays.
Nah, I just wonder which one he passes up. But no, man, good to talk to him. Let's take a break because we're gonna hear from DeMeco Ryans as he spoke to the media ahead of this game against the Buffalo Bills. He gives us news, obviously, on C.J. Stroud and other injuries, but we'll hear from the head coach coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Jiffy Lube. Y'all looked at weather's
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, appreciate Henry To'oTo'o again joining us as they get ready to take on the Buffalo Bills. Let's head out to NRG and hear from the head coach. Here's DeMeco Ryans.
To start, just with injury updates, CJ and Jalen will be out. Both guys are progressing. They're doing better. But right now with the short turnaround, game on Thursday, just don't have enough days for those guys to be available. All right, I'm done.
Can you talk about how good it is just to at least see them advanced enough to be out there?
Say that one more time.
How good it feels just to have them out there at least?
Yeah, it's really encouraging just to see both guys out, being able to practice and go through those things. So it is encouraging to see that they are making those steps to get themselves back healthy.
What does James Cook do so well at the running back spot for Buffalo?
Yeah, James does a really good job, I think, of really – when they're running the outside zone, he presses his blocks really well. So when he cuts it back with speed, just has a really good feel for the zone scheme that they run. And he has a really good feel for just finding that open area. They do a good job of running off the ball from the offensive line, and he hits it fast and aggressive, and he's a tough tackle. So it's going to take, how we play anyway, it's going to take everybody getting to the ball, swarming the football, just multiple hats, trying to surround him as best we can to get him down.
What are some of the things that they do on defense that may give you all trouble in offense?
With their defense, I think they play fast. Like they're going to have a lot of change-ups, a lot of different calls. They do a good job of mixing things very well, making it look the same. So they do a good job of disguising their calls. Those guys, they play fast. Good guys on the edges with Bosa, Russo, and then inside, they're nickel, they're backers. They're smaller guys, but they play fast. They play physical. They attack the football really well as a defense. They've done a really nice job of forcing fumbles. We have to do a really even better job of protecting the ball, whoever touches it.
I know y'all want to run the ball well every game, but how important to this matchup specifically will run that consistently will that be to y'all winning the game?
Yeah, running the ball, for me, it's always a key. No matter who you're playing, who's your opponent, you got to run it well. That just – when you can dictate and control the line of scrimmage, it just opens up your playbook a lot more. So the run game is vital. Of course, it's going to take all 11 guys blocking really well, being detailed in what we're doing, and our backs just finishing.
What are the challenges of deciding when to and not use a spy as a defensive coordinator? And when someone is spying on the quarterback, how hard is that for the player itself? Because a lot of times we talk about it, we're like, we should put a spy on him, and it's like it stops Josh Allen from running. What are the challenges of that?
Yeah, each scheme has their own philosophy of how they use a spy, and I know it's easy for everybody to just say, "Oh, spy the quarterback," but what are you doing? You're standing there watching him throw the ball, or what are you actually doing with that spy player? But I won't get into specifics of what we're doing, but some teams use it. It works well. Some teams use it. It doesn't. It's just what's your personnel? How do you attack? Their scheme, and what are you looking to accomplish by using a spy?
Coach, with so much being talked about as far as backups receiving reps with the first team, how much of that did you all get? How many reps did Davis take as far as in OTAs, training camp, and things like that to be ready and be prepared for him to start week 3?
Yeah, really, during our spring practices, Davis took the bulk of the reps. CJ was out, with a shoulder injury during the OTAs, so Davis had a spring. He's got a ton of reps in training camp, and he's banked reps now over the past 3 games. So he's done a good job with what we're asking him to do, and just expecting him to keep going out and keep getting better. And that's what just has him to just operate the offense efficiently, do what he's capable of doing, and it's worked for us. So we just got to ask him, just like every other player, man, you just do your best. That's all we ask for every guy. Do your best, and everybody doing their best will put us in position to win the game.
When it comes to Jaden Higgins and his progression, was this last game perhaps a step for him? Did you see some strides? And what do you think?
Yeah, Jaden's been playing well. It's just a matter of if we get the football to him and everybody can see it. But when we target him, it's high percentage chance he's coming down with the football and making plays for us.
So what in particular, to piggyback off your answer about Davis, what in particular has impressed you most about what he's been able to do to keep you all in positions to win games and ultimately win?
Davis is just doing his job. I know it gets heightened with the quarterback position, but it's no different than any other position, right? You got to go out, you got to execute the fundamentals, the details of your job the right way, and that's what he's done. That's all we're asking him to do.
I was talking to a lot of the defensive guys yesterday, and the theme of all of them was like they have a sacrificial love for each other. Their willingness to sacrifice and die on the field, as Henry said, for their teammates. When do you install that? How do you get that, that mentality in your defense, and how important is it?
Yeah, you get that mentality by guys just building that bond, that chemistry through spring practices, training camp. Those guys just growing that close bond together. Right, and it's all about relationships and what we do here. It's hard. We know we have a tough job, and those guys, nobody knows what those guys really go through except them, right? And that's that special bond that they have that allows them to, play for each other, play fast, play physical, lay it on the line for each other each week. That's truly just all about them. It has nothing to do with me.
Game by game, every game is a big game. There's some important implications with this game. How do you kind of get your team to just focus on the moment and not think about the potential scenarios that come along with whether you win or lose a game of this magnitude?
Yeah, I don't know the scenarios. I never talk about a scenario. It's football, and that doesn't change to me no matter what. The stand, all that stuff, it doesn't matter. Honestly, like when the ball is snapped, nobody's thinking about, we're going to play harder because of the standing. Like, if you're playing here in Houston, I expect you to play hard no matter when we're playing, whether it's preseason 1 or it's the playoff. Like, it should look exactly the same when you turn our tape on. It doesn't matter who we're playing, where we're playing, when we're playing. It should always look the same.
Miles Bryant was involved in a lot of plays early. It looked like maybe Tennessee was kind of picking on a little bit, then he settled down. What'd you make of his performance? And a guy like Miles, who was a backup and now you guys start, how much easier is it after he kind of gets into a starter's rhythm?
Yeah, Miles has done a great job for us. Miles is a guy you can call up, whether he's practice squad, you call him up, any position. We really ask Miles to do. Like, he can go out there and function and do it at a high level. Just, credit to Miles just for how he's wired, how he studies. Like, he's does a great job of communicating, helping other guys on the field. Like, he's that coach out there for us. Like, he's just such a smart player, knows where to be, and he made some plays for us in that game to help us. So, expect to see him back out there again, getting even better this week.
The Bills are one of the better teams in the NFL in terms of passing yards allowed. What are some of the things that makes it difficult to drive the ball down the field against them through the air?
Yeah, I mean, look, this defense is – these guys have played together for a while. They know their scheme. They execute it very well. Right? They have really good coaches. They have good players. They're all tied in together. You don't see, a ton of mistakes on these guys' tape. They're gonna be tight in coverage. They're gonna play us well. So you got to go earn it versus these guys, right? And we got to do our job just collectively as a team, just playing this game the right way, playing complementary football, everybody playing together, special teams, making impact plays for us, offense, sustaining drives, and defense, getting the critical stops when we need to.
Obviously, you guys are one of the best teams in the league in terms of you guys match coverage and things of that nature. It can sometimes look like man once the routes kind of get developed. Obviously, Josh likes to run around and hold the ball a decent amount. It's kind of like that balance of at times when you keep eyes on Josh, you guys, approaching things of that nature, which is kind of that overall balance of just trying to keep the defense in the best situation regarding a quarterback like that.
Yeah, we understand Josh is one of the most dynamic quarterbacks when it comes to like buying time and being able to escape the rush. Like he's big, physical guy. He can ward off defenders. Like, and he can throw the ball as far as he needs to throw it. Like, such an awesome arm talent, smart player, knows how to buy time. And it's not just him buying time. I think schematically they've done a good job of their receivers being tied into, all right, when he scrambles, right, where they're going. So it's not just backyard ball. Right, it's very coordinated in what they do and where they are. So defensively, for our guys, you have to keep rushing. You have to keep covering. However long it takes, you got to keep going. Right, we know it's going to be extended plays. It's going to take time. He's going to buy time no matter what you do. You just have to be able to close it out by the D-line. If not, then if he puts the ball up, we expect our secondary guys to close it out and go up and make a play.
Last one. Coach, right after the game finished on Sunday, you talked to players about getting ready because of the short week. Can you talk about how much extra hours for everybody here in the building takes to prepare in such a short amount of time?
With it being a short week playing on a Thursday, it takes a lot of commitment from our coaches, players, our support staff. So I talked about after our game, like we have to hit the recovery process going, man, as quickly as possible to get guys' bodies ready to go. And these guys are in the building, like we have to cram our day. And so it takes some extra studying. It takes some extra work for coaches, longer hours being here, players, longer hours being out. Not just physically they're tired, their bodies haven't fully recovered, but we got to go out and we have to work, right? We don't pick when the games are, but we know we're exhausting all our resources, doing everything that we could possibly do to be prepared and ready to go on Thursday.
All right, that's the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. As he said right off the top, if you missed it, C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre are going to be out for their third straight game. Not enough time to get them going for a concussion. So with that concussion, they'll be out again on Thursday. But let's react to a little bit about what DeMeco had to say there, because I thought there was some good stuff when it comes to the importance of the run game for both teams. And then we'll look at maybe some things that CJ, if he is able to come back against the Colts, may need to look at from watching what Davis Mills has done. We'll discuss all that next.
All right, y'all. Power outages around these parts are going to happen, man. Whether it's extreme heat, extreme cold, or the dreaded hurricane season, right? It doesn't matter. It's happened before. It's going to happen
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and a lot going on already. We've already heard from Henry To'oTo'o, linebacker. He joined The Drive earlier today in the 2 o'clock hour, as well as just hearing from the head coach at NRG, talking to the media, DeMeco Ryans. And if you are just joining us, DeMeco has already made his announcement right off the bat. C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre are out for their third straight games with the concussion issue, so there will be no Stroud, there will be no Pitre, and Davis Mills will get his third straight start for the Texans. By the way, we'll hear from Davis Mills a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. You want to hear from the starting quarterback. That's coming up a little bit later on as well. So a lot happening on the show, and it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. Is that correct, Tyler? Sir. 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets for this all-important Texans-Buffalo Bills game coming up. Primetime Thursday Night Football. You can be in the building for this huge, huge game to see if the Texans can beat another team they're fighting in the wild card with and get above 500 for the first time all season long. So that's coming in the 5 o'clock hour. A lot going on The Drive today. And we just heard from DeMeco. Anything jump out to you from DeMeco, Clint?
Not really. I mean, nothing that we didn't already know. The obvious of the players that are not going to play because of the concussion protocol is painful to hear from the coach's mouth. Even though we knew it happened, it's painful to actually hear. But yeah, I mean, nothing that I didn't expect to hear from DeMeco at this point in the season. The short week stuff is ho-hum. Buffalo's a good football team. That's ho-hum. Clearly, Josh Allen is a really good quarterback, difficult to stop, puts a ton of pressure on the defense. So talking up the opponent, talking down, the importance of Higgins and the importance of Davis Mills and that kind of thing is right on brand for the Texans.
I was glad to hear him because obviously we're hearing a lot. Josh Allen, he's the reigning MVP. He is playing to that level, and he's coming off a game where he had 6 touchdowns and over 300 yards. He'll probably be the AFC Offensive Player of the Week, right? And he's one of the best players in the game. But and when Buffalo generally plays its best, and when it's not, just all right, here, man, Josh, go do it. Is he talked about James Cook, and James Cook has been one of the best running backs in football this year. And when they are really at their best, it's when James Cook is really impacting the game. That's why I think Sunday was so impressive, because he struggled a lot in the first half, and then he finally came on in the passing game. But their best offensive, arguably their best game plan against the Chiefs in their big game a couple of weeks ago, James Cook just went off and made it easy. And Josh was like, hey, one of them CJ games, he was like 23 for 25 or something, because Cook was just unstoppable. So I was glad to hear him talk about that, because I think James Cook is just as important as really almost anybody on that offense, because he makes Josh more difficult to defend when he is rolling.
Well, he to me, Ron, is probably the most underrated back in the league. Because of Josh. Yeah. I mean, when we talk about great backs in this league, and I'm not necessarily talking about, I mean, obviously Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, those are different animals, but I do believe that Cook is highly underrated and should be talked about in the way that he can impact the game. He should be talked about, maybe not Derrick Henry, maybe not Saquon Barkley, maybe not Christian McCaffrey, but damn close. The way that he can impact the game. When you watch a game, it wouldn't yard touchdown and then run the football for 25 times downhill in this zone scheme and rush for 100 yards. So Very, very highly underrated and one of the more fun backs to watch in this league. So definitely important. I'm telling you, the Joe Brady, Cook, Allen, all that combination against DeMeco Ryans' defense is going to be fun to watch. This is a game too, Ron, where let's not get lost. And maybe this is a conversation for the next couple of days. But the pressure this week is not on Nick Caley and Davis Mills in the offense. The pressure this week is on the number one defense in the league. If you go out there and your offense has to score 28 points to win a game, I would think folks aren't going to look at it and go, well, damn, Nick Caley only scored 27 points. Nick Caley and Davis Mills only scored 27. They're going to look at it and say, well, the defense that typically gives up 15, 16 points a game gave up 30 or gave up 28. That if you're going to be this team, if you're going to be the team that's wired the way the Texans are right now, defensively, I don't give a damn what you do against the Titans. I don't care what you do against Baltimore, who doesn't have Lamar Jackson and Andrews and all these other guys. I care about what you do against the top 4 or 5 teams in the league. So you want to talk about pressure these next 3 weeks. The pressure's on DeMeco Ryans, Matt Burke, and his defense. Yeah. Because you got 3 very, very good potentially. Kansas City hasn't always been good this year, but you got 3 offenses that are that have been some of the best in the league, and the defense has to give Caley and Nick Nick Caley and Davis Mills a chance to win the game, right? Like it ain't the other way around. Like let's be clear. This week and the next 3 weeks, the pressure's on the defense. You go out there and lay an egg, you're the problem, not the backup quarterback, not the first year play caller. These are the kind of games where you turn it around and it's squarely on the defense to set the tone and give you the chance.
Like, everybody knows that Jonathan Taylor is having a hell of a year. Like, Tyler, by chance, Tyler, where do you think James Cook ranks in the NFL in rushing yards right now? Where do you think James Cook ranks?
Oh, I have no clue. Middle of the pack?
Second. He is second in the NFL in rushing yards. He's got 968 rush. He's almost at 1,000 yards already with 7 touchdowns. Like as you said, I don't think a lot of people. I would have been with you. I think a lot of people would have been with you, Tyler. Probably 10 to 15. James Cook, that sounds right. With Josh. No, this is the number 1 rushing offense in football. With Josh Allen, obviously knowing what he can do, but then he plays off of that. He's that, and he had a bad game running the football last week against the Bucs. He caught a lot of balls, but he had a bad game running. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. It is. They can hurt you with Josh. We watched it last week. They can hurt you with Josh, but when he's running the football and he gets under center, and you got to be looking at that everything for this, because their outside guys are not. You can handle them. They're not great, right? Like Coleman and Shakir is pretty good in the slot, but their outside guys are not. But when you add that running game from Cook and the threat from Cook and Allen, then obviously it just opens everything up for them. So I'm glad he talked about James Cook, because I think that's as important as anything. All right, another thing that I think is good to get into. We know CJ will not play, but on Thursday, But the thought would be they'll get a little extra time and he'll be able to get back for that Colts game, which will be here at NRG. Which would be here. No, that's on the road. On the road at Indy, is that Colts game that he'll get back in. And I know for you, you're thinking, all right, how can he learn from this? How can he watch, if not being there, watch the film, see what Davis has done? Because maybe there's some things that he can pick up that he can add to his game or do differently from when he was in before he got injured.
Well, I think this is a critical time for CJ, not just this year, in CJ's career. I really do. I think there's sometimes, you get to a point, and it's no fault of his own, because he's had 2 different play callers, and it's really been a mess around him, relatively speaking. But you get coached into a corner, right? I mean, you try to do it your way for a little while. One year you're aggressive. when you have 1,000 cuts, this, that, and it ends up stealing all the ability of for a young guy like this to play with his instincts. And I think CJ was in that spot. I think CJ was in a spot where it was damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he goes out there and checks the football down all day long, you still can't score points because now you're not taking the risk when you need to. If you go out there and take a bunch of risks, now you're not giving the team a chance to win with a great defense. And so I firmly believe that CJ, when he got injured, was in a spot where he had been coached into a corner and had lost the magic, if you will, that made C.J. Stroud. And so I think this comes at this 3 week. Obviously, the concussion isn't the way that you want to see it happen, but I think it comes at a good time for C.J. Stroud, and if he views it the right way, could help him tremendously. And it's the obvious, right? We talked about the other day, just the ability to feed Nico, like whatever mechanism is in the offense and having confidence in that offense, right? We know right now watching Davis Mills, like there's a mechanism in this offense and there's a freedom for the quarterback to go, I'm going to throw it to Nico. I don't care if it's a back shoulder. I don't care if it's a fade. I don't care if it's a stop route. I don't care if it's a slant or a bang right over the middle of the field from the slot. I'm going to go throw it to Nico. I'm going to eliminate the right side of the field because I know I'm getting the look that I want. I'm going to throw it to Nico. Clearly that mechanism's in this offense, right? C.J. Stroud has to have the freedom and has to have the confidence to do those things. And it's not that C.J. was bad at it or wasn't doing it. It's that it in excess, right? Like Nico, the way this thing is built is he should have 15 targets in a game. And I said this early in the year, right, Ron? We talked about it, like CJ's got to make that decision. This can't be a Nick Caley deal. CJ's got to make that decision. But
not a Nick Caley deal only.
Right, yeah. Correct. Yeah, well, he's got CJ's got more stroke in this organization than Caley.
And he's got the ball.
Right, and he's supposed to be the franchise guy. He's got to have that stroke over anybody anyway. And again, not that CJ didn't do it. It was just sporadic at best, and it was never to the extreme of 15 targets. It was never to the extreme the way that we see other number one receivers in this league used. And I think you could sit back and watch Davis Mills and go, the backup quarterback's doing it. I can learn from it. So I think that is the obvious, is the feed and Nico thing. I think the command of the offense in prep and during the game at the line of scrimmage. I think one thing that we haven't talked about with Davis is, and Davis is a much more cerebral guy. He's almost like a robot, right? But Davis's command of this offense at the line of scrimmage is tremendous. And I think being more vocal and leaning into that a little bit more, I think C.J. Stroud needs to do more of that. And I think it sounds simple, but I think the ability to go out there and play free and let it rip. Like, how many times did we hear the death by 1,000 cuts? How many times have we heard, oh boy, if we get in 3rd and 8 or more, the drive is doomed, right? To a point where I believe C.J. Stroud was so afraid of taking a risk on 1st or 2nd down, because then you end up behind the chains. And that's all the coach talks about. Do your job.
You get a sense that Davis isn't doing that?
No, Davis ain't doing it. That's why Davis's completion percentage is lower. I mean, Davis Mills is playing free. He's letting it rip. And then they're on the flip side of that, they're able to go back and convert some 3rd downs and keep some drives alive. But there's no doubt about it. He's playing free. I mean, you look at it last week. He lets in a critical moment, he lets a back shoulder rip to Xavier Hutchinson, right? He throws a damn fade that he missed on Xavier Hutchinson. He throws the fade to Higgins. Throws the back shoulder or a pivot, some kind of pivot route to Nico Collins. I mean, there's no doubt about it that Davis Mills is letting it rip. You're seeing him throw the football 40-some-odd times with him. Was it 43 and then 41 or something like that? Attempts in these last 2 games. And so there's a certain level of play free, let it rip that I think C.J. Stroud can watch and go, well, hell, if Davis Mills can do it, I can damn sure do that, right? If my backup quarterback that doesn't have as much talent as me can do it, well, hell, let me go out there and do it. So I just think that there's a lot that C.J. can take from Davis Mills' reps over these last 3 weeks. And I think to be honest with you, I think you got to damn near be under a rock to not grow from it. You know what I mean? I mean, you got to, if assuming that, which I don't think CJ is, assuming CJ is a guy that hangs his ego at the door and just watches things for what they are, and you're evaluating, you're in those meetings, you're listening, you're seeing. I mean, Davis Mills had 15 completions, just counted it up. He had 15 completions last week, Ron, that I would say were good to great throws. And not like bombs or anything like that, but man coverage, tight window throws, or man coverage stop routes to Nico where he catches it, or the the out where you got to stretch and get two toes in. The throw to Christian Kirk was as good as you're going to find, and when you slow it down, it should have been a touchdown. Like those kind of things are you sit back and watch, and CJ's got to go, okay, I get it. I lost my ability to play. I think what I think it is play with his instincts. I think his instincts had been stripped from him, trying to make him play a certain kind of football that he can find that man and get back to being the CJ that he's capable of being. I think it could be big.
Yeah. Someone texted in, maybe Davis feels like he has to go to Nico because that's the best player, and he needs to get the ball to him as CJ looks and tries to get it to everybody.
Go ball out.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, it could be true. I just think that there is a chemistry and a confidence between Davis Mills and Nico Collins that is on a different level than even C.J. Stroud, which it should be. They played through some very hard times together and they've been 2 years together longer than C.J. has been in the building, so it should be there. But I also think there's a level of veteran. Almost pelt on the wall type approach that Davis Mills has of like, I don't need, like, I'm not a young guy. You're not going to coach me into a corner, right? I mean, I think there's just a different view of the game when you're a little bit older player, when you've been a backup, when you've been through extreme dysfunction, than when you're a young quarterback and you've never been in the league and you've never done this in the corner. Like, I think it's just a total different mindset. And I think CJ's got to get back to the carefree stuff his rookie year, or if you want to use the Davis Mills analogy, like he's got to get more of that let it rip, play free mentality. I'm not talking about stretching the field and taking a bunch of risk. I'm just saying, hey, man, if the go route's there with Nico Collins, don't be scared to throw it. It's 2nd and 10, we'll line up and we'll get it. Instead, the whole thing is don't throw that go route because 2nd and 10, you kill our drive if it's 2nd and 10. We're behind the chains. Hell, what are we going to do? Our whole offense goes up in flames if God forbid, if we're in 2nd and 10. God forbid if we're in 3rd and 8, right? Like that's been beat into his head to where I think it's stolen his joy. Yeah. You didn't pick that up.
I did. Take his joy. All right, coming up, we're not still in joy. We are doing a little real or fake. We say a statement. You let us know if it's real or fake. That's coming up next.
All right, it's hunting season and holiday season, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors is where it's at, man. There's a parking spot right there in the local store for you to pull up in there real close to that front door and get in there and get them gifts bought up, man. Hunting season, right? If you got a hunter in your family, I guarantee you they'll love some camo underneath that tree now. You got to stay warm. You got to stay dry. You got to stay hidden. Academy's got a full line of camouflage and cold weather gear waiting for you to come scoop up and put under that tree. Boots, gloves, outerwear, all the necessities to be prepared for whatever elements you're hunting in. Doesn't matter, man. Gear up.
Join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction on Deer. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
God, dog. Tyler.
Y'all are a problem, man.
Y'all?
No, the people that sit in that chair. Lopez, Stoerner.
I've done it once, and I am certain Reggie set me up. God, dog, man, they just put it. Andy!
He ain't here today.
Oh, he is. I saw Andy. Andy showed me. He was showing me
Andy
pictures.
Today. Now he may be going and getting his bride.
Nah,
I know his old bride.
he might have done that with the little surgery. But yeah, Andy, he'll come walking through if he is.
It's the other fella that's engineering today.
Oh,
that's like
okay.
That thing's erect, ain't it?
I mean, look at that thing. Bang.
It's just keep popping up on you.
Looks like it went to the low T center.
Yeah, it did.
This can't be this hard.
It is that hard. Look at it. Lift it up again.
I mean, it literally can't. It cannot.
That hard.
Getting equipment in here that doesn't break every time you adjust it, it can't be that hard.
Doesn't seem to be.
I'm more mad right now than I should be
hard.
about this. I typically don't care, but this. It's so annoying, man.
It is.
They've been budget hunting for these mic arms.
I mean, it's what we do every day. Why are we budget hunting? It's what we do. It's literally what we talk into every day. What the hell are we budget hunting for? Kidding me?
That's why we can't have nice things.
Those wondering at home, Clint has broken the mic, and if you're on YouTube and Twitch now, you see him holding.
I mean, it's just. Well, I don't even know. I'm disappointed in myself for letting myself get this agitated.
I don't know how long. I don't know how many you think this is. He's broken.
Oh, I mean,
or that has broken in his hand.
It's a plethora.
I mean, it's not one a year. I've been doing this for 7 years. It hadn't broken 7 times.
I don't know.
I feel like it's broken 7 times since I've been.
It might be right around that.
I feel like we're at 3 this year.
I mean, this can't.
I feel like you've broken it 3 times this year.
At least
this year. I mean, it's not out yet.
Well, I mean, look. Here's the deal. Like, if I put it over here and look at my partner, it's all in. It blocks the camera angle.
Yeah, we
so
haven't got
put it
over
here.
Adjusted since the new arms came in.
What are we doing, man?
That's whenever you know he's dead serious.
Football season's busy, boys.
They let you know. Here's the deal. Someone just texted in. Lopez broke the mic earlier today, so this is a new fix from him. I feel like you got a shot with some of that Gorilla Glue. Maybe that hangs in there.
Some.
I don't think it's broke. I think it just came unscrewed.
Try it. Try screw it in.
Look at that. Might be exactly what you're dealing with.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that is tough. There it is. Get in there. Get it in there good and tight.
Screw it.
Screw it in there good and tight. While you're doing that, let's play a little real or fake. 713-5. There's Andy. 713-572-46. Andy's got a box and ready to go.
I mean, here's the deal. I really like Andy.
Here's the deal.
I really like. I genuinely and sincerely, personally like.
Come on in, Andy.
He's a great fellow.
Yeah, that's all right. Andy, get on here and fix it now. Andy.
This is going to drive me to say something to Andy that I don't want to say.
While you're in here, Andy, let us know when that rain's coming in.
Let's do it. Let's keep him fired up. A little real or fake. Sponsored by absolutely no one. Someone out there could step up. I'm willing to take anything.
These nuts.
Except for LASIK. All right, real or fake. I say a statement. You let us know if it's real or fake. By the way, happy birthday to Christian Kirk today. Congratulations to him. Hopefully he has a good birthday. And while we've got that out of the way, real or fake, Tyler? Let's start with you. As
this is so wrong on his birthday.
It just happens.
No, I like it.
It's his fault. It's a Tuesday. We do it every Tuesday. It's time to completely bench Christian Kirk. And I mean, like they're doing Lake and Tomlinson. It's time for Lake and Tomlinson, or for Christian Kirk to get the Lake and Tomlinson treatment. and he be completely benched, real or fake?
No, I got to go fake there.
An Aggie.
I got to go fake there. That is part of it. There is greatness within each and every Aggie, each and every person who's donned that maroon and white, so you never know when it will appear. So, yes, reason number one. Reason number three, we're hoping he could contribute to this offense and be something for you in that receiving core. You still got to try to find it. You got to try to find. I don't know if you will, but right now at this point in the season, you got to try to find it. And as you said, Aggies have greatness with it.
All right, man. We're week 11, real or fake, completely benched. Clint,
100% real.
Because a couple weeks ago you said they're not completely benched, but there's some, but maybe he just not get as many reps. You've moved to completely benched now.
Well, based on what we've seen, I believe that the two guys that are a similar build to him that play the slot position are better options, more reliable options, have shown the ability to separate. There is the other thing. Look, this week's film, Tape Drop Tuesday, which I'm going to talk about at the 4 o'clock, it showed a lot of good, but it also showed Christian Kirk getting absolutely blanketed on shake routes and just little routes underneath where you can stutter. You can stutter and go one way or the other with a 240-pound linebacker. Not once but twice, they blanketed his ass, and then he drops the ball on the touchdown. If you can't at least catch balls that hit your chest plate, then yeah, I mean I got to go with Jalen Noel. I got to go with Braxton Berrios. I've got to let those guys play and let them help me win. Because look, you can survive plays like that against Jacksonville and against Tennessee, but this next stretch of games here, you get down to the red zone and you don't punch it in, and the reason you don't punch it in is because 250-pound true inside linebacker can cover your slot receiver like a blanket. Like, that's losing. That is losing football. So yeah, it's real for me, Ron.
Yeah, man, he's not even. I'm gonna say real too, man. I just think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Tyler. I just think Berrios, and I think that Noel have shown to get more out of it. I think he has shown to get more out of it than what Christian Kirk. And I had fun a couple weeks ago, and I said he's an Applebee's player, 2 for 20. He ain't even hitting that yet, man. His last 2 games, he's 1 for 6 and 1 for 3. Well, I mean, he's not even giving us to 2 yards.
Well, when you look at
can't even shop,
Ron, when you look at this, all joking aside, when you get this, name me a wide receiver right now that's not better than him.
I don't think they.
Not just Jalen Noel. What about Hutch?
Wayne.
Well, that's fair. He's an outside player. I wasn't including him. I'm talking Hutch. I'm talking Berrios. I'm talking Noel. I'm talking Higgins.
No, he is. They've played better. All right, one more real quick. One more real or fake. People are overreacting on how Shedeur Sanders has been handled. Real or fake?
Overreacting on how he's been handled?
Yeah. I think the big comments this week is, he got put in when Dylan Gabriel got a concussion, and the offer hurt his cadence. They said that was the first time they heard his cadence.
That's what happens most of the time when you're a backup quarterback, when you're buried on the depth chart.
So when you're not, you think it's a bit of an overreaction with the amount of.
I think the coverage of Shedeur Sanders by anybody that covers the game professionally or played the game professionally, I think it's laughable what we're hearing come out of the media about Shedeur Sanders. There's nothing unfair about it. There's nothing. I mean, it is what it is. It's the life of a backup. They don't know your cadence. You're not comfortable in the pocket. You don't get reps at practice. It's part of it, right? I mean, it's part of it, and you're thrown in there, and you gotta try to survive, and unfortunately, you get judged on it. And thankfully for him, he's gonna get another shot.
So that time, times when you came in Dallas, that's the first time Stefanowski and anybody you've taken snaps. Or they heard your
If I were coming in the game, yes. If I started the games, no. I practiced all week with them. But yeah, the games where I was a backup, absolutely.
Yeah.
I ain't so much as touch Mark Snepnowski's ass. Literally.
Too bad.
I ain't take a snap.
Did Randall?
Oh, RC, yeah.
Randall touched his
Troy
ass.
took every regular rep, every single rep that was our offense, and then Randall took all the I took more scout team reps at receiver than I did at quarterback. Yeah. And if it was late enough in the game and we were getting our ass kicked bad enough, Randall said I ain't going in, so I had to go in and do it. So yeah, it's the life of a backup quarterback. It's silly what these cats are talking about and what they're saying.
Coming up as we continue here on his third straight start, and he speaks to the media. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
Hey, are you looking for a new rig? If you're looking for a new rig, you got to get down.
For clear guidance and results, 713-CALL-LEAD.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Did I scare
Got that
you,
mic
Ralph?
fixed, boys.
Did I
Just
that mic
blew my
fixed?
eardrums off.
Did I scare you? I think I did.
I got to have your level jacked up because you're always whispering and then you scream in my ear.
I ain't always whispering. Hey, don't act like I don't talk with my chest.
No, you say things
No,
with your
man,
chest,
I
but
appreciate
I do
that,
have to
damn
have
it.
your level up higher than any other host I've ever worked with.
That's not true.
I swear to you.
That's a bold-faced lie.
It's really not.
No, it is. It is. And I feel like you're in some form or fashion trying to tempt me, trying to push me, and glasses are off, and the gloves are next.
Got a headache?
No, I don't. I'm facing head up here. You're
Okay,
lucky
so-
we got to go to NRG to hear from Davis Mills, or it'd be your ass. So let's do that. Let's hit the NRG. In here. Hear from the quarterback, Davis Mills.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main goal of each week and what it has been is just going out there and playing efficient football, executing at a really high level, and trying to find a way to win the game. And we've been successful at that the past 2 weeks, and we're trying to keep it rolling in this third week.
Davis, I know that you're a veteran in this league, but how much time did you get with the first unit when CJ was healthy, starting from like the spring until now? How many reps did you get with them in order to be prepared to play in these last 3 games?
Yeah, I mean, I got a decent bit throughout OTAs in the spring, and then throughout camp. I mean, and as the season progresses, the starter usually gets the ball. I mean, taking mental reps the whole time, and a lot of it, I mean, has come easy because a lot of our receivers I was either able to get throws with in spring, or like when we have individual periods we're throwing routes on air, so you can kind of gauge the timing off of that. But I mean, it's been good. We've got a lot of really valuable reps these last couple weeks, and I feel like the offense has a good feel for each other, and we've been meshing well. So it's been fun to continue to develop and go out there and play with these guys.
You all have been able to get Nico more involved in recent games. What do you think the benefit is having when you have a guy like him and when you're getting him the ball?
Yeah, I mean, Nico's a great player. Anytime you can get him the ball, it makes it hard on opposing teams, their defenses especially. When you're getting a guy like that the ball and it's really affecting the game, they have to find a way to stop it, and it ends up opening up other people on the field. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're really like forcing him the ball, but there's plays when we're trying to get one of our best playmakers, if not our best playmaker on offense, the ball out in space. He's going to make a big time play with it, and defenses have to account for that. So it helps the team out a lot.
What are some of the challenges with the Bills defense they present, particularly for the passing game? Sam was asking DeMeco about this earlier. Some of the challenges they present, you guys can do.
Yeah, I mean, they have a great defense. They disguise a lot in coverage, a lot of different blitz packages. They're on one thing and end up getting to another thing post-snap. And, I mean, it's credit to them. They do it at a high level. A lot of those guys have played together for a long time, so they're able to kind of feed off each other and make each other look good and make each other's disguises actually believable. So a lot of our game plan is just really not letting the pre-snap stuff kind of bog you down too much, and really just reacting and playing fast post-snap to see the spaces in the coverage, see how everything rotates post-snap, so we can get the ball out fast and continue to drive down the field and be efficient.
But the way that Nick Caley is able to utilize the different skill players on the offensive side of the ball, is there anything different that you all did with the playbook, compared to when CJ's in the game to when you're in the game?
I wouldn't say the playbook's too much different. The thing we've really been emphasizing is just operation, making sure everyone's on the same page when we break the huddle and getting up to the line fast so we can get the defense to declare and kind of get a little more information pre-snap. Like I said a second ago, I mean, this defense is going to make it a challenge for us, so we got to find ways to kind of make them declare and make it so everyone can play fast once we snap the ball. I know you're a pretty even-keeled guy, but do you feel like primetime Buffalo, do you feel like this is a game that gets you a little bit more excited, one of the bigger games of your career? I mean, it's just another game. Obviously, every game's extremely important, and it's going to be fun seeing NRG rocking on Thursday. You prepare the same each week. I know this week being a short week, it's a little different schedule-wise, but we're still getting all the prep, all the game planning, and we're going to be ready to go on Thursday night.
With Jaden Higgins, you saw you throw to him a lot against the Titans, and DeMeco was talking about the kind of target he is. What are some of the traits you're seeing in him and makes you want to throw to him?
Yeah, I mean, he's a stud. He's shown up a lot and kind of big-time moments when you need a big-time play. He consistently finds a way to beat the guy who's covering him. And when you have one guy like Nico on one side and a guy who basically is super similar to Nico with some kind of different things at the line he's able to do and some different looks he's able to find in the defense, it's an awesome target to have on the other side of the ball or even on the same side when they can complement each other.
The way that you all have mix and match on the offensive line, how have you been able to grow the continuity with them?
Yeah, I mean, all those guys are, extremely hardworking. They mesh well as a unit. That offensive line is one of the closest rooms I think we have in the building. They're always together, always joking around, and really taking it serious too when they need to. But all those guys, selfless. You see a bunch of guys bouncing around, playing different positions, specifically Titus. He's pretty much, since I've been here, he's played every position on the line except for center, which I bet he could do too if he needed to. But those guys have been great, fighting their tails off the vaccine and keep the run game going. And I'm excited to see them keep improving as the season goes on and have a good game this week.
It's funny you mention that because he played center in high school. But he
played quarterback in high school.
But he also played quarterback in high school. That's what I was about to say. So, has he given you any tips?
He tries to. I'll be out there in the huddle, hearing the play call coming in my helmet, and I'll pause for a second sometimes, early in the week when we're hearing the plays for the first time after meetings, and he'll try to correct me and speak up when he can. It's funny.
He can throw pretty far. Have you ever seen him do that?
He can launch it. He can probably get it 65, 70 yards if he needs to. Yeah.
How was it to see CJ come back after what was a serious injury for him?
It's been great seeing how he's progressed and he's getting back to healthy. He's super close. And it's been obviously your mind and your brain is the most important thing. We're people before we're football players, so it's been great seeing him progress and get back to himself, and I'm excited to see him once he's fully back.
You obviously came up with some big plays on third down early and late in the Tennessee game. What have you found has been key for you guys on third? Some of those were third and long. What has been key for you guys to execute in those not necessarily advantageous situations?
Yeah, ideally we're not in third and long too much, and we can operate in third and short, third and 2 to 5, kind of those boxes where we have it a little easier and there's more space in the defense, so they're playing more man coverage so our guys can win on the edge. It's sometimes harder when you get to they can disguise, they can bring blitz packages, and then while keeping kind of their shell coverage on top of everything and forcing the ball underneath. So it's difficult at times, but our offense line has done a great job protecting, holding up, buying us time for us to get downfield, and I feel like we've made some big-time throws and catches over the past couple of weeks to kind of keep our drives alive and get out of those situations. But it's not ideal. Like I said, we want to stay efficient on early downs to stay out of those situations when we can.
How do you go about when you're in the middle of a play deciding, okay, this is a stand in here and deliver type of play, this is a let's take off play, and how quick is that decision, and how much does it bear off what you see out there as well?
That's what playing quarterback is. That's
there's split-second decisions, instincts that happen from. I've been playing quarterback since I was 6 years old, so things like that. I mean, you don't throw it as much as a little kid, but you watch a lot of football, see other quarterbacks doing it at a high level, and see what the best ones do, and try to emulate that. And I think just time on task and reps and everything kind of builds into your abilities and your reactions and just instincts, and going out there making those split-second decisions is what makes quarterback fun. And I mean, it's hard at times to step up in the pocket, buy time, hang in there when someone's about to come open. But I mean, that's why playing quarterback is one of the most rewarding but also toughest positions in sports. And I mean, that's what makes football fun.
Davis, were you at this?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so my Cause My Cleats this week, doing it for the Rally Foundation. One of my best friends back in Georgia, his nephew, got diagnosed with pediatric cancer, and going to try to raise some money for the foundation who's finding cures for that. So
from how fast things happen there out there in the field, sometimes we don't think a lot about the colors with the jerseys. Not playing in red, does that make it easier for you, like to know where you're going?
Potentially. I think having a bright color would help visually and see everything, but a lot of it is just time on task and reps during the week. You can kind of narrow your focus as you're looking downfield to know where your guys are going to be and on the specific timing. So I think the colors do help, being brighter and having more contrast to the opposing teams, but I think a lot of it just goes back to your game plan and your preparation during the week and knowing where your guy's going to be at on the timing of the concept.
How do you guys keep this game just be this game versus kind of getting caught up with the potential scenarios and things of that nature? How do you guys just focus on this game and not worry about the implications that a win or loss could have on Thursday?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've really echoed it in the building. Like, every game to us is a must-win, and even more so, like, we're not even thinking too much about the outcome of a game. We're thinking about the play that's right in front of us. Next play mentality, we talked about it last week, and that's the biggest thing. Like, you can't have MAs or MEs and take a play off, because that could be the play that costs you the game. So everything is extremely critical that we execute at a high level every single play, snap in and snap out. And that's what we've really been urging the guys to focus on, is just next play. Let's do one play at a time. Do your job. Do your 1/11th, and the outcome will take care of itself.
Last two, Jonathan and Sam.
Is there anybody in your life who was maybe in your earlier years who helped influence your ability to move on to the next play without not letting things compound and like forgetting about what happened in the past?
I think just growing up with my dad's always been like that. He's always been logical, kind of how I am, and doesn't worry about things you can't control. I always grew up watching him, and he didn't really show too much emotion if things were going bad or things were going good. He was the same person every day. And growing up watching him, trying to be like him, I kind of based my emotions and how I act similar to him, because I always looked up to him as a great father figure, and I feel like that's got me a long way in life.
Davis, going back to Nico, he's made some big plays and big moments just dating back all the way to your rookie year. Is there anything about his demeanor that you notice kind of in those big plays, and what's it like having a guy that you can go to in those moments?
Nico's a stud. I feel like he gets better when the plays get harder. He's an extremely friendly target. Like I said before, and one-on-one, even two-on-one sometimes, he's going to find a way to get open and come down with the ball. So just having a guy like that on your team is extremely fun to play with.
That's Davis Mills, Texans quarterback. Started the last 2 weeks. Just announced, DeMeco Ryans just announced that C.J. Stroud is out again. And Davis Mills, it is behind center versus the Buffalo Bills. Thursday night primetime football. Monster game this season. Texans sitting at 500. Need this win in a big, big way. All right, tape drop Tuesday. It was a good one, y'all. You're going to want to hear this next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Coushatta Casino Resort, y'all. It's a quick trip east on I-10, and it's always good. Look, they got the Big Sky Steakhouse right now. They got
72 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily brought to you today, powered by H-E-B's Alkaline Water. H-E-B brand, orange label, 9.5 plus pH, ionized hydration. Really good, solid water. If you're going to drink water, bottled water that is, this Alkaline is one of 2 or 3 brands. Essentia and Alkaline are the 2 brands that H-E-B Alkaline, I guess, is what I hear you should be drinking. I know the Essentia. Are you sure this is one?
I've never had it.
I think this H-E-B brand. I think this is one. I know the Essentia's one. But today, we are powered by Alkaline H-E-B water. Big shout out to H-E-B. I'm a big shopper at H-E-B. You shop at H-E-B, Ron?
Yeah, big shopper.
Tyler, you shop at H-E-B?
That is where I get my groceries.
I got a $200 gift card in at home that I hadn't used. I've had it for about a year and a half now. I got to go ahead and get that to the wife. You know, I may use that when I have the drive cookout that I still owe you guys. I may use that when we do that. What do y'all think? Y'all about ready for that cookout?
I'll believe it when I see it.
I'll heat the hot tub up. I'll heat the hot tub up.
We have moved into November, haven't we?
We are. It's 80 degrees today, though, boys. We'll
Beautiful,
get it. We'll get it done. Hey, just a little reminder out there to everybody. Today is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and this is a big game. H-Town, this is a big game, baby. Texans Ticket Tuesday. We're going to be giving away a pair of tickets in the 5 o'clock hour today. In the 5 o'clock hour, who are these tickets courtesy of, Ron? Do you know? Who they courtesy of? Just Texans?
Just the Texans.
Just the Texans. Sports Radio 610. I'll be down.
On that one.
Also, this week with a Thursday night primetime game, you see, there is no Thirsty Thursday. Now, you can have a Thirsty Thursday, but our schedule's a little different because we're going to be off air early on Thursday. We'll be off air at 4:15. But it ain't going to be a Thirsty Thursday for us. But, Ron, it is going to be one of them old wet Wednesdays.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's going to be a wet Wednesday, Tyler. Not for you, Tyler, because you got to stay in the studio. We are going to be up in spring, Buffalo Wild Wings, Tyler. Ritchie Road and 45. Buffalo Wild Wings for that old wet Wednesday, y'all.
That's tomorrow, right?
That's tomorrow. Right. Come on through and hang out with us. Ritchie Road and 45, Buffalo Wild Wings up in spring. And then Thursday, like I said, we'll be back in the studio for a couple hours. You can still tune in and get old T-Mill, Dirty, and show for about 2:15 before Seth and Sean will take over for the pregame show and primetime Thursday night football. But Football Friday, we will be at Walk-Ons in Katy. So that old Reaction Friday, huh?
How about that?
How about that? We got a little Wet Wednesday and a Reaction Friday coming for you at Walk-Ons in Katy. Is that the same Walk-Ons where we witnessed the affair, where they had some drinks, some shots, and
I don't
left?
think that was
clearly had some heavy petting and came back. That was
spring.
spring.
It's a different one. I don't think that was
It was
Katy,
up
yeah.
Springway, I think.
Yeah.
But Katy,
have them come on down.
challenge. See what the Katy Walk-Ons can bring to the table. But today, it's not only a Ticket Tuesday, it is a week come here, obviously. So kind of mixing in a little bit about last week's game, still a little bit of reaction to do with that all 22 tape dropping today, and obviously getting you ready for the Thursday night primetime matchup with the Bills. Tape drop Tuesday, just putting a bow on the Texans win in Nashville, 16-13. What did the tape show? Well, Davis Mills was better than I thought. I knew Davis Mills was clutch, that very last throw at the end, 13-13 ball game, 3rd and 16, and he makes a perfect throw to Nico Collins. Nico Collins makes a great grab. They keep the drive alive. They keep rolling. They kick a field goal to win this thing 16-13. I knew he was clutch. I knew they came out at halftime and got Nico the ball, and I knew they had a really good second half. But as I watch this film, a lot of Texans fans out there wondering, man, I heard it in the postgame show. Hell, we heard it on Reaction Monday right here. First half, what the hell happened? That was awful. That offense sucks. Davis Mills sucks. Nick Caley sucks. I hate to break it to y'all, but that wasn't the case. They had 4 legit drives in the first half. 2 of them should have ended in points. Christian Kirk drops a touchdown on one of them. Then you take the sack on 4th down, which nobody was open, so you don't score there. You turn the ball over on downs. And then a couple of drives later, you're driving down, and I think he was inside the 30. I mean, you're definitely in field goal range. And on 3rd down, Davis Mills takes a sack that pushed him out. Jaime Fairbairn out and a backup kicker in. We chose to punt at that time. And so that obviously took points off the board. But the long drives by the Texans, one decent drive by at least where they held the ball a little bit, by the Titans, chewed up really the entire first half. And if you look at it, yes, the Texans did shoot themselves in the foot. You can't take the sack in that situation when you're in field goal range. Tell guys all the time, right? When you get in field goal range, no sacks, no penalties, no turnovers. That's your job as a quarterback. Don't take points off the board. Davis Mills took points off the board right there. And then, again, on the other end of it, did take the sack on 4th down. There was nobody to throw the ball to, so even if you'd have thrown it away, we'd have turned the ball over on downs. The key there was the drop by Christian Kirk. Ultimately, I believe there was a penalty mixed in there because you had him down inside the 5-yard line again after the Higgins catch. Yeah. So it got a little ugly down there. But overall, the offense, other than, again, once again, the inability to punch it in, the offense was really humming pretty good. In the second half, Ron, 6 possessions, 4 scores. The second half was pretty good. But Davis Mills, like I said, Davis Mills was tremendous. What I went through, and Ron, I thought there was 15 good to great throws throughout this game for Davis Mills. And as a backup quarterback, I would say that's a big number. As I watched the film as well with Davis, I would say that there's a 90+%. It's probably significantly wrong with a pass play called and the ball wasn't going to the right place. Now, whether it was caught or not, just according to the coverage and what was available or what wasn't available, the ball was going to the right place. So clearly Davis Mills was seeing their defense really well and making good decisions, and I thought he had great command at the line of scrimmage. You just heard him in that in our last segment, the presser, where he said breaking the huddle early, getting to the line of scrimmage, making the defense declare, gives you a better, more clear look. And it clearly Davis Mills against that team, right, against the Titans, was doing that. And contrary to the scoreboard, he was doing it for 4 quarters, not just in the second half. Number one. Number two, Nick Caley. We've been really hard on Nick Caley. I want to once again tip my cap. Nick Caley was really good. As I said, 2 of the first 4 drives in the first half should have ended in points. 4 of the 6 second-half drives did end in points. And Nico coming out of halftime, when you talk about an adjustments perspective, Ron, the way that they fed Nico, particularly really the whole game, but particularly coming out at halftime,
I wonder who was behind
impressive.
that.
I don't know, but it was impressive. The play calling, there was, whether it was quick game, whether they're moving the pocket, whether it was the boot game, whether it was taking shots, the play calling was really, really good against the Titans. Now, as I said before, just kind of keeping track here, I thought the play calling was significantly better in the Denver game than 15 points. As we saw, Davis Mills left 2 or 3 throws on the foot, have changed that game. And then you go to Jacksonville, and I know it took a 19-point, really 26, but a 19-point fourth quarter from the offense to win that game. But Nick Caley was good throughout that game as well. And then this week, I thought Nick Caley took the first half off, but when I watched the film, that just wasn't the case. He was really, really good. Ron, we talked a little bit, and again, not enough about this. We just heard Davis Mills talking about it. But Higgins, the young fella, I said yesterday on a Reaction Monday that Higgins is coming. This offense is different when Higgins is coming.
DeMeco said he's been here.
Well, I disagree. Yeah, I just disagree with DeMeco. I've watched every bit of film. I've watched every game, obviously. The last 2 weeks, there's been a different Higgins. I mean, he's moving at a different speed. He's moving at a different pace. He's not, and it appears to me like he's not thinking. There were 2 plays right on the film this week One of them was a throw to him that was an incomplete on a little slant from the slot to the quarterback's left. And I could tell it's almost like he's thinking, should I cross the DB's face or should I go over the top of him? You know what I mean? He's not making good, quick. He didn't at this point make a good, quick decision. Every other snap I saw him on the field, he made a good, quick decision. And when he's playing fast, when he's playing free, when he's not thinking and just playing, he's got a chance to be special, Ron. And right now, opposite Nico Collins, you don't have to be, anything super special. You're going to get opportunities. Just go make plays.
Well, also he has like especially for a rookie, and I think this kind of can go to any position that you play, but especially for a rookie, if you have like a certain skill set or something that can maybe get you through before you learn everything, like, one that would make sense, Lamar.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe he didn't have all the throws or knew the offense.
Survive, yeah.
But he could survive with that one skill set that could, keep him on the field. His size, it looks like, is what they're starting to take advantage of. Well, he may not know all the routes or run everything like you just said, but the size, and they're using that.
Well, I don't know if this was by plan, Ron, but if you kind of look how this thing has kind of unfolded here, is he's really – I said no, so all the keyboard warriors out there relax, but he's really surviving with the stop route underneath. He caught a sprint stop route. He caught just a straight, which, by the way, I love the simplicity of Nick Caley using the hitch and the stop and the pivot route. Just hey, man, the corner's soft. Run up 5 yards and stop, and I'm going to stick it in your face mask. Like passing up those free yards makes me sick. Nick Caley's done a good job of that recently. But if you look, corner soft, Ron, we've seen him just run a hitch or a stick route, and the quarterback give him the football. The corner pressed, we've seen him run the fade route and catch it last week. We've seen him, they've thrown it to him a handful of times. We've seen it, right? And then all of a sudden, you also throw in that wrinkle of that bang where you sell the fade and then cross face at that 12 to 15-yard range. We've seen him catch a couple of touchdowns with that play right there. When you're opposite Nico Collins, the ball versus a soft corner, if you've got a quarterback that'll trust you on the fade, you're going to have the ability to hit that bang anytime that you want to. And just those three routes right there with his build and his youth too, keep it simple, let him play fast. Just those three routes right there. When you're not when you're not Nico Collins, obviously Nico's got to do more, right? But when you're opposite Nico Collins, we need to keep you simple, stupid, let you play fast. This is all we're going to ask you to do. If I get a soft corner, the quarterback can trigger over there at any point. If I get a press corner and the situation's right, I'm going to throw the fade, which he's been really good at, and he's gaining confidence in, right? And then when we need a specialty play, we got you in the red zone, they close the middle of the field, whatever. If they leave a corner high outside, then we can hit you on the bang route and get you moving through a window. That is enough right there to for the young guy to have some success, and that's really what we're seeing.
Yeah, his not only has his production, but his opportunities have really picked up the last 2 weeks, and we'll see if that continues against Buffalo, because I think this is a game they're going to need to score more, or at least try to hold the ball more and use more of their weapons coming up. All right, as we continue, we'll hear from Davis Mills from Nick Caley a little bit later on in the hour. And remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so stay tuned for that. But there's some Astros news, and Nick Caserio, he was on with the guys, and one of the most interesting things that he talked about.
Hey, y'all, look, Payne has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, man. And look, especially during the holidays, this time of year, we got Thanksgiving.
2222.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I didn't know you joined in on that. I didn't know that you timed it and went. Did you go higher in that?
Yeah, I'm an alto.
Did you? So when I went, what was it I said? I can't remember what I said. The musical, and then you went up. I didn't notice it.
I wasn't singing. I was just giving you kind of like a bass beat to go with.
Were you? I thought when I said it twice that then you came in on the third time and you went up.
No,
I thought
was
that
going,
when I first heard that, I thought you went. The musical chairs on the offensive line again. The musical chairs on the offensive line. I thought you went up. I thought you. Okay.
I thought you had thought of something at home and was fixing to let it ride, and then you ran out.
I'll harmonize with you next time.
I did. Tyler's weird, man.
You just now figuring that out?
Well, I am too, but not because of that number. No, but because my man said, I said to Tyler, I said, you go to someone's house, there's a doorbell. Do you knock or you ring the doorbell? And he said, oh, I'm a knocker. Who does that?
I'm a knocker.
If there's a doorbell there, you don't ring the doorbell?
I knock before I even look for the doorbell.
Really?
Usually knock, hullabaloo, connect, you know,
I do
the
not
Oh,
whole
do
Aggie
that.
thing.
I do not do that.
I
just give you a good firm.
I hunt the doorbell, which is generally right there for you to see, but I hit the doorbell and I ring it. Now, if there's not a doorbell, then you knock. Like you're at a...
I'm a big doorbell guy. If I can't see you sitting in your living room or anything, like if you're in the back room or something, maybe you can't hear my knock, then the doorbell's...
But you walk up to the door and your first instinct
I'm a knock. Yep. Mm-hmm. I don't even look for the little button.
That's your first... Really? Whoop! 713-572-4610. Hernandez, 81. Are you go to the door. You hit the doorbell or you knock? That is strange to me.
I also... You really want to know what a part of it is, too, for
Scott,
me?
and don't text in about breast.
I mean, you
What's
can
that
always
gonna do?
text in about
I like
breasts.
knockers. That's what
Oh,
people are talking
knockers.
about. No, I'm saying that is strange. Walk up, doorbell there, and
So it really pisses me off.
I don't want to sound like
whenever-
police. That's my thinking.
Well, that's a good point. But you ring the doorbell, the puppers go crazy. So I try to help folks out with that.
I'm
too.
living right, so I'm not. You can knock on my door however you want to. I ain't worried about the
No, I
police.
just don't want nobody like, damn, who is that?
5-0.
Because that's what I'm thinking. If I hear somebody like you gonna do, you came to my house before. I don't think you knocked. Maybe I saw you.
I don't know what we did. My wife maybe beat me to the door.
Yeah, I'm a knocker.
Someone texted. I've not seen a person that hits the doorbell texted.
Everybody's knocking.
Knock. Definitely knock first. Can't stand the doorbell. I ring the doorbell if I know you. I knock if I don't. What? You better knock on my door. The doorbell doesn't work. All right, at that point, then, if I hit the doorbell multiple times, nobody comes, then I'll knock. Really? That is... Joel, always go for the doorbell.
You even knock after the doorbell.
Well, if I ring the doorbell and nobody has come, then I think, well, they're not hearing it, and I'll go for the knock.
Okay. Yeah, I would think the doorbell.
Text line coming through. I'm guessing it's a thing. It's because you're not from Texas. We knock here.
I'm probably gonna peek through your side glass too, see if I can see in the living room. What the hell's wrong with Ron? Man, are you answering? Wait a minute.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Wait a minute. What's Ron
Keep it
doing?
moving
What's Ron doing in there? Ron got them neon striped panties on. He's always wearing. What's he got?
I think if
What's
they're
he doing?
expecting me, it's
Is
a
that
knock.
my boy Ron?
Unexpected doorbell. Yeah, man. Knock for me is the absolute last resort.
Really?
Yeah. Unless I'm walking to a condo or something. that
Well, I
doesn't
feel
have
like
a doorbell.
I know you well enough where I'll knock as I'm opening the door.
You're coming in open.
Just knock. Hey. How you like it?
You have had to get in without me there. Get a text now. Are you sure it's this bag of charcoal you want me to take? All right, some Astros news. Today was a deadline for players to reject their qualifying offers, and with no shock, Framber Valdez definitely went ahead and declined his. And but he also, but it's also the deadline to add players to the 40-man roster for Rule 5 protection. And Miguel Yalola, I believe that's how we're going to go with that, is been added to the only one been added to the Astros 40-man roster. But the thing with that, Clint, that then means that Ramon Urias is DFA'd. The guy they traded for in the middle of the season from the Orioles, he is DFA'd. Fangraphs predicted that he would get just a little over $4 million in arbitration. So that solves one of the. We always like, what are they going to do in the infield? They got all these guys here, and Urias was one of them. So I guess they solved one piece of that.
Well, Urias was one of them that when we talked about it, we didn't even mention him. We
it was just, but we were saying there were so many guys there.
We didn't get deep enough for Urias. So no surprise that he's moving on.
Yeah. So that is the latest there with the Astros. If you missed Nick Caserio, he was on with the fellas Payne and Pendergast this morning. About 30 to almost 40 minutes he was on with them this morning.
Pendergast and Payne.
Sure, that show too. You can check at around 7:30. He was on nonstop there, so if you want to catch it in its entirety. I thought it was interesting. Sean asked him about Joe Mixon, the Joe Mixon situation. The one we had Mike Florio, and he said he just gave up. He just said hell with it. I think most everyone
Texans
has
are the complete and total crap storm this year.
I don't remember when that was, but he
you could probably guess.
He probably gave up, Jack. He probably gave up on that, but here was Nick Caserio's response as he does go in onto the Joe Mixon situation.
Where are we with Joe Mixon from a standpoint of are we just basically kind of just leave, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's kind of how we've approached it. Look, I know we've been asked about this multiple times, and it's not I'm trying to be like evasive. It's just a very like gray situation, and Joe's worked at it, and there are times when he's made progress, and other times when the progress is kind of stalled there a little bit. So, I mean, players in his status of situation are on a reserve list until they're not. Joe's doing everything he can. Obviously, we're getting pretty late in the game here. So, I don't want to, establish any sort of expectations or, a month ago or whatever it was, I mentioned we probably have a better idea here, in the next 3 or 4 weeks or whatever it was. I don't think we have any more clarity at this point. So I think at this point he's out until he's not. And again, it's just a very, I would say, gray. There's kind of a lot of ambiguity, not a lot of clarity. It's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the situation. So I'd say that's kind of where we are.
Ooh, it's exhausting right there trying to keep up.
Oh, so it's a gray area here. Oh. He's back. He's out until he's not.
I mean, there's never. What are we in right now? What is it, 5-5 with the bye weeks? Week 12. Yeah. I mean, we're at a point where you gotta think the best thing for the Texans to do on the Joe Mixon front is just say, hey, Joe's not going to play this year. We're shooting for 2026.
I mean, he's not playing, right?
Well, I mean, he doesn't even know how to answer the question.
He said he is out until he's not. He said some steps forward.
A lot of gray area.
Setbacks.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, the general manager doesn't even know how to answer that question. Which at this point, again, like I said, it's week 12, man. We got 6 weeks of football left.
Last we saw he was at one of the games, and then
he was on the escalator behind Brandon Scott, B. Scott.
And then he was at one of the games. That, as you said it, that's a little odd there. He's on the escalator behind Brandon Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's at one of the games, and then when the question was posed to DeMeco, he said, I got nothing on that front.
Yeah.
This is I don't know where you rank them since we've been here. The Justin Britt and this Joe Mixon situation.
Christian Harris last year was good.
But at least Christian,
Justin
though.
Britt was good.
But Christian, we at least got they talked. They said a little bit more because he eventually played.
Yeah.
Right? This one here, they just stopped talking about those two individuals. It's like they don't exist anymore. It's just the damnedest thing. All right, coming up, Nick Caley. He spoke to the media ahead of this game. We'll hear from him coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, when you or a loved one, when you're injured in an accident, man, it changes everything. It changes everything.
mop drop.
Swift for power mop. Swift for power mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A big day here. We've heard from Henry To'oTo'o in the 2 o'clock hour. We've heard from DeMeco Ryans and Davis Mills. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so make sure you're listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets, and you can be in the building for Thursday's huge game against the Buffalo Bills at NRG. Let's head out to NRG and hear from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator.
About what Davis has been able to do, considering he's had to come in, suddenly after
consistent. I mean, he has been the same guy again since I got here. But just poised, works hard. He's studying around the clock. Good dialogue back and forth. I mean, he's really into it. Has great command, ownership, all those things. So I've been really pleased with him.
When it comes to the Bills' defense, what are some of the, they get a little more points maybe in the past, what are some things you see from them? You obviously have a background seeing them in the past too.
Yeah, I mean, they're well coached. They've been that way, since Sean's been there. I mean, they're coordinated at every level, at all three levels. They play really, really hard. They have a system with a lot of continuity in it. Aggressive players at the line of scrimmage. They don't give up many explosives. They rally and play hard to the football. I mean, they're a well-coached team that swarms the ball. They generate turnovers. I mean, it's a really good, well-coached defense with good players. So they've been consistent with that, for a long time.
What are some of the things that you did in the spring and through training camp to have Davis prepared for this type of situation?
Well, I think, he took a lot of reps in the spring. Took a lot of reps in training camp as well, but I think just just putting him through the foundation piece where we built the offense up, and he's had a ton of reps, and he's engaged and works at it, and whether it's getting reps on the side, even through the season, earlier in the season, going and getting extra work on his own, he's put a lot of time in. So I mean, just continuing to move forward and push through with reps and getting those guys, especially in training camp and the OTA and the Phase 2 process.
How much of a focus for you in this game specifically? Is scheming up the run game. I know you guys want to run it well in every game. Some is maybe not as well as others, but in this specific matchup against the Bills, how much?
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying. We want to establish the run. I mean, that's what we always try to do. That's what I believe in. That's what we believe in. So I mean, it's nothing more, nothing less. That's what we try to attack every single week. Some weeks are better than others, but we got to play a balanced game. We got to obviously control the line of scrimmage. I think that's consistent. There's really good fronts and defenses in this league that we play every single week. So it doesn't really change the approach from one week to the other. We know what we got to do, and we got to do consistently better job throughout the course of the game in that regard.
How do you feel Jarrett and Trent did in their second action in those spots, and then Titus back at guard? How did you feel like he did in this one?
Yeah, no, I thought they did a good job. Again, just continuing to get some reps with those guys together. But they competed. Again, was it perfect? No, but I thought they played really, really tough. I thought they played hard. They finished, and I think you've seen that throughout the course of the season. But just caught the last couple weeks. I think maybe you asked that last week or somebody did. But I was pleased with the way that they competed, and there's still a lot of room for growth. And then it's always good getting Titus. Titus is smart. He's got good flexibility. He's tough. He's a physical player. So always good to get him back out there too.
Yeah, comfort level like with Davis now heading into the third game as compared to heading into the first.
I just think, look, I have a lot of confidence in him, from the start. I would say the one thing that you get to do is as we get more time on task with each other, you just get an opportunity to have more dialogue, and we can, obviously modify some things that we have, and we've got our system. And then, each player is a little bit different relative to some things, whether it's a concept that they might have higher on a priority board than others, dialogue really, and being able, the biggest thing is being able to see the game through the same set of eyes. So while I'm calling it, while he's out there, we understand what we're trying to get done, and we can speak on those things and make adjustments and stuff like that. And he's really into that, so been really pleased with that.
To that same point, how much do you involve him in training camp or in like week 2 when he's not going to play and catering an offensive scheme to him even though he's not playing, and then changing things when he is playing? Like, how do you go about that?
Well, we have our system. Okay, we have our system, our core plays, whether it's our core run game, our core priority quicks, dropbacks, play passes, stuff, and then obviously whatever our game plan elements are, we're gonna use that relative to the opponent, what we feel the strength of our players are. I mean, he's in the quarterback room. He's been in the quarterback room, so it's a shared ownership with that entire room. May there be a player, 2 that maybe one guy might prefer a little bit more than another? Sure, that happens wherever you go. So I think it's, we try to just be able to do what's right each week for the opponent, for we have, and obviously you always want the player that's under center having a comfort level with those things, as you call them, and so that you can understand, and we, him and myself and our staff, what we're trying to get out of it, and be able to, coordinate it the right way through his eyes.
To get Jalen Noel more playing time.
I think he's done a good job. I think it's just, again, we have a bunch of receivers. We have a deep receiver room. We try to mix the groupings in there. Sometimes, again, the flow dictates otherwise, but I have a lot of faith in Jalen Noel, and he'll play a lot of football for us, and, there's nothing he's done that would prevent me from having faith in him. Got all the faith in him.
We got time for a few more, y'all, in the locker room.
Just going earlier, when you guys week to week are trying to decide that best 5, putting out that best 5, what are y'all as a staff looking for?
Consistency in terms of execution, and again, that starts in practice. That starts, it started with a body of work that now, more than halfway through a regular season, but that's really what we're looking for. Consistently good, not occasionally great, just being the same guy every single day, and just, continuing to move forward and get better. And, obviously there's injuries and stuff that dictate some of the rotation of some of those guys, but that's what we're looking for. And again, you got guys like you mentioned, Titus, like he's played a lot of football, and he's played outside, inside, and all those things. We have a bunch of guys with some flex, which I'm thankful that we do. I really am.
You've all been able to get Nico the ball consistently throughout the game the past 2 weeks. Do you feel like you've found the best ways to get him involved in this offense?
I think Nico's done a great job of executing and making some big. He's a great player. I think we're always trying to obviously keep him at the focal point of our offense, and love getting him the ball. He makes plays. He's got aggressive hands. He's a dynamic playmaker, and he's a great teammate. So that doesn't change from week to week for us.
What goes into when to be aggressive and not aggressive at the end of the first half?
Yeah, we always want to be aggressive. I think, there's times where, you're trying to, if you shoot yourselves in the foot and we're in 1st and 20s and stuff like that, obviously you want to continue, you want to try to move the ball forward. But I think just trying to always be able to move the ball forward, establish the run, and then be able to, take our shots. We'll take our shots, and have those planned accordingly. But, we're never not trying to be aggressive or move the ball. I can execute. Sometimes I can come up with a better play call. It's all that, but I think, just trying to be able to move the ball forward and stay on track is the biggest thing.
Y'all came up with some pretty big third down plays in the Tennessee game. What have you seen from y'all that's allowed y'all to be successful, or allowed y'all to be successful in Tennessee?
I think, starting with the protection, I think, being tied together in protection, I think good route detail in the pass game. I would say that extends to some of the runs and stuff, some of the scheme runs or screens too. Just good execution. The guys have done a really good job when they've had opportunities to make the most of it, and it's helped us. It's helped us on those possession downs for sure.
On that 3rd and 17, that Davis looking at Nico, obviously the corner was kind of sinking under it, but it's at the elbow and top. What kind of goes into being able to make that type of throw to get it, to Nico? Like, you can't just beeline it to him. You kind of get it over. What kind of just goes into making that type of throw?
Conviction, trust, chemistry. I think understanding, playing a lot of football and prepping and having obviously the throws banked into making those type of throws. I'd say nothing more, nothing less, but a lot of conviction and trust, and just a great job by 2 guys going and making a play in a critical part of the game.
All right, there's the OC Nick Caley, a pretty big game coming up. Not just for the Texans, but it does feel like this is a game potentially where they may have to score. I don't know 13 or 16 is going to get it done against Buffalo. This feels like a game they kind of need to score, and it feels like, I don't mean to put words in my mouth. It does feel like, to me, it seems like you think Nick Caserio is at least starting to make some progress and maybe coming to his own as a play caller here lately.
Nick Cayley. Yeah.
I mean, not Caserio.
Yeah, look, he's been better. I mean, he's been better. Now, the opponents have not been Buffalo. The opponents have not been Denver, even though I think he was better than the score against Denver. And so, I think he's been better. I think the unit has been better. I think the O-line has been better. I think the supporting cast around the quarterback has been better. The quarterback has been really good. And has been really clutch for us in the last 2 ball games. And so, I think I've seen Nick Cayley bank some good reps. I think I've seen him bank some good quarters. There's some good drives. And now, as we've said multiple times, we saw this against Baltimore. We saw this in spurts against Tennessee both games. We saw it, against San Francisco for a good bit, so we've seen it in spurts. It's just a matter of, can you do it more consistently, and can you do it, does it translate to a better opponent? And that's where we're at. I mean, look, it shouldn't surprise anybody that a guy that gets hired to be an offensive coordinator in NFL can string a couple of quarters together, can string a couple of games together, can do some decent things with NFL players on the offensive side of the football over the span of a season. Yeah. Shouldn't surprise. Doing it against the best that the NFL has to offer is ultimately what you're graded against. And we're at that point with Nick Cayley. We've seen him do some impressive things against opponents that have been ravaged by injuries, or opponents that have fired their head coach and their defense just ain't worth a damn. Or maybe just a defense that's not a top-tier defense. I mean, the San Francisco game was impressive, even though they've been ravaged by injuries defensively.
It was just Bosa and Warner.
Yeah, just 2 of the best at their position in the league. No big deal. But yeah, I mean, so it's just a matter of, can you do it consistently, and can you do it often enough to give this team a chance to win meaningful games? And this is one of those meaningful games right now. So, yeah, I think I've got a lot more confidence in the offense right now than I think most.
You should, yeah. The Jags one was a good one. They played a lot better offensively the second game against the Jags than they did the first one, and the Jags had a lot of their guys.
Yeah, but you look at the Denver game.
With a backup quarterback. Yeah.
I mean, look at the Denver game. That is a legit, really good defense. And your backup quarterback has to go in, and your backup quarterback misses 2 or 3 throws that would have absolutely changed the game. And so it wasn't that Nick Cayley didn't draw those up. It wasn't that Nick Cayley didn't have the throw in the ocean there, right? Your quarterback's internal clock was sped up because he hadn't seen a lot of run this year, and he let the ball go too early on one. His clock was sped up, so he let it go too early and missed high on both of them, actually. So, look, Nick Cayley has consistently been, you can argue that he's creating plenty of opportunity for the offense to score points, right? Catch the football. If you're a quarterback and it's an easy read, it's a 1-2 read, damn it, get off 1 and go to 2, right? I mean, that when you get down there, there's things that have been missed the last 3 weeks that'll cost you a game like it did against Denver versus a good team, right? Jacksonville, Tennessee, you can afford to miss a couple of those. You can afford to miss a couple of throws. You can afford to maybe not have the best goal line stand or short yardage off. Buffalo, you're not going to be able to. Indianapolis, you're not going to be able to. Kansas City, you're not going to be able to. So we'll see.
Hey, maybe. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Let's look at the injury report. Obviously, there's some big news with the Texans. We'll let you know about that. But there's also ones to watch for the Bills as well. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, Kushada Casino.
ethos.com/play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm going to protect my boy Dirty. I'm going to protect my boy Ron. And I'm going to protect my boy T.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is it is a Texans ticket Tuesday. At some point in this hour, in this 5 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen, front row in the bullpen for this all-important Buffalo Bills Houston Texans game at NRG on Thursday. Prime time. You get a chance to be front row in the house. All you got to do is wait for the cue to call in the 5 o'clock hour, and you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's game. So stay tuned for that. Also, just a reminder to let you know, usually we have a Thirsty Thursday, and we are out on Thursday. Well, we will be out on Wednesday, tomorrow. We will be out tomorrow at the Buffalo Wild Wings location off Ritchie Road. So we'll be out off Ritchie Road tomorrow. So come hang out with us as we get you ready for this big Thursday night matchup against the Bills. Speaking of that game, the latest here, we heard some pretty big news coming into the show, and here is DeMeco Ryans as he spoke to the media earlier addressing C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre.
To start, just with injury updates, CJ and Jalen will be out. Both guys are progressing. They're doing better. But right now with the short turnaround, game on Thursday, just don't have enough days for those guys to be available.
All right, so there it is. C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre will miss their third straight game here with a concussion issue. It does feel like that those guys, you would think, may be ready when they get this extended bye to play when they play the Colts next. So they'll have, 10, 12 days off before they play the Colts. So you'll think they would potentially be ready by that point. But not in this game. So no real surprise after what we heard yesterday. But the Texans have to go without C.J. Stroud and Jalen Pitre.
Yeah. Look, it's a short week. There's no doubt about it, Ron. No doubt about it. Let me rephrase that. I'm not a doctor, but I think that according to what DeMeco said, according to what Davis Mills even said, he even literally said C.J.'s really, really close. So if this were a Sunday game, a normal Sunday afternoon NFL game, I bet you C.J. would be playing. The fact that it's a Thursday game and the fact that it's a short week in week 12 of the regular season at a time when you're trying to keep guys and rest guys and keep guys from getting hurt and getting worn out, the fact that is the case, there's just limited opportunity for him to get the reps in that'll allow him to safely get out of concussion protocol. Or them, not just him. I'm talking like C.J.'s the only one out there. Jalen Pitre's out there. There's just not enough time, not enough reps, not enough proof and evidence that these guys are ready to go, and with this short week. So again, unfortunate that we've got that we get this run of 3 ball games that mean so much to the Texans season with the Bills, the Colts, and the Chiefs all right here in a row, and we got to start this 3-game run off with the backup and missing a vital piece of the defense in Jalen Pitre.
Yeah. So those obviously are big misses, but the Texans have won the last 2 games, Clint, without them. Other news we'll get to from the Texans' perspective, it seems like most everybody should be all right. Like Ed Ingram was a full participant. Also, Fairbairn, who's missed the last 2 games with that right quad, he was a full participant. He should be a go as well. And actually, Clint, to be honest with you, Jalen Pitre was out, and they do have him listed. Him and CJ were out as limited participants today, so they were out on the practice field, which is a good sign. I don't think they've even been outside here recently, but they are in better shape. The only person who didn't practice was Jamal Hill. But on the other side, Clint, I think there are 2 or 3 guys that really stick out that did not practice for the Buffalo Bills. That is Dalton Kincaid. He missed the last game with a hamstring. I'd imagine he may be in real question to play this game. Curtis Samuel, another receiver, he missed practice for the second consecutive day. And then Khalil Shakir, their best number one receiver, he's missed the last 2 days. It says for personal reasons, so maybe he may be able to go. Not sure what that is, but those are, I know Shakir and Kincaid are their top two guys that he looks to go after. So those are ones to really watch to see if he's missing those guys. That changes things in the game.
Well, that's one thing that gets lost in the last time that the Texans played the Buffalo Bills, where the Texans were able to win that game. There was no Shakir, and he is in the style of offense that Buffalo runs. When they got away from the Stephon Diggs-centric offense, it became more about the quarterback, the running back, the slot receiver, the tight end, everything going on closer to the quarterback, and less about wide receivers, right? And it's almost that little triangle game there. And when you're missing those guys, it just handcuffs the hell out of this offense. And so, it's definitely advantage Houston if Dalton Kincaid and Shakir are guys that end up missing this game.
Yeah, those are big time pieces. Dalton Kincaid is the one to really. He's missed last week, hamstring. He pulled up lame in that Miami game. It didn't look good, and he didn't play last week. So that is the latest. As we got a quick turnaround on Thursday. Those guys that did practice, those are important ones to watch with the game in a couple of days.
D-Mills gets it done!
5 o'clock fire.
He did practice. Also around the league, Clint, and when you start looking, as the Texans are in the 8 spot, you want to look around other contenders for those wild card spots. And Clint, when you look at the Steelers and their situation with the Ravens, they win this weekend. They are still clinging to a 1-game lead. They still got 2 games with the Ravens, so that'll sort itself out. But Aaron Rodgers had to leave their game early. It was called a fracture in his left wrist, his non-throwing wrist. And today, his head coach Mike Tomlin said Aaron Rodgers doesn't need surgery, and they have not ruled him out for the game coming up on Sunday, which is an interesting one to watch. But
it's that simple.
Yeah, it is. Who is it? Is it Mason Rudolph? Is that their backup? Yeah, Mason Rudolph. That number 2, you don't see that one often.
Mason Rudolph is the backup, came in last week, and I don't know if he had a highlight reel or anything, but played well. They separated pretty quickly. I think they had a pick, an interception. They separated pretty quickly.
So he didn't have to. He wasn't
Will
called to do it.
Howard, Ohio State national champion, is their 3rd string guy, I believe. So we'll see. I think they said Friday they'll make a decision on Aaron Rodgers whether he can play with that left wrist.
That's for the Texans, looking at other teams that could be around them, and Pittsburgh could be one of those teams if the Ravens situation.
Pittsburgh or Baltimore.
All of these games are key for them, and I've watched the Steelers, and everybody thought coming in like this is a great situation for Rodgers. They got this defense, they got skill positions. They're not going to call for him to have to win games like he may have. He's actually had to be that, and that's why this is a big deal. Their defense is not what anyone expected it to be, and this is a big deal for the Steelers if Aaron Rodgers doesn't play, because there's a huge drop-off to me, whether it's Rudolph or Will Howard, and they've needed Aaron Rodgers to play at a certain level.
Yeah, that defense has been the scary thing about Pittsburgh, though, is Aaron is still kind of Aaron and what's my man's name? The OC out there. The was the Atlanta Falcons head coach, was the OC in Tennessee. What was his name? The FedEx cat. Arthur Smith, right? So him and Arthur Smith, I believe, are still kind of trying to finding each other and figuring out what their offense is going to look like together. That's the scary thing about Pittsburgh is they're going to be better as the year goes on, at least more potent. I don't know how much better because I'm not real familiar with their schedule, but their offense is going to be more potent moving forward. And then you look at the defense. The defense, there's no doubt about it. They're star-studded. They're talented.
Yeah, they got names.
If they can figure it out and be more consistent, I mean, Pittsburgh may be a real contender down the stretch down the end of the season. But they're just with that defense, sometimes no showing them. Then Baltimore, it just keeps Baltimore's hopes alive.
Yeah. So, yeah, that is the latest there. We'll keep an eye on Aaron Rodgers. That's important around the league for the Texans just because the Steelers are a team that looks like they may be competing with.
When I came out of the darkness.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, news out of college football. Lane Kiffin, who has been the hottest name for all of these high-profile openings with LSU and Florida, Penn State. Lane Kiffin, it was a report that came out that Ole Miss had set a deadline for Lane Kiffin to make a decision on if he was going to remain in Oxford or go seek other spots. And Lane Kiffin said that that's not true, that he was never given an and that he is going to have the time he needs. That sounded crazy to begin with. I would imagine that Ole Miss wants like hell to keep Lane Kiffin, and I would almost imagine, like, especially right now during the season, that he's probably in a little bit of control in that situation. He's probably got the upper hand in that situation for them to be rolling out ultimatums.
Yeah, well, I think it's an interesting dynamic because I think the problem lies, or at least according to media, the problem lies with the fact that Lane Kiffin hasn't squished all the noise about Florida and about LSU, and every time a job opens, he has not, which is typical Lane, right? I mean, Lane's gonna jab and poke and have fun with it and keep it alive. And I mean, Lane Kiffin is in the business of making money. Yes, he coaches football, but he's in the business of making money, and we've seen this when jobs like LSU and Florida come open. Which I think you hit this. I think you're the first one I heard hit this. Now I've heard national personalities talking about it, Ron. I think there are NFL teams, the Giants. I think there are NFL teams that are going to flirt with him as well. And so he's in the money-making business. And sure, it'd be nice to spend your whole career at Ole Miss, but it'd be real nice if they'd make you one of the highest paid and lock you up for a long time and keep teams from being able to flirt with you. But I think the thing with Lane is Lane hadn't quieted it himself. He's kind of played into it, and so people are wondering. The crazy part of this is I mean, he's got a real chance at a national championship.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking college football playoffs for Ole Miss. I mean, they ain't in the ultimatum giving world for an opportunity. I'd hate for this thing to be a distraction.
Yeah, well, Lane will be all right in distraction. I feel like Lane,
I think most will be okay.
Yeah. I feel like Lane.
I just hate for the fan base, Ron. You're in the middle of a damn potential national championship run, definitely a college football playoff, and you got to chant, "We want Lane" at the end of games just to try to convince your coach to stay.
What'd you say he tweeted, Tyler?
Y'all see his tweet this morning?
Playing golf with the.
No, but it shows you everything about how much he loves and doesn't mind the attention and drama. He tweeted out it was a photo of some, like quote, like inspirational quote about whenever you're facing your tough next decisions in life and how you handle things and stuff.
Right.
And the only caption he added with it was like, everybody have a great Tuesday today.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's turned on. And I believe him. He loves it. I think he does love the attention. And like you said, Clint, he's right now 10-1 with one game left against Mississippi State, and they're going to get in. Right? They may be able to lose there, but I think they win that. They're definitely going to get in. I don't know if he's going to be able to play for an SEC championship with where Georgia and A&M are in front of them. But yeah, if they get there, they're going to. Yeah, he's Mississippi State. He's
5 o'clock fire.
Just wanted to let people know. Go ahead and set They ought to change things and make this a national game here. LeBron James is expected to make a debut tonight against the Utah Jazz. He's coming back. He's coming. It's a tough one tonight, man. I got Kansas and Duke at 8 o'clock tonight. Got Bron coming back. Thank God it's a late night game, but it's 23rd season. He's coming back. He's expected to make his debut tonight. So, wow. What a night. This just turned into a huge
Hold on, so.
I don't need to. Big night. Got clear of that sciatic, whatever that is. That feels like something that maybe in the next 10 years I might run into, dealing with this plantar fasciitis. This seems like those old people aging diseases that we got going. All right, coming up, remember this is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so at any point in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win tickets and CJ will be out again, but is there anything maybe he could take away from the last 3 weeks to help him when he does return potentially against the Colts? We'll do that coming up next.
But if I want to grill some meat.
But what he can do is he can go to Texas Star Grill Shop. Why? Because, maybe with him being off, I'm certain he probably won't be at home doing this, but
Inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-20. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, that music means it is time. Open up the phone lines. Tyler Milner, 713-572-4610. It is now our Texans Ticket Tuesday giveaway. Your chance right now to win a pair of tickets in the bullpen front row for this all-important Bills-Texans game, and we'll do it right now. Davis Mills, it's been your time. Caller number 10. Caller number 10. 713-572-4610. Caller number 10. Your chance to win 2 tickets. Bills, Texans, NRG, Thursday. That's Snake Al Michaels. Kirk Herbstreit in the building. Tony Gonzalez. Richard Sherman. Carissa Thompson. Andrew Whitworth. Ryan Fitzpatrick in the building. Right there for you.
Is there one more?
I don't think there's one. I think it's Carissa, Tony, Ryan.
Tony. I didn't hear you say Tony.
Yeah, October's husband. Tony. I think they're still together. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of those tickets. Hey, guys, remember to it's not Thirsty Thursday. What'd you say it was? A wet Wednesday?
Wet Wednesday, baby. Y'all know what the time it is. One of them old wet Wednesdays. And tomorrow, let's get it in the books. What do you say?
Yeah, wet Wednesday. Come on out tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light. I'm certain we will not come empty-handed out at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be at the one off Ritchie Road. Come on out and hang out with us tomorrow. It will be a great time. Everyone will be up and excited about this matchup. Address 15800 North Freeway off
45,
Ritchie Road.
45 up Springway, baby. 45 in Ritchie Road. You know who came up with Wet Wednesday?
Who?
Wanted to call it Wet. You know who came up with that?
Who?
Take a guess.
Your dad?
Damn, you're close. It was not Big Earn. It was Andy the Weatherman.
Was it Andy?
Hey, he said Thirsty Thursday. Well, wait a minute. Y'all ain't out Thirsty Thursday. I said, yeah, it's a Wednesday. What can we go with? He said, Wet Wednesday. Andy was proud of himself. He even caught himself being a little risky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not?
He even giggled a bit when he said it.
Andy might get out there with his whistle on a Wednesday. But no.
I hope Miss Andy gets better, man. She had knee surgery. I hope Miss Andy gets better, man. Had them on staples pulled out today.
Yeah, I saw it. He showed me that's have no knee surgery like that. By the way, congratulations to Tanya. Tanya, who's an avid listener to The Drive.
T, what's good?
Shout out to Tanya. She is Tanya from Conroe, won a pair of those tickets. So have a good time. If you see us out there, say what's up.
The Thursday night primetime action.
Thursday night primetime.
Who you bringing, Tanya? Did you ask her who she's bringing, Tyler?
Yeah, text in, Tanya.
Oh, are you busy, Tyler? You didn't want to ask.
I just didn't think to ask
the questions that you typically want.
That is funny. Oh, yeah, you're a winner, Tanya. Where you from? Let me get your information. Tanya, who the hell are you bringing? First and last, huh?
I got to get birthdays, emails.
You gonna be tailgating? What lot you gonna be in, sister? Come on, T, man. What you doing, man?
Dropping the ball, huh?
Go screen the callers and the winners.
All right, Tanya's going to be out there watching Davis Mills because Davis Mills will start this game. C.J. Stroud going to miss his third straight game in concussion protocol. But the way that DeMeco spoke, if you missed it earlier, the way he spoke, he said not enough time for these guys to clear the steps they need to clear. But it sounds like, especially with CJ and Jalen Pitre both being out at practice today. In fact, on it has them listed as limited participants today. But that seems like they're going to be ready to go when they play next Sunday against the Colts on the road, which will be a huge game for them as well. And, Clint, you feel like there are some things that CJ can pick up and kind of add to what he is doing that he wasn't doing previous to getting injured, especially watching what Davis Mills has been doing.
Well, look, this starts with C.J. Stroud and where I believe C.J. Stroud had gotten to with the way last season didn't go according to plan. Still some success, but offensively there were some struggles. The offensive coordinator gets fired. You hire a new guy that's never called plays before this year, and C.J. Stroud has some shoulder issues. He finally gets in action in training camp. They unleashed the hounds on him from a Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson perspective, and the training camp is an absolute mess offensively for C.J. Stroud. And every day was tough for C.J. Stroud going live against our number ones with that offensive line while you're installing an offense. And so life has been really difficult for C.J. Stroud. And then you get into the season, and I just feel like C.J. Stroud had lost his magic. I feel like C.J. Stroud had lost the ability to play with his elite instincts. I feel like C.J. Stroud had been coached into a corner, Ron. I felt like, the death by 1,000 cuts and the overcoaching of how important, staying, avoiding unnecessary risk is. And golly, 3rd and 8, boy, you're never going to overcome that. And, man, a penalty happens and you're behind the chain. Never going to overcome that. And just the overcoaching of staying ahead of the chains and taking what the defense gives you and being efficient, nothing more, nothing less. Don't be a great, that whole thing is I believe they had coached C.J. Stroud into a corner. I believe, as I said, I think he lost a little bit of his magic. I think he lost a little bit of his ability to play with his instincts, which are elite. And so now I look at it from that perspective with C.J. Stroud sitting on the sideline because of injury, not because he got benched, obviously, and watching Davis Mills, a veteran that's been through it, that's been through a mess for a couple of years, that's a little bit more of a robotic type of player. And you watch him go out there and you watch him make Nico more of a priority than he had previously been. Not once, not twice, but 3 times now, right? You watch him have a certain level of command of the offense, whether you're talking about in preparation or at the line of scrimmage, verbally from a communication perspective. You watch him play free and let it rip and not worry about getting ahead or behind the chains.
That's so weird, Clint, right? Because it just seems like he's got so much in his head and he's thinking.
CJ.
Thinking.
And no question. No question.
I don't ever really remember that outside of the first game of the season against Baltimore. I'll never remember him doing that.
Yeah,
I'm talking about as a rookie, and that's the time when you think people would do that.
Well, this is more one of those where you're trying to do what Nick Caserio, DeMeco, and Nick Caley have decided they want their offense to look like, and you are just, you've out and it didn't work, and there's moments when you've just been overly blindly committed and it doesn't work, and you get the hell beat out of you all year long at practice and on the practice field, and it just has been a rough ride. And I think I think this could be a very good situation. I would like for it not to have come via the concussion. I would like for C.J. Stroud to be able to do this without missing games, definitely to health. But I think if he really hangs his ego at the door and he looks and watches what Davis has been able to do and kind of how he's been able to do it, and if he can kind of have a little bit of a reset for himself and, do some of these things with his high ceiling and what he's capable of doing, then the offense then takes off to a whole nother level. And so I just think there's a lot that C.J. Stroud can take from Davis Mills getting the reps for the last 3.5 weeks, counting Thursday night football. So 3.5 weeks worth of football. Davis Mills is going to be getting reps, and C.J. can watch and kind of watch how he prepares, watch how he handles the line of scrimmage, watch how, he doesn't – yes, they're coaching him, but he doesn't let it overwhelm him. I think this could be a big-time moment for C.J. Stroud, this offense this year, but a big-time moment for C.J. Stroud as he moves forward in his career. I mean, the young guy that gets overcoached, that has to has to exist in some dysfunction, that can really stunt a guy's growth and really force a quarterback to get into his own head. And I would be willing to bet you a good chunk of money that CJ was there.
You think maybe his adjustment, maybe watching the game that he comes in and says,
I think CJ Stroud's got to play free and let it rip.
That's the number one thing on the field.
I think he's got to trust his eyes, and when I see a safety roll down and leave Higgins or Collins pressed up man with a fade or a back shoulder or a slant, like you just got to trust it and let it rip. You can't think, Kaylee and Caserio and DeMeco have been talking about death by 1,000 cuts and staying ahead of the chains. I better not miss this. No, man, you trust it. You're an absolute killer. When you see that, you think nothing but touchdown. Hit my head on the goalpost. Let's go celebrate. Don't ever hesitate, right? There's a difference in that. You got to play smart, but also play free and let it rip. And I do think that Davis Mills does a pretty good job of that. At least he has to this point, and I think CJ can learn from that. Because I'm going to tell you, a comfortable, playing with your instincts, playing free, just letting it rip CJ Stroud is hard to beat.
Don't go celebrate. Never hesitate. I mean, that really that's
where you
really
went with that.
That's what you said. You did. You talked the bar. He said I thought he was going to keep going with it right there for a second. All right, coming up, T Mills' best bets. Had a good start in the green to start the week. In the green, let's stay there. Best bets coming up next. And is it time for this person to get the Lakin Tomlinson treatment? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Fellas, look, all you're going to do is going to wish you started earlier, man. I got to know your T levels, man. That's where it all starts, right? And guess what? Synergenics and Low T Center, you can find out with a free T test right now. Walk in before 10 a.m. or book ahead at Fix My Low.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed at Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, congratulations to Tanya and Conroe who won those tickets. I see you, Smooth Vessel, on YouTube.
Smooth Vessel. That
sounds like a nickname for a wiener.
I mean, I couldn't have said it any better myself, T.
Call it like I see it.
Smooth Vessel.
Smooth Vessel. Or Vassal. Yes, we have already given out the tickets. And Tanya won them from Conroe. Congratulations, Tanya. Still don't know who she's bringing.
I just fell short on that. I let y'all down. I'll stay on it.
I don't think you did. I think that's an unusual question.
Oh, I think who you bringing?
Who the hell are you taking?
Are you going to be in your seat at kickoff? Are you pre-gaming somewhere? I mean, I think those are all fair questions.
I'm going with all my college roommates to that game.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. Gonna get nice and drunk.
Think about hitting a tailgate myself.
Getting nice and
think about hitting a tailgate.
Are you really
thinking about it? You know, we're done here a little early.
I think you should link up with Tyler and all his roommates and just get absolute.
Shout out to
white boy
couple tailgates have told me. I like to call it 21st birthday. A couple of might do that. I go around.
I'm gonna swing by the old Nuff Said fellas.
Those are Nuff Said. They've said it. Yeah. Our guy Jeremy, he's
get ready
told me to stop by. Jeremy, who was at the game, and I guess I was way off. I thought he was working for Salvation Army or something, but no, he was at a tailgate with that apron on.
Hey, he's taking care of them old parking attendants, man, making sure he gets his people in there.
Yeah. That's a smart make move. I get you a plate. I got you a plate.
Just in case he forgets that old parking pass, he knows. Hey, but yeah, I've been giving you plates for the last 2 years, baby.
Come on now, I need you. At this point in time, I need you. Coming up behind us is the Texans All Access. Miles Bryant will be on the show tonight, so stay tuned for that, as well as Area 45 coming up after the fellas get done on Texans All Access, the best damn sports show, night sports show in all of Houston. That's coming up after Texans All Access. And T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up here momentarily. And remember, we are out Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow, not Thursday. We're out tomorrow. The one off Ritchie Road. Come hang out with us tomorrow, 2 to 6. Not going to be empty-handed. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. And it'll be a good time. It'll be a good time. So
what about them Bud Light girls?
The Bud Light girls, they will be there to really strengthen having out there. So you do not want to miss them.
Quench your thirst.
Hey, they'll be out there repping that Bud Light, man.
They will be repping it hard. Repping it hard. All right.
He just can't help himself, can he? What? Tyler just skips it all and just goes straight to bikinis.
He goes right into it. Yeah, why not?
I've yet to see any of them show up in bikinis.
I wouldn't know. I was just guessing.
I mean, that would be interesting. I mean, if I were Bud Light and I was really pushing the envelope here, I mean, I think a solid bikini top at least would work.
For some assless chaps.
Well, I don't know if that's illegal. I don't know, but I don't know if Buffalo Wild Wings.
I don't think that survived.
It is a family-friendly
it's a family establishment. I think bikini top, sure.
They're going in a different direction.
Assless chaps probably need to stay on the, I don't know, maybe on Topless Weekend or something down in Galveston.
I don't. If they're changing what they're doing, I just don't think that's the assless chaps is where they are.
I think it's aggressive. I agree. Well, that's a good point. Fair. I see where you're going there.
No, but if they want to go in that direction, I don't want to take that from them. I'm just saying I just didn't see that as what they enjoy.
I was just thinking, like the old school promo girls were. I mean, bikini was a thing. I don't recall the assless chaps ever being a thing. So I was just talking about like getting back to maybe some traditions, pulling out some traditional things.
I told you, man.
Marketing approaches.
I will never forget that time when I used to do should do the Therese Paler show. Rest in peace, Therese.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Therese Paler show. When Twin Peaks would do that. We lost Therese, man.
Therese Paler guy.
I sure hope.
You're on air, bro.
I sure hope his lady Therese is in there making a point, boy, and he's going in. And I tell you, man, what you need to do is if they could.
Lingerie week will get you.
Hey, he stopped.
Deer in the headlights.
No deer in the headlights. That dog was ready.
That was a deer in the crosshairs, cuz.
He said, I'll never forget. He said, and what they've really got to.
High beams were on.
And he walked her all the way across that room. I said, TP, hey,
it's a gentleman.
He said, boy, he said, wow, I'm sorry. I wasn't ready.
Wow. Most powerful thing in the world.
Should have brought him down here for Go Texan Day.
Untied and undefeated.
Assless chaps.
That boy started sweating, boy. I'm telling you, man. He said, we're going to be doing this here every week. I said, I think so. It's not going to be lingerie week every week. All right, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, do you think we've reached – because obviously when you look at this specific position, right, Laken Tomlinson has been benched. And when you look at guard, obviously, I mean, you got two guards, but, you know, there's not like 3-4 – well, usually there's not like 3 or 4 guards that are going to rotate in the game. The Texans are the closest team in the world to have done it, but usually that doesn't happen. When you bench Laken Tomlinson, he is benched. You know, we'll see 4, 5, 6 guys that may line up in a wide receiver role during the course of a game. Do you think we've reached the point, Clint, where, like, this is beyond Jalen Noel getting more snaps and that maybe they need to kind of look at Christian Kirk in the way they're now looking at Laken Tomlin?
Yes, I do.
You think it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're at a point where we're beyond the hamstring being an issue. At least we should be, and if it still is, then he shouldn't be on the field. But I mean, last week was a bad look. I mean, it seemed like they were kind of trying to get him involved last week with a couple little jerk routes underneath, and got him not manned up, but got him in coverage versus linebackers 2 different times, and that the linebackers with ease covered Christian Kirk. And these are routes where he's stutter, go, change direction like that. Like, if you can't win versus a traditional linebacker in that particular scenario, then there's not a whole lot of use for you. And then you follow it up with, like I said earlier, the drop on the touchdown that was reviewed and obviously a bad review by DeMeco and whoever gave him that advice. So, yeah, I just think you've got guys out there at the same time all that's going on. You've got Xavier Hutchinson out there looking like I mean, he's not making a ton of plays because there's not enough balls to go around, but he's making plays and contributing in a big way. When Jalen Noel does get on the field, he finds a way to get open. I don't know that I've ever seen a receiver catch more corner routes specifically. The smash route is Jalen Noel's smash. He is all day, every day. But yeah, I mean, everybody's out there making plays, and Christian Kirk is getting covered up like a blanket, dropping balls, and then disappearing in the second half. And so I just don't see. I don't see how you don't move on from him. And if you're going to beat teams like Buffalo, again, as I've said before, you can't keep wasting snaps.
It's just tough. We've seen too many. We've seen multiple guys play in that spot better.
Yeah. Didn't even mention Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, we've seen multiple guys play in that spot better. I think it's at least got to be a
move
thought.
on, man.
Rough
run of free agency for the Texans last year.
Yeah, at the very least, like his snaps got to be taken down. All right, Tyler, you went 3 of 5 yesterday, Monday Night Football picks, getting you in the green again. What you got today?
Not a very big board today. Not a whole lot of action going on around the NBA that I liked.
Well, by the way, LeBron is potentially returning tonight. So
yeah, there was a Lakers bet I eyed real hard, but just decided against it. I almost took them minus 12.5.
Yeah,
so take that for whatever you want. But I got 3 NBA bets. I believe the Rockets get back in action tomorrow night.
That's right.
So we will have some bets for them, of course, tomorrow. But right now, today, 3 NBA bets on a Tuesday. Magic +4. They are hosting the Warriors. Then I got the Suns and Trailblazers under 237 points in that matchup.